Chapter 33. Mo Yen frowned, anger appearing on her horse-like face. She finally understood that she had been played by Fong Yuan. Ha, such guts, you even dare to deceive your grandaunt. Saying so, she stretched out her right hand, about to grab Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not take a step back. He raised his head and laughed. Mo Yen, you better think this through. Mo Yen stopped. She was still outside the door, her right hand suspended in midair. A hint of hesitation and anger flashed across her face. There were clear rules in the family. Students were protected in the academy. No one was allowed to break into the dormitory and capture students. Mo Yen only wanted to teach Fong Yuan a lesson today, to let him taste the pain. She did not want to take the risk of breaking the family rules. It's fine if I break the rules myself. I'm just afraid that I'll implicate my family and grandfather. Thinking of this, Mo Yen retracted her hand. She looked at Fong Yuan in the room, her eyes wide open. The anger in her eyes, if turned into flames, could burn Fong Yuan to ashes in an instant. I never lied to you. I said I'll bring you to Fong Yuan, and now you've found him. It seems like you have something to say to me. Fong Yuan held his hands behind his back, a slight smile on his face. He did not fear the power of a rank 2 Gu master, and he met Mo Yan's angry gaze without fear. He was only one step away from Mo Yan. One was in the room, and the other was outside. But this distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. Fong Yuan, oh Fong Yuan, you've studied the family rules very thoroughly. Mo Yen suppressed her anger, a cold smile on her face. Unfortunately, you can only delay it by relying on the family rules. You can't stay in the dormitory. I want to see how long you can hide. Fong Yuan laughed, looking at Mo Yen with disdain. Then I want to see how long you can keep me here. Ah, it's already night, and you have a bed to sleep in. What about you? If I'm not in class the next day, and the academy elder investigates, what do you think I'll say? You! Mo Yen was enraged. She pointed at Fong Yuan and said, do you really think I won't dare to come in and take you away? Creak. Fong Yuan left the dormitory door wide open. His lips curled into a smile, and his eyes were as deep as the abyss. His tone was filled with confidence as if he was in control of the situation. He said to Mo Yen in a provocative tone, then do it. Mo Yen calmed down. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Fong Yuan. Do you think I'll fall for your trick? Fong Yuan shrugged. He had already seen through Mo Yan's character. If he closed the door or left it half open, there was at least a 50% chance that Mo Yen would force her way in. However, if he deliberately opened the door completely, it would make Mo Yen calm down and be more cautious. The possibility of her breaking in by force was very small. 500 years of experience had allowed him to understand the weaknesses of human nature. He turned around and exposed his back to Mo Yen. If Mo Yen came to grab him now, she would most likely succeed in one strike. However, Mo Yen stood outside the door without moving, as if there was an invisible mountain in front of her, blocking her way. Until Fong Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, Mo Yen looked at him angrily. She gritted her teeth but did not make a move. This is the sad thing about humans. Fong Yuan sat cross-legged and looked at Mo Yen, who was standing foolishly outside the door. He sighed. Sometimes, it's not material problems that stop people from taking action, but the shackles of the soul. In terms of cultivation, Fong Yuan was definitely not Mo Yan's match. However, even though she was a rank 2 cultivator, she could only look at Fong Yuan and did not dare to make a move. She was only a few steps away from Fong Yuan. The door was wide open, and there was no obstruction. The one that was holding her back was herself. Humans learn by all means to understand the world, to understand the rules, and to make use of the rules. If you are restrained by the rules, you will be restrained because of what you have learned. That is the real tragedy. Fong Yuan took one last look at Mo Yen, then slowly closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the primordial sea. This Fong Yuan is actually cultivating in front of me. You're simply looking down on me. Seeing this scene, Mo Yen was so angry that her chest felt agitated and she almost vomited blood. She wanted to rush up and give Fong Yuan a few punches. However, she knew that she could not. Mo Yen suddenly felt a tinge of regret. She stood outside the door, feeling awkward and unable to back down. She was not willing to give up, but she could not bring herself to do so. She had mobilized so many people to teach Fong Yuan a lesson, but in the end, she was disgraced. Especially when there was a servant looking at her. Damn it! This brat Fong Yuan is too uncooperative, too cunning. Mo Yen thought angrily and began to scold Fong Yuan outside the door, trying to provoke him. Fong Yuan, you little bastard, come out if you have the guts. Fong Yuan, as a man, you should be brave and take responsibility for what you have done. Now, you are a turtle hiding in its shell. How despicable. Don't put on an act in front of me. If you know what's good for you, come out now. You coward, good for nothing. Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear and did not respond at all. Mo Yen scolded for a while, but she did not feel the pleasure of scolding people. Instead, she felt more and more depressed. She felt more and more like a clown or a shrew. Her behavior of blocking the door was really embarrassing. I'm so angry. Mo Yen was going crazy and finally gave up trying to provoke him. Fong Yuan, you can hide now, but you can't hide forever. She stomped her feet and left unwillingly. Before she left, she gave an order, Gao Wan, stand here and stare at him. I don't believe he won't come out. I will obey. The muscular servant Gao Wan quickly replied, sending Mo Yen off with a respectful gaze. But in his heart, he was complaining. The night in the mountains was cold and humid, but he had to guard the place all night. If he was not careful, he would catch a cold. This was a tough job. Swish swish swish, the primeval sea rose and fell, waves rose and fell. The bronze primeval essence gathered like water, forming a wave. Under the control of Fong Yuan's will, it continuously rushed towards the aperture walls. The aperture walls of a rank 1 initial stage Gu Master were all made of white light. At this moment, under the impact of the bronze primeval essence, it showed a multicolored light, giving off an indescribable charm. Time passed by bit, and the bronze primeval sea's water level also slowly decreased. From the original 44%, it dropped to 12%. A Gu Master needs to continuously expend primeval essence to nurture the aperture. Initial stage Gu Masters have light walls, middle stage Gu Masters have water walls, and high stage Gu Masters have stone walls. If I want to advance from initial stage to middle stage, I need to wash the light walls and nurture them into water walls. The 500 years of memories from his previous life allowed Fong Yuan to grasp this period's cultivation like the back of his hand. He slowly opened his eyes. At this time, it was already late at night. The crescent moon hung high in the night sky, shedding moonlight that was as white as water. The door was wide open, and the moonlight shone in, making Fong Yuan think of a famous poem on earth, the bright moonlight in front of my bed, I suspect it to be the frost on the ground. The night wind blew gently, bringing with it a cold feeling. Fong Yuan did not have a Gu worm that could keep him warm. Even with his 15-year-old body, he could not help but shiver. The night in the mountains was still very cold. Brat, you finally opened your eyes. How long are you going to cultivate? Hurry up and come out, if you stick your head out, you will still be stabbed. You hit our family's Mabe young master, sooner or later you will be taught a lesson by our Missy. Seeing that Fong Yuan finally moved, the noble servant Gao Wan who had been standing at the door immediately became spirited. Fong Yuan squinted his eyes. It seems that the rank 2 female Gu Master had already left. Brat, did you hear that? Hurry up and come out. You have a room to stay in and a bed to sleep in, but I have to stand in this courtyard. If you don't come out, do you believe I won't barge in? Seeing that Fong Yuan did not react, Gao Wan threatened. Fong Yuan was still indifferent. Bastard, hurry up and come out to be captured. You have offended our MO faction, you will not have a good life in the future. Hurry up and kowtow to Missy and admit your wrongs, maybe she will forgive you. Gao Wan continued to scold. Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear to him. He slowly took out a yuan stone from his money bag, holding it in his palm. Then, he slowly closed his eyes. Gao Wan saw that Fong Yuan still wanted to continue cultivating, and immediately became anxious, scolding, "You are just a mere C-grade talent, at most you are a rank 2 Gu master, what is there to cultivate? With just you alone, how can you contend against the entire Desert Branch family? Brat, are you deaf? Did you hear what I said?" Chapter 34. Fong Yuan turned a deaf ear, multitasking. He absorbed the natural primeval essence from the yuan stone while observing his aperture. The originally low primeval essence C in the aperture, with the continuous infusion of natural primeval essence, had begun to slowly rise. This recovery speed was somewhat slow, but Fong Yuan was not anxious. Cultivation was accumulation, it could not be rushed. The one who was really anxious was the middle-aged male servant outside the room. After about half an hour, Fong Yuan's green copper primeval essence C reached the limit of 44%. But this was not the end. At this time, the primeval essence C showed a kind of emerald green color. This was only rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence. The primeval essence that Fong Yuan used to warm the aperture wall was not initial stage primeval essence. It was middle stage primeval essence refined by the liquor worm. Liquor worm. With a thought from Fong Yuan, the liquor worm in the primeval sea immediately flew up and hovered in the air, shrinking into a white glutinous rice ball. Swoosh! 10% of the initial stage primeval essence was mobilized and entered the liquor worm's body. It was quickly absorbed. Then, a fragrant wine mist emitted from the liquor worm's body, condensing into a ball. Fong Yuan mobilized another 10% of primeval essence and entered this wine mist. After the wine mist was completely consumed, the original 10% of the initial stage primeval essence suddenly shrunk by half, and at the same time, the color changed from emerald green to pale green. This was middle stage primeval essence. Ordinary students, to advance their cultivation, they all use rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. But I use middle stage primeval essence, the efficiency is at least 2 times higher than them. At the same time, using middle stage primeval essence to activate the moonlight goo, the moonblade is also more powerful than the initial stage primeval essence. Only when the primeval sea was purified into rank 1 middle stage primeval essence did Fong Yuan open his eyes. Cultivation knew no time, it was already early in the morning. The sky was no longer pure black. Instead, it was a deep dark blue color. The moon had already disappeared, leaving only a few broken stars. The door had been open for almost the entire night. The corner of the wooden door had been soaked, revealing a kind of black color brought by water stains. This was the disadvantage of the school dormitory. It was not as comfortable as a normal bamboo house. It sat directly on the ground, so it was more humid. When he came back to his senses, Fong Yuan also felt a chill wrapping around his body. After sitting cross-legged for so long, his legs seemed to be a little numb. He loosened his clenched right hand and immediately sprinkled a layer of grayish-white stone powder. This was the residue left behind after the natural Jin Yuan in the Yuan stone was completely absorbed. I've used up 3 Yuan stone in 1 night of cultivation. Fong Yuan calculated in his mind. He only had C-grade aptitude, but in order to increase his cultivation speed, he had been using Yuan stones to replenish his true Yuan. More importantly, he used the liquor worm to refine the middle-grade true essence. This greatly increased the consumption of Yuan stone. Although I managed to rob a large sum of money yesterday, I used up 3 Yuan stone pieces in 1 night. In this way, even though Yuan stone seems to be a lot, it won't be able to withstand the long-term consumption of cultivation. However, the pursuit of cultivation speed and efficiency naturally comes with a price. Fong Yuan looked out of the door again. He saw the strong servant called Gao Wan squatting at the corner of the wall. his body curled up into a ball as if he had fallen asleep. Looks like that rank 2 female Gu master has already left. She left Gao Wan here to guard me. Hee hee. Fong Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. He got off the bed and began to quietly move his fists and legs. As his body gradually warmed up, he stepped out of the dormitory. Kid, you're finally willing to come out. How about it, obediently surrender and follow me. Kowtow to my mistress and admit your wrongs. Gao Wan's ears twitched as he caught the sound of Fong Yuan's footsteps and stood up abruptly. His body was thick and strong, almost twice the size of Fong Yuan. The muscles on his body bulged, and under his slanted eyebrows, a pair of narrow eyes flashed with a cruel and evil light, like a hungry hyena. Fong Yuan was expressionless as he continued to walk towards him. Kid, it's fine if you came out earlier. Now that you've come out, do you know how much I've suffered in order to guard you? He chuckled as he strode towards Fong Yuan, his expression filled with evil intentions. At this moment, Fong Yuan suddenly shouted and leapt up, raising his fists and rushing towards Gao Wan. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Gao Wan's expression was twisted, he was filled with anger now. He raised his earthen bowl-sized fist and smashed it towards Fong Yuan. This fist was extremely powerful, breaking through the air and actually bringing with it the sound of the wind. Fong Yuan's gaze was as clear as water. Seeing the fist coming towards him, he shifted his feet and swayed to Gao Wan's side. He stretched out his finger and poked Gao Wan's waist. Gao Wan blocked with his arm, but Fong Yuan did not manage to poke him and hit Gao Wan's left forearm instead. Fong Yuan felt as if his finger had poked a metal plate. It was painful and numb. This Gao Wan is already at the peak of a mortal's martial arts. I only have the Moonlight Gu to fight now. Without the help of other Gu worms, I'm not his match with just my fists and legs. Fong Yuan's gaze flashed and he wisely gave up on attacking. He took a few steps back and pulled apart the distance. In the Guyue village, only the Guyue clansmen had the right to cultivate as Gu masters. The rest of the clansmen, regardless of whether they had the talent to cultivate or not, did not have the right to participate in the awakening ceremony. But these mortals could cultivate their fists and legs. Just like Gao Wan in front of him. Although he was not a Gu master, he had definitely trained hard in his fists and legs. His basic skills were quite solid, and he was also a middle-aged man, the prime of a mortal's life. Other than the Moonlight Gu which could be used for battle, Fong Yuan's body was only that of a 15-year-old youth. Whether it was strength, agility, or endurance, he was not Gao Wan's match. A martial artist like Gao Wan was enough to kill a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. Even a middle stage Gu master could pose a certain threat. This kid, he's too vicious. Seeing Fong Yuan pull away from him, Gao Wan's heart still had lingering fear. The waist was a person's vital point, and if someone forcefully poked it, the injury would not be light. If one used too much strength, it could even kill someone. Gao Wan had stayed outside the courtyard for most of the night. His body was wrapped in the cold and damp air, and his reaction was somewhat slow. Just that one strike, and Fong Yuan had almost succeeded. Luckily, although he usually sucked up to others, he had also trained hard. At the crucial moment, his body's instincts overrode his brain's reaction, and he had narrowly defended against Fong Yuan's attack. I can't be careless anymore. This kid is a wolf cub, his attacks are ruthless and sneaky. If I'm not careful, I'll fall into his trap. No wonder young master was knocked unconscious by him twice. Gao Wan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, sweeping away the contempt he had earlier, and started to take Fong Yuan seriously. If I catch this kid, I'll have made a great contribution. When the time comes, young miss will definitely reward me. A rank 1 initial stage moonblade can at most be considered a knife. As long as it doesn't hit a vital point, it'll just be a superficial wound. Thinking of this, Gao Wan's heart started to heat up. He stretched out his iron pincer-like hands, grabbing towards Fong Yuan. Bam bam bam. Fong Yuan was not the least bit afraid. He faced Gao Wan head-on, engaging in close combat. For a moment, fists and legs clashed, and the exchange of offense and defense produced continuous muffled sounds. When robbing the students, he only used his palms, mainly to control the situation. Now that he was fighting with Gao Wan, he no longer held back. Sometimes he used his fingers to dig his eyes, sometimes he stabbed his throat, sometimes he used the base of his palm to hit his chin, sometimes he used the edge of his hand to chop the back of his head, sometimes he used his knee to hit his crotch, and sometimes he used his elbow to stab his waist. Gao Wan broke out in cold sweat. Fong Yuan's every move did not leave Gao Wan's vital points. His methods were ruthless, as if he wanted to kill Gao Wan. Gao Wan was only a mortal, not a Gu master. Although he trained hard, his vital points were still vital points. It was impossible for a mortal to turn their eyelids into steel. This was the limitation of a mortal's martial arts training. On the other hand, Gao Wan did not dare to kill Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was from the Guiyue clan. If he killed Fong Yuan, Gao Wan would incur the wrath of the public. He would definitely be dismembered, and the Mo family would be the first to clean up the mess. Thus, his idea was to capture Fong Yuan alive. It would be best if he could make him suffer in the process. One side had misgivings, while the other had killing intent. On the battlefield, it was actually Fong Yuan who was suppressing Gao Wan. Chapter 35. Fong Yuan's temporary advantage would not last long. As the punches and kicks intertwined, he was already panting. On the other hand, Gao Wan's breathing was still long and deep. There was a huge gap between their stamina. At the same time, Gao Wan began to move. His body gradually heated up, and his punches became faster and faster. The numbness and sluggishness brought by the cold were gradually swept away, and he began to display the strength that he had trained for decades. "Kid, you can't beat me. The clan rules state that you cannot use the Moonlight Gu in the academy. You are finished. Today, you are destined to become my prisoner." Gao Wan laughed sinisterly. He had a lot of battle experience, and he tried to use words to break Fong Yuan's fighting spirit. "I am still a teenager after all. My body has not matured, and my quality is not as good as this slave." Fong Yuan's heart was like ice. After 500 years of training, how could his fighting spirit be shaken? The Moonlight Gu. His heart moved. He activated his primeval essence and leaped back, pulling away from Gao Wan. Gao Wan wanted to chase after him, but he suddenly saw a layer of blue light emitting from Fong Yuan's palm. His face immediately darkened, and he shouted, "Kid, you are using a Gu to fight in the academy. That is against the clan rules." "So what if I am?" Fong Yuan laughed coldly. He studied the clan rules and was proficient in them, but it was never for the sake of obeying them. Immediately, his palm slashed towards Gao Wan. With a soft sound, the blue crescent blade flew towards Gao Wan's face. Gao Wan gritted his teeth and raised his arms in front of his face, forming an arm shield. At the same time, he did not stop and rushed towards Fong Yuan, intending to resist and end the battle quickly. The moonblade hit his arm, and with a puff, flesh and blood splattered under the moonlight. An extremely intense pain was transmitted to Gao Wan's nerves. Gao Wan was caught off guard and almost fainted from the pain. How can this be? His momentum came to a halt, and he was horrified to find that his two forearms had been cut open horizontally. Blood flowed out of the wound, and from the side, one could see the bloody flesh. Even the pale broken arm bones could be seen. Gao Wan was shocked. "This is impossible. A rank 1 beginner moonblade can at most hurt my flesh. How can you cut my bones? Only a rank 1 middle stage can do this." Of course he didn't know that although Fong Yuan was only a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, he was a rank 1 initial stage Gu master. But because of the liquor worm's refinement, there was rank 1 middle stage primeval essence. Under the activation of middle stage primeval essence, the Moonlight Gu's moonblades were naturally powerful, surpassing initial stage. Not good. There's something strange about this kid. Gao Wan was caught off guard, and was severely injured. His fighting spirit was completely gone, and he made a prompt decision to retreat. "Do you think you can escape?" Fong Yuan sneered and chased after him. The crescent blade in his hand shot out continuously. "Help!" Gao Wan screamed as he ran for his life. His voice traveled far and wide in the silent academy. "What's going on? Someone is calling for help." The voice alerted the nearby academy guards. "It's a servant left behind by Miss Mo Yen of the Mo family." The guards rushed over and stopped when they saw the scene of the chase. "This is just a servant, there's no need to protect him. Letting him stay is already giving face to the Mo family. We still need to be careful to prevent him from doing something desperate and hurting that Fong Yuan." The nervous guards surrounded them, but they did not make a move and only watched from the sidelines. If this servant called Gao Wan died, then he died. It had nothing to do with them. But if Fong Yuan died or was injured, then it would be their responsibility. Seeing this, Gao Wan's heart turned cold. He screamed mournfully, "We are all outsiders, you can't just watch me die." He lost more and more blood, and his speed gradually slowed down. Fong Yuan caught up from behind. His voice was as cold as ice, pronouncing Gao Wan's death sentence. "Scream, no matter how loud you scream, it's useless." As he said that, he flipped his hand and 2 moonblades flew out. With 2 swishing sounds, the moonblades hit Gao Wan's neck. Gao Wan felt a chill in his heart, as if he had fallen into an abyss. The next moment, he felt his vision suddenly spin. He saw his feet, chest, back, and his neck that had been cut off. Following that, he welcomed complete darkness. Gao Wan was dead. After being beheaded by Fong Yuan's 2 moonblades, his head flew out. His body flew for more than 10 meters before he fell to the ground. Bright red blood gushed out of his neck like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding flowers and plants red. Murder! Fong Yuan killed someone. The guards could not help but exclaim softly. They witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, and their bodies trembled, feeling a sense of fear and terror. Fong Yuan was only a weak 15-year-old boy, but he killed a strong adult without any expression. This was the power of a Gu master. The outcome of the battle was decided. Fong Yuan slowed down his footsteps and slowly walked over. His expression was calm, as if he had just done something as trivial as eating and drinking. This expression caused the guards to feel a chill in their hearts. Gao Wan's head lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, dying with everlasting regret. Fong Yuan was expressionless. He lifted his leg and kicked the head away. The corners of the guards' eyes twitched when they saw this. Fong Yuan approached Gao Wan's body, and found that the body was still trembling. Blood quickly flowed all over the ground, forming a small pool of blood. He looked at the wounds on Gao Wan's body, his face somewhat gloomy. These wounds were very deep, enough to expose the secret of his middle-stage primeval essence. Once this secret was exposed, it would quickly implicate his liquor worm. Once the liquor worm appeared, the higher-ups of the clan would naturally think of the flower wine monk. Thus, Fong Yuan had to keep this secret. But there are too many people who saw it. Fong Yuan glanced at the surrounding guards, there were more than 10 of them. He only had less than 10% of his primeval essence left, and it was impossible to kill them all. After thinking for a while, Fong Yuan bent down, lifted Gao Wan's ankle, and dragged the corpse back. "Young Master Fong Yuan, leave this to us." The guards endured the chill in their hearts and walked forward. Fong Yuan said respectfully. In this kind of respect, there was a clear sense of fear. Fong Yuan quietly glanced at the crowd. The guards subconsciously held their breath, and lowered their heads. "Give me the knife." He stretched out his hand and said indifferently. In his commanding tone, there was an unquestionable power. The guard closest to him involuntarily handed over the knife at his waist. Fong Yuan took the knife and continued to walk. More than 10 guards were left standing blankly on the spot, looking at Fong Yuan's back. The sun rose from the east, and the first ray of light passed through the side of the mountain, shining into the school. The 15-year-old Fong Yuan's body was thin and weak, and his skin was pale. Under the light of the dawn, he walked unhurriedly. In his left hand, he held a shining knife. In his right hand, he dragged a headless corpse. As he walked, bright red blood was dragged on the greenish-black stone bricks. The guards looked at him in a daze, and a chill made their bodies stiff. The morning sun shone on them, but they did not feel a trace of warmth and light. Gulp. Someone's Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 36. Did you guys hear? Fong Yuan killed someone. A student whispered to his deskmate. I heard that too. He really killed someone. His deskmate covered his heart with a pale face. Many guards saw it. Fong Yuan chased that person. That person wanted to beg for mercy, but Fong Yuan didn't allow it. He chopped off his head. Not only that. Fong Yuan killed that person. He didn't even let his headless body go. He dragged it back to the dormitory and chopped it into meat paste. Really? It couldn't be any more real. I came early this morning. I even saw the bloodstains in the cracks of the bluestone bricks. Why would I lie to you? Just now, the school elder called Fong Yuan away because of this. The youngsters in the classroom weren't in the mood to listen to the lesson. They were all whispering to each other. Killing was still too foreign to this group of 15-year-old youths, and it was also very scary. Since young, they were under the protection of their families. At most, they only sparred with their fists and killed chickens and dogs. As for killing, it was still far away from them. Who did Fong Yuan kill? I heard it was a servant from the MO branch. Hey, I know this the best. Last night, I saw with my own eyes that Senior MO Yen from the MO family brought a bunch of servants to cause trouble for Fong Yuan. It's the MO family. Not good. The Mabe is in trouble. Many youngsters looked at Gyue Mabe. The Mabe sat on his seat with a pale face. He just got the news this morning. Fong Yuan actually killed someone. He even killed someone he was familiar with, Gao Wan. The Mabe was very familiar with Gao Wan. He was very active among the servants. He was good at flattering people. He also trained hard in martial arts. He was a capable lackey. A while ago, Gao Wan even sparred with the Mabe. He didn't expect to be killed by Fong Yuan just like that. Because of this, the shock and disbelief in the Mabe's heart was twice as strong as the others. Other than shock, there was also worry and fear. Facing a murderer like Fong Yuan, it would be a lie if the 15-year-old Mabe said he wasn't afraid. In fact, he was not the only one who was afraid. The other youths were also afraid. Fong Yuan had robbed them twice, and each of them had fought with Fong Yuan. I've actually fought with such a cruel murderer. I'm actually still alive. Many people patted their chests, feeling a wave of lingering fear. It was one thing for Fong Yuan to kill people, but the key was that he had dismembered the corpses and chopped them into minced meat. This was too cruel. Such a terrifying crime deeply impacted the innocent hearts of the youths. In the room, there were only the Academy Elder and Fong Yuan. The Academy Elder sat, while Fong Yuan stood. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. The Academy Elder looked at Fong Yuan silently, a complicated light flashing through his eyes. Early in the morning, a guard reported to him about Fong Yuan's murder. This news made him shocked and suspicious. He was a rank 3 old Gu master, and was also in charge of the academy, so he naturally knew what kind of battle power a rank 1 initial stage Gu master had. Fong Yuan could kill Gao Wan. It could be said that he had defeated the strong with the weak. In fact, yesterday evening, a guard had reported to him that Mo Yen had held Fong Yuan hostage and barged into the academy. At that time, he did not care, nor did he stop it. He was the academy elder, and his goal was to nurture future Gu masters, not to protect them. As long as there were no casualties among the students, he encouraged fights in the dark. Mo Yen came to find trouble with Fong Yuan, and he was happy to see it happen. Firstly, he knew that regardless of victory or defeat, the fight would be beneficial to Fong Yuan's growth. Secondly, he wanted to suppress Fang Yuan's limelight. Fang Yuan had blocked the academy's entrance twice, snatching away all the students. This limelight was too strong, and he had to suppress it. But he did not expect that Mo Yen would return empty-handed, leaving behind the family servant Gao Wan. And Gao Wan could not beat Fang Yuan, and was killed by Fang Yuan. In this world, strength reigned supreme. Killing someone was not rare, especially to Gu masters. It could be said to be an extremely common thing. But for a 15-year-old youth to kill someone for the first time, it was not simple. The academy elder still had a vivid memory of his first kill. At that time, he was already a rank 2 Gu master, 19 years old, and in a conflict, he killed a Gu master from the Bai family village. After killing the person, he vomited a mess, and his heart was in a mess. For a few days, he had no appetite and did not want to eat. He did not comfort himself when he slept, and the moment he closed his eyes, he would see the person's angry eyes when he died. Looking at Fang Yuan now, his face was calm as usual. Where was the panic? There was no discomfort, as if he had just slept the night before, and the one who killed someone was not him. Especially when the academy elder heard that after Fang Yuan killed the family servant, he did not let him go, and dragged the body back to the dormitory, chopping the body into meat paste to vent his anger. Such ruthless methods, it was terrifying to hear. So, at this moment, the academy elder looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated gaze. On one hand, he was shocked at Fang Yuan's indifference towards life, his heart as cold as ice. On the other hand, he admired Fang Yuan. He was born to be a battle seed. He had just mastered the Moonlight Gu, and he could already use it to kill someone. Ordinary youths, even those grade geniuses, might not be able to do it. This was the talent of battle. If he was nurtured to fight for the family, he would be the enemy's nightmare. The third aspect was worry and distress. He was worried that after this incident, Fang Yuan's momentum would grow, and he would not be able to suppress him. This Fang Yuan was too daring. Not only did he violate the clan rules, he used a Gu in the academy, and even killed someone because of it. He had to suppress his limelight, or else how could he manage this academy? What was distressing was how to deal with the aftermath of this incident, since it involved the clan's Mo bloodline. Fang Yuan, do you know why I summoned you? The academy elder used a low voice, breaking the silence in the room. I know. Fang Yuan nodded. I used the Moonlight Gu in the academy, and violated the clan rules. According to the rules, this is the first time I violated it, and I should pay 30 yuan stone as a punishment. He avoided the main point, and did not talk about Gao Wan's death. The academy elder was stunned. He did not expect Fang Yuan to answer like this. His face darkened, and he snorted, "Don't try to act dumb in front of me. Let me ask you, what's the matter with Gao Wan's death?" Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Gao Wan offended his superiors, and his intentions were vicious. Last night, not only did he block my door, he also wanted to kill me. In self-defense, I had to use the Moonlight Gu, and luckily killed the thief. I suspect that this person is very likely to be a spy from the other mountain strongholds. Family elder, please investigate this matter. The academy elder heard this, and frowned, not knowing what to say. Now that Gao Wan was dead, Fang Yuan could say whatever he wanted. He was just an outsider, not a member of the clan. If he died, then so be it. The academy elder did not care at all. But he was worried about the Mo family's reaction. Gao Wan was a servant of the Mo family, but he died in the academy. He was in charge of the academy, and he needed to give the Mo family an explanation. After thinking for a while, the academy elder stared at Fang Yuan and asked, "Then let me ask you, how did you deal with Gao Wan's body?" Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cruel smile. I chopped up Gao Wan's body, and put it in a wooden box. When the sun rose, I placed it at the back door of the Mo family. What? The academy elder was shocked, and almost stood up from his seat. Fang Yuan not only killed a servant, but also chopped up the body, and placed it at the back door of the Mo family. This was a blatant provocation. To the academy elder who wanted to settle this matter, this was definitely a real nightmare. Fong Yuan was just a small rank 1 Gu master. What kind of reaction would the huge Mo family have? When the academy elder thought of this, he felt a headache. Things had already gotten out of his control. This Fong Yuan was really a troublemaker. Sigh, since it has already happened, there's no point in talking about it. You can leave first, there will be punishment in a few days, you better be mentally prepared. The elder was in a mess, and waved his hand to let Fong Yuan leave. He needed to calm down and think of a solution. Chapter 37. At the same time, in the Mo family. What did I tell you? Look at what you've done. In the study, Guyue Mo Chen slammed the table and flew into a rage. Mo Yen stood in front of the old man with her head lowered. Her eyes were filled with shock and anger. She had just received the news that Gao Wan had been killed by Fong Yuan. That 15-year-old boy actually had such means and determination. Gao Wan was a servant of the Mo family. Fong Yuan killed him, which meant that he didn't respect the Mo family at all. Grandpa, don't be angry. Gao Wan was just a servant. It doesn't matter if he's dead. After all, his surname isn't Guyue. But that Fong Yuan is too daring. Even if he beats a dog, he has to look at the owner first. Not only did he beat our dog, but he also killed it. Mo Yen said angrily. Guyue Mo Chen roared, you still have the cheek to say that? You've grown up and don't care about what I said anymore, right? What did I warn you about? You've completely forgotten it. Your granddaughter doesn't dare. Mo Yen was shocked. She realized that her grandpa was really angry, so she quickly knelt down. Guyue Mo Chen pointed outside the window and reprimanded, "Humph, it's fine if that servant is dead, but you still won't let go of Fong Yuan. You're so short-sighted and don't know what's important. Do you know what you're doing? It's their business to fight among the younger generation. As the elders, we shouldn't get involved. This is the rule. Now that you're looking for trouble with Fong Yuan, you're breaking the rule. Who knows how many people are looking at the Mo family as a joke now? Grandpa, please calm down. Anger is harmful to the body. It's my fault for dragging the Mo family down. I'll do whatever Grandpa tells me to do. But I can't take this lying down. That Fong Yuan is too despicable and shameless. First, he tricked me into entering the school. Then, he hid in the dormitory and didn't come out no matter how I scolded him. Once I left, he killed Gao Wan. This is extremely treacherous and shameless. Mo Yen reported. Oh, is that so? Guyue and Mo Chen furrowed their brows. This was the first time they had heard of this information. A glint flashed through their eyes. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Stroking his beard, he muttered, I've heard of this Fong Yuan before. He composed poems in his early years and has early wisdom. Unexpectedly, his aptitude was only C grade, which made it difficult for him to be of great use. Thus, he gave up on recruiting him. Now that I think about it, it's quite interesting. After a pause, Guyue and Mo Chen knocked on the table with their fingers. Someone, bring that box over. There were servants waiting outside the door. Soon, a box was brought in. The box was neither too big nor too small, but it was a bit heavy. The servant carried it with both hands and stood beside the desk. Grandpa, what is this? Mo Yen asked curiously when she saw the wooden box. Why don't you open it and take a look? Guyue Mo Chen narrowed his eyes, his tone a little complicated. Mo Yen stood up and opened the wooden lid to take a look inside. Immediately, her expression changed and her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. She could not help but take a big step back and let out an uncontrollable cry of shock. The wooden lid in her hand also fell to the ground. Without the wooden lid, the contents of the wooden box appeared in front of everyone. It was a pile of flesh and blood. These pieces of flesh and blood were obviously cut into pieces and placed in the box. Scarlet blood accumulated inside. Some were pale white flesh and some were long intestines. There were even 1 or 2 pieces of bones mixed in, either leg bones or ribs. In the corner of the blood pool, there were 2 fingers and half a toe. Ugh! Mo Yan's beautiful face paled and she took another big step back. Her stomach was boiling and she almost vomited on the spot. Although she was a rank 2 Gu master and had gone through a lot of training and killed before, this was the first time she had seen such a disgusting scene. The flesh and blood in the box was obviously a human corpse that was cut up and stuffed inside. A strong stench of blood instantly filled the entire study room. The servant's hands were trembling and his face was deathly pale. Although he had seen this box and vomited, he still felt waves of fear and disgust when he held it. Among the 3 people in the study room, only Elder Guyue Mo Chen's expression did not change. He glanced at the flesh and blood in the box and said slowly to Mo Yan, "This box was placed by Fong Yuan at the back door of my house this morning." "What? It's really him?" Mo Yan was shocked and couldn't help but think of Fong Yuan's image. The first time she saw Fong Yuan was at the inn. At that time, Fong Yuan was sitting by the window, eating quietly. His face was ordinary, his eyes were dark, his body was thin, and his skin was pale like a teenager's. He was obviously such an ordinary and quiet teenager, but he actually did such a perverted and crazy thing. After the shock came anger. Mo Yan shouted, "This Fong Yuan is too arrogant, he must have eaten a leopard's guts. He actually dared to do this. This is a provocation to our Mo family. I'll go over now and bring him here for questioning." She was about to walk out. "Scoundrel, stop right there." Guyue Mo Chen was even angrier than her, casually grabbing a piece of inkstone on the table and throwing it out. The hard and heavy inkstone hit Mo Yan's shoulder and fell to the ground with a bang. "Grandpa!" Mo Yan held her shoulder and cried out. Guyue Mo Chen stood up and pointed at his granddaughter. He said agitatedly, "It seems that all these years of training have been in vain. You really disappoint me. To deal with a small rank 1 initial stage Gu master, not only did you mobilize so many people, you were also led by the nose by the opponent. Now you've been blinded by anger. Do you still understand the meaning of Fong Yuan's actions?" "What meaning?" Mo Yan was confused. Guyue Mo Chen snorted, "If Fong Yuan wanted to provoke us and make a big deal out of this, why didn't he place this box at the front door where people come and go? Why did he place it at the back door? Could it be that he wants to reconcile? No, if he wants to reconcile, wouldn't it be better to apologize in person? Why did he send this box of dismembered corpses? This is a provocation." Mo Yan said. Guyue Mo Chen shook his head and nodded, "He wants to reconcile, but it is indeed a provocation. He placed the wooden box at the back door to reconcile. Putting dismembered corpses in the wooden box is a provocation. Look." The old man pointed at the box. "This wooden box is not big, it can't contain a complete corpse. So there is only a part of the corpse inside. He wants to tell us that he doesn't want to make a big deal out of this and wants to keep the peace. But if the Mo family still doesn't let this go, he will throw the rest of the dismembered corpses at the front door and make a big deal out of this. When that happens, it will be a lose-lose situation. The whole family will know that the Mo family broke the rules first, and that the future leader of the Mo family is actually so weak that he needs to be pampered and protected by the elders." When Mo Yan heard this, she was momentarily stunned. She had never expected that Fong Yuan's move would have such a deep meaning. "This is a brilliant move," Guyue Mo Chen sighed. "It is just a move, but it is a combination of strength and gentleness, and he knows when to advance and when to retreat. This simple wooden box not only shows Fong Yuan's intention to compromise, but it is also his threat to the Mo family. Unfortunately, he has really grasped our Achilles heel. If the Mo family's reputation is damaged because of this, the Qi family will rise in revolt, and the family head will attack us." Mo Yan did not believe in this. She said, "Grandpa, aren't you overestimating him? He's only 15 years old." "Overestimating?" Mo Chen looked at his granddaughter unhappily. "It seems that you have been used to having a smooth life all these years, and you have developed an arrogant habit. You can't see reality clearly. This Fong Yuan was calm in the face of danger, and he tricked you into entering the school. Then, he was quick-witted and hid in the dormitory to avoid trouble. He allowed you to insult him, but he did not try to be brave. This is tolerance and calmness. After you left, he immediately killed Gao Wan. This is determination and bravery. Now, he sent this box. This is obviously a clever plan. Don't you think I overestimated him? Mo Yen was stunned. She really did not expect her grandpa to admire Fong Yuan so much. She immediately said, unconvinced, Grandpa, he is only a C grade. Guyue Mo Chen stroked his beard and sighed. Yes, he is only a C grade. He has such wisdom, but he is only a C grade. It is a pity. If his aptitude is a little higher, and he is a B grade, he will definitely be the future leader of the Guyue family. Unfortunately, he is only a C grade. The old man's sigh was full of emotion. He seemed to be regretting, but also rejoicing. Mo Yen was silent. She could not help but think of Fong Yuan's image again. Under her psychological influence, Fong Yuan's originally weak and scholarly face was now shrouded in a layer of sinister and dangerous shadow. You're the one who caused this. How do you think we should deal with it? Guyue Mo Chen suddenly broke the silence and started to test Mo Yen. Mo Yen thought for a while, then said with a cold tone, Gao Wan is just a slave. It is fine if he dies. Fong Yuan is only a C grade, so it is a small matter. The key is to protect the Mo family's reputation. In order to settle this matter, we might as well kill Gao Wan's entire family to show the whole family that we uphold the rules. Yes, it is good that you can look at the big picture and temporarily put aside your personal feelings to protect the family's interests. However, this way of dealing with it is not appropriate. Guyue Mo Chen stroked his beard and commented. Please instruct me, Grandpa. Mo Yen bowed. Guyue Mo Chen thought for a while and said, this matter was caused by you, so Grandpa will punish you by confinement for 7 days. From now on, don't cause trouble for Fong Yuan. Gao Wan offended his superior, and a slave offended his master. He deserves to die. He should be punished. Because he is a slave of the Mo family is also responsible for not disciplining him properly. Compensate Fong Yuan with 30 yuan stone. As for Gao Wan's family, give them 50 yuan stone as an allowance, then kick them out of the mansion. He paused for a while and said, for the next 7 days, rest well at home and don't go out. At the same time, think about Grandpa's intentions in dealing with this matter. Yes, Grandpa. Chapter 38. In the sky, there were layers of dark clouds, and the spring rain continued to fall. The rain was as thin as a cow's hair, and as it fell, Qingmao Mountain was covered in a thin layer of smoke. The first floor of the inn's dining hall was still deserted, with only 4 tables of guests. Fong Yuan sat by the window, and a gust of wind blew, carrying with it a poetic and floral scent. The light rain on the heavenly street is soft, the color of the grass is nowhere to be seen. Fong Yuan looked at the window, softly muttering, before retracting his gaze. The table in front of him was filled with good wine and dishes, all looking and smelling good. Especially the green bamboo wine, the fragrance of the wine was mellow and fresh. The dark green wine quietly sat in the bamboo cup, and from this angle, it gave off a warm amber luster. The table closest to him was the grandfather and grandson. They were dressed in plain clothes, and were both mortals. The old man drank the rice wine while looking at Fong Yuan with envy. He was obviously attracted by the green bamboo wine, but did not have the money to buy it. His grandson was eating the braised beans, making crunching sounds in his mouth. At the same time, he was pestering his grandfather, shaking the old man's arm, Grandfather, tell me the story of Renzu. If you don't, I'll go back and tell Grandma that you came out to steal wine. Sigh, I can't even eat in peace. The old man sighed, but his face showed a loving expression. He used his bony hand to touch his grandson's head, then I'll tell you. It is said that Renzu gave his heart to the Hope Goo, and escaped from the trap. The story of Renzu was the world's most widespread, and also the oldest legend. The old man's story was roughly like this. It was said that Renzu escaped from the trap because of hope. But he was old, without strength and intelligence, and could not continue hunting. Even his teeth had fallen out, and he could not chew on many wild fruits and vegetables. Renzu could already feel death approaching. At this time, the Hope Goo told him, "Human, you cannot die. If you die, your heart will be gone, and my hope will lose its home." Renzu was helpless. "Who wants to die? But heaven and earth want me to die, I have no choice." Hope Goo said, "Everything has hope. As long as you grab the lifespan goo, you will gain a new lifespan." Renzu had already heard of the existence of lifespan goo, but he shrugged helplessly. When lifespan goo is still, no one can sense it. When it flies, it is faster than light. How could I possibly catch it? This is too difficult. The Hope Goo told Renzu a secret: humans never give up hope. Let me tell you, in the northwest corner of the earth, there is a huge mountain. There was a cave at the top of the mountain. There were two goo worms, one round and one square, living in the cave. As long as you can subdue these two goo worms, there is no goo in the world that you cannot capture, even lifespan goo is no exception. Renzu was already at his wit's end, and this was his only hope. He spent a lot of effort to find this mountain. Then, he braved countless dangers and climbed to the top of the mountain. At the entrance of the cave at the top of the mountain, he staggered in with his last bit of strength. The cave was so dark that Renzu could not even see his own fingers. Renzu walked and walked in the darkness. From time to time, he would bump into something, causing his head to bleed. From time to time, he felt that this darkness was vast and boundless, as if it was another world, and other than himself, there was nothing around him. He spent a lot of time, but could not walk out of this boundless darkness. Not to mention subduing the two round and square goo worms. Just as he was in a daze, two voices came from the darkness. One said, "Oh human, you also want to capture us? Go back, even if you have strength goo, it is impossible." The other voice said, "Oh human, go back, we will not take your life. Even with wisdom goo's help, you may not be able to find us." Renzu fell on the ground powerlessly, gasping for breath. "Strength goo and wisdom goo have left me long ago, I do not have much lifespan left, I have nowhere else to go. But as long as there is a trace of hope in my heart, I will not give up." Hearing Renzu's words, the two voices became silent. After a while, they said, "I understand, human, you have already given your heart to the Hope Goo. You are saying that you will not give up no matter what." The other voice continued, "Since that is the case, we will give you a chance. As long as you say our names, we will be yours to use." Renzu was stunned. Trying to find two accurate names from the sea of words was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, he did not even know how many words were in the names of these two goo. Renzu quickly asked the Hope Goo, but the Hope Goo did not know either. Renzu had no other way out, he could only bite the bullet and say the names. He said many names, spending a long time, but there was no response from the darkness. He had clearly called the wrong names. Gradually, Renzu's aura became weaker. In this cave, he went from an old man to an old man. It was like the evening sun was gradually setting, half of it had already fallen into the horizon, becoming the setting sun. The food he brought with him became less and less, his mind moved slower and slower, and he did not have much strength to speak. The voice in the darkness urged, "Oh human, you are dying, let us let you go. You can use your last moments to crawl out of the cave and take a last look at this world. But you have offended us, as punishment, leave the Hope Goo here to accompany us." Renzu tightly held his chest, resolutely rejecting, "Even if I die, I will not give up hope." The Hope Goo was moved, it used all its strength to respond to Renzu, letting out a pure white light. Around Renzu's chest, specks of white light appeared. But this white light was too weak, it could not light up the darkness, it could not even cover Renzu's entire body, it could only light up his chest. Renzu, on the other hand, felt a new formless strength entering his body from the hope goo. He continued to speak, saying the names. He was already muddle-headed. There were many names that he had said before, but he could not remember them clearly. Saying them again wasted a lot of effort. His life flowed with time. Renzu did not have much time left. Finally, when he only had 1 day left to live, he said the word Jew. A sigh came from the darkness. A voice said, "Oh human, I admire your perseverance. You said my name. From today onwards, I will listen to your orders. But I can only be together with my brothers, to capture all the goo worms in the world for you. Otherwise, with just my goo, it is not enough. So give up, you are already on the verge of death, you might as well make use of this world, take a last look at it." Renzu, however, shook his head resolutely. He made use of his time and continued to speak, guessing the other goo worm's name. Time ticked by, and he only had 1 hour left. But at this time, he unintentionally said the word Jew. In an instant, the darkness disappeared. 2 goo appeared in front of him. Just like what the hope goo said, one goo was square, it was called Jew. The other goo was round, it was called Gue. Together, it was called rules. The 2 goo spoke together, "No matter who it is, as long as they know our names, we will listen to them. Oh human, since you already know our names, we will be used by you. But you must remember, it is best not to let other living beings know our names. The more that know our names, we will have to subdue them all at once. Now, you are the first person to subdue us, tell us your request." Renzu was overjoyed. "Then I order you to capture a lifespan goo for me." Rules and rules goo worked together and captured an 80-year lifespan goo. Renzu was already 100 years old. After eating this lifespan goo, the wrinkles on his face disappeared, his skinny limbs were filled with healthy muscles, and the aura of youth was once again emitted. He jumped up like a carp doing a somersault. He joyfully looked at his own body, knowing that he had once again become a 20-year-old youth. "We will stop here for today, let's go home, my good grandson." The old man finished his story and finished his wine. "Grandpa, continue, what happened to Renzu afterwards?" The grandson did not give up, shaking the old man's arm. "Let's go, we will talk when we have time." The old man wore a conical hat and a raincoat, and put a small one on his grandson. The grandfather and grandson left the inn and walked into the rain, gradually getting further away. Rules. Fong Yuan's gaze was eerie. He swirled the wine cup and looked at the green bamboo wine in the cup, feeling emotional. The legend of Renzu was widely spread in this world, almost no one did not know of it. Fong Yuan had naturally heard of it long ago. But whether it was a legend or a story, the benevolent saw benevolence and the wise saw wisdom. Earlier, the grandfather and grandson had only treated it as a story, but Fong Yuan could sense the deeper meaning behind it. Like that Renzu. When he did not know the rules, he would fumble around in the darkness. Sometimes, he would stumble around, bumping into things, getting injured and in a sorry state. Sometimes, it would be a vast expanse, falling into confusion, with no direction or goal. This darkness was not pure darkness or darkness, strength, wisdom and hope could not restrain it. Only when Renzu knew the rules, and said the name of the rules, did the darkness disappear, and Renzu welcomed light. The darkness was the darkness of rules, and this light was also the light of rules. Fong Yuan moved his gaze away from the wine cup and looked outside the window. Far away outside the window, the sky was dark and gloomy, the green mountains were endless, and the drizzle was like fog. Nearby, tall bamboo buildings appeared one after another, extending outwards. On the road, there were 2 or 3 pedestrians, their feet wet and muddy from the rain. If they were not wearing gray-green clothes, they were carrying yellow umbrellas. Fong Yuan concluded in his heart, this world is like a big chessboard, all living beings are chess pieces, moving according to their own rules. The 4 seasons have rules, spring, summer, autumn and winter cycle in order. The water has rules, flowing to the bottom. The heat has rules, rising to the top. Humans naturally have rules. Everyone has their own standpoint and principles. Take Guyue village for example, the lives of servants are cheap, but the lives of the masters are precious, this is the rule. Thus, Shen Shui wanted to climb up to the nobles, and racked her brains to get rid of her slave status. Gao Wan tried every possible way to win the favor of the masters, relying on his master's power. Towards uncle and aunt, he was greedy, wanting to swallow up his parents' inheritance. The academy elders mainly nurture Gu masters, and maintain their own position in the academy. Everyone has their own rules, every industry has its own rules, and every social group has their own rules. As long as one understands the rules, they can see the situation clearly. Get rid of the darkness and obtain the light and deal with it with ease. Fong Yuan thought of his own situation, and already had a plan in his heart. To the Mo family's leader, Guyue Mo Chen, it is to protect the family's prosperity and benefits. Mo Yen looking for trouble with me is already breaking the rules, and to protect the family's reputation, he will definitely not make a move on me. He might even take the initiative to compensate me. Actually, the Mo family is strong, and with their damaged reputation, they want to punish me, and I will not be able to resist. But Guyue Mo Chen was afraid. He was not afraid that he would break the rules, but worried that others would follow him and start to break the rules. In a fight between the younger generation, if the elders interfered, the situation would escalate, and if it involved the higher-ups, it would be a huge threat to the whole village. What Guyue Mo Chen was afraid of was that in future fights, others would lay their hands on his grandson, Guyue Mo Bei. In his family, he only has one son, and if he dies, what should he do? This kind of fear, perhaps even he himself does not know. He just subconsciously wants to maintain the rules. Fong Yuan's eyes were clear, and he was clear about this matter from beginning to end. Gao Wan was not Guyue, so he was an outsider, a servant. What was the big deal if the master executed a servant? In this world, there were many normal things. Fong Yuan had killed Gao Wan. Gao Wan's death was not the key was his master, the Mo family behind him. But this time, I sent a box of dismembered corpses. I guess Guyue Mo Chen will interpret it as a compromise and a threat. This is what I want him to understand. If nothing goes wrong, the Mo family will not pursue the matter of Gao Wan's death. Of course, if my aptitude is a grade higher, like AB grade, the Mo family will feel threatened, and even if their reputation is damaged, they will suppress me, this future threat. Fong Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Strength can be relied on, weakness can also be used. Although Fong Yuan was currently in the game, he was also a chess piece. But he was well versed in the rules, and had the heart of a chess player. Ordinary people were mostly like Guyue Mo Chen or the academy elder, and they only knew their own rules. Different professions were worlds apart. Like Fong Yuan, who could see the big picture and was well versed in the rules, it was extremely difficult. To know the rules, one had to be like Renzu, struggling in the dark, and wandering around in confusion. At this time, strength, wisdom, and hope were not very useful. He had to spend time and experience it for himself in order to gain experience. Renzu was able to say the names of the Gu, rules, and Gu, because he spent time and tried countless times under the shroud of death. Fong Yuan was well versed in the rules because of his 500 years of experience in his previous life. Since his rebirth, he was confident that he could create a glorious future. Not because of the spring-autumn cicada's reappearance, not because he knew many treasures in the mystic realms, and not because he had a grasp of the general direction of the future. Instead, it was the life experience he had accumulated over the 500 years of his previous life. Just like Renzu, who mastered the Gu, could easily capture all the insects in the world. And Fong Yuan, who was well versed in the rules and regulations, could look down from above, and see through the complicated affairs of the world. Or he could delve into a cocoon, or hit the nail on the head. I am proud and arrogant, coldly looking at the people of the world like chess pieces, following their own rules and moving forward step by step. Darkness is the darkness of the rules, and light is the light of the rules. And the reborn demon is already walking in the light. Chapter 39. May was the transition between spring and summer. The fragrance of flowers pervaded the air, and the mountains were green. The sun began to gradually show its warm side. Under the clear blue sky, white clouds floated like cotton. On Qingmao Mountain, the bamboo forest was still as straight as a spear, pointing towards the sky. Weeds grew wildly everywhere, and unknown wildflowers dotted the grass. When the wind blew, the weeds moved up and down, and the strong smell of pollen and grass assaulted one's senses. Halfway up the mountain, there were large numbers of terraced fields. Layer by layer, step by step, tender green wheat seedlings were planted, and from afar, it looked like a green sea. There were many farmers in the terraced fields, busy working. Some were cleaning the canals to divert water, while others rolled up their trousers and stood in the fields to plant seedlings. These people were naturally mortals with other surnames, as Guyu's clansmen did not engage in such lowly work. Ding ding ding, the sound of camel bells could be faintly heard in the spring wind. The farmers straightened their bodies, turning their heads towards the foot of the mountain. Only to see a caravan, like a colorful long worm, slowly peeking out from the mountain path. It's a caravan. Yes, it's already May, the caravan should be here by now. The adults understood in their hearts. The naughty children gave up playing with the water and the mud in their hands, skipping towards the caravan. Southern border had 100,000 mountains, and Qingmao Mountain was just one of them. Every mountain was inhabited by a village, and the people maintained the village with their blood and kinship. Between the mountains, the forests were deep and serene, with steep cliffs and steep cliffs. The environment was complex, with large numbers of fierce beasts and strange goo worms. Mortals could not pass through it all. If a single person wanted to pass through these obstacles, they would need to be at least a rank 3 goo master. Thus, the economy was in decline, and trade was difficult. The main form of trade was the caravan. Only by forming such a large-scale caravan could goo masters form groups, and have the ability to help each other, overcoming the difficulties on the way, and travel from one mountain to another. The arrival of the caravan was like a bowl of boiling water, suddenly pouring into the calm and peaceful Qingmao Mountain. In the past, they came in April, but this year, it's May. But he's finally here. The innkeeper heaved a sigh of relief when he heard the news. The inn's business was extremely slow in other months. They could only count on the arrival of the merchant caravan to bring them a year's worth of income. At the same time, he still had some green bamboo wine in his inventory, which he could sell to the caravans. Not only the inn's, but the tavern's business would also flourish. The caravan entered Guyu's village one after another. The one in the lead was a treasure brass toad. The toad was 2.5 meters tall and had an orange-yellow body. Its back was broad and thick, and it was covered in warts and bumps, like the huge copper rivets on ancient city gates. On the back of the treasure brass toad, a large pile of goods was secured with thick ropes. At first glance, it looked like the treasure toad was carrying a huge bag. A middle-aged man with a round, pockmarked face and a round belly was sitting cross-legged on the head of the treasure toad. His eyes narrowed into slits as he smiled and cupped his fists to greet the Guyu villagers around him. This person's name was Jia Fu, and he had rank 4 cultivation. He was the leader of this caravan. The treasure toad hopped forward, and Jia Fu sat on the toad's head steadily. When he hopped, his height was level with the window of the second floor. Even if he landed, he would be higher than the first floor of the bamboo buildings. The originally spacious street suddenly seemed narrow. The treasure brass toad was like a monster that charged into the forest of bamboo buildings. After the treasure toad was a big fat bug. Its eyes were like stained glass windows, bright and colorful. It was 15 meters long, and its body resembled a silkworm. But its surface was covered with a thick layer of black glazed leather armor. The leather armor was also piled with goods, tied with hemp ropes. In the gaps between the goods, goo masters were sitting, some old and some young. There were also mortals, all of them strong and healthy martial artists, following the black-skinned fat beetle as it slowly moved forward. After the fat beetle, there was an ostrich with colorful feathers, a hairy mountain spider, a winged snake with 2 wings and so on. But these were only the minority, and most of them were toads. These toads were similar to the treasure brass toad, just that they were slightly smaller, about the size of a cow or horse. They carried goods and people, their bellies bulging as they hopped forward. The caravan zigzagged deep into the village. Along the way, the children opened their eyes wide, looking curiously, cheering and exclaiming. The windows of the second floor opened one by one, and the villagers observed closely. Some of their eyes shone with fear, while some waved their hands to express their warm welcome. "Brother Jia, you are a little late this year, it must have been hard on you." Guyuebo used his status as the tribe leader to personally welcome the leader of this caravan. Jia Fu was a rank 4 Gu master. If a rank 3 clan elder was in charge of receiving him, it would undoubtedly be a form of neglect and contempt. Jia Fu cupped his fists, sighing, "This year was not smooth sailing, we met a group of dark blood bats on the way, and lost many experts. And on Precipice Mountain, we met the mountain fog, and really did not dare to go. Thus, we delayed a lot of time. Sorry for making Brother Guyue wait." His tone was very polite. Guyue village needed the caravan to trade every year, and the caravan also needed harmony to make money. He, it's good that you can come. Please, the tribe has already prepared food and wine, let me welcome you. Guyuebo extended his hand in invitation. Tribe leader is too polite, too polite. Jia Fu acted as if he was overwhelmed by the favor. The caravan arrived at Qingmao Mountain in the morning, and camped at Guyue village in the afternoon. By evening, the surroundings of the village had formed a large area of temporary shops. All sorts of red, blue, yellow and green tents were set up, and in between the tents, there were also countless small stalls. Night had fallen, but the place was still ablaze with lights. An endless stream of people poured into this place from the village. There were mortals, and also Gu masters. The children were jumping around in joy, and the adults also had a joyous expression as if they were celebrating a festival. Fong Yuan followed the flow of people, walking in and out of the tents. The crowd was bustling, surrounding the stalls in groups, or moving in and out of the tents. The surroundings were filled with shouts of hawking. Come, let's take a look. High-quality blue sea cloud tea, drinking this tea makes one feel as happy as a deity. Even if people don't drink it, feeding the tea gu is also cheap and delicious. One piece only costs 5 yuan stone. Brute strength longhorn beetle gu, when activated by a gu master, it can increase the strength of a bull. Don't miss it. Intimate grass, high-quality intimate grass, look at the quality, it's as fresh as if it was just picked. 2 yuan stone per caddy, what a cheap price. Fong Yuan heard this, and his footsteps paused, looking towards the source of the sound. He saw an ostrich pulling a 2-wheeled cart. On the cart was a pile of pink-green grass. Every blade of grass was a meter long, very slender, and on average only the width of a fingernail. Some of the grass even had heart-shaped flower buds at the tip. Intimate grass was one of the supplementary food for gu worms, and its value was that it could be paired with some food to feed gu worms. For example, when Fong Yuan fed the moonlight gu, he needed to feed it 2 flower petals for every meal. If he mixed in a intimate grass, the moonlight gu would be full after eating a moon orchid petal. Intimate grass was only 2 yuan stone per caddy, and every 10 moon orchid petals were 1 yuan stone. With a little calculation, he knew that mixing in the intimate grass to feed the gu worms was more cost-effective. Half a month ago, I killed Gao Wan, and because I used the moonlight gu in the academy, I was fined 30 yuan stone. But the Mo family compensated me with 30 yuan stones, so it's not considered a loss. These days, I robbed twice, totaling a total of 118 yuan stone. But recently, I have been constantly using the refined middle stage primeval essence to nourish the 4 walls of my aperture. Every day, I have to use 3 yuan stone. In addition to the gu worms' feeding costs, my own living expenses, and the yuan stone that I continuously invested to buy green bamboo wine. I still have 98 yuan stones in my hands. Ever since Fong Yuan killed someone, his cruel and cold image was deeply ingrained in the students' hearts, and for a while, no one dared to challenge him. This made robbing much easier. Every time, only a small number of people dared to go against him. Fong Yuan calculated in his heart and shifted his gaze, continuing to walk deeper into the temporary shop area. At the intimate grass stall, a group of people surrounded it. They were all Gu masters or students, holding Yuan stone in their hands, fighting to buy it. It was not that Fong Yuan did not have the money to buy this intimate grass, but he did not have the time. If I remember correctly, that mudskin toad is in that shop. In my previous life, there was a Gu master who gambled on it on the first night, and thus made a huge profit. I have to hurry, I can't lose the big picture because of a small gain. Chapter 40. The deeper he went, the more prosperous it was. There were fewer small stalls and more big tents. There were red, blue, yellow and green tents. Some were square, some were round. Some of them had 2 pillars at the entrance, while others had red lanterns hanging from them. Some were brightly lit, while others were dark. Fong Yuan looked around as he walked, and finally stopped in front of a gray tent. It's here. He looked up and saw that there were 2 pillars at the entrance of the tent. The pillars were engraved with a pair of couplets. On the left, show your courage, get the 4 seasons. On the right, show your skills, get wealth in all directions. In the middle, there was a horizontal line, luck changes. That's right, this was a casino. This casino covered an acre of land, and was already a large tent. Fong Yuan walked in. Inside the tent, there were 3 rows of counters. On the counters were pieces of amber or fossils. The small ones were the size of a palm, while the big ones were the size of a basin. There were also bigger ones, as tall as a person. Naturally, the counters could not fit them, so they stood on the ground. Different from the liveliness of the other tents, this place was quiet. There were Gu masters in 2s and 3s standing in front of the counters. Some carefully examined the stones on the counters, some picked up the fossils and rubbed them carefully in their palms, feeling the texture. Some discussed with their companions, and some discussed the price with the shop assistants. But no matter what they said, they spoke softly, trying not to disturb others. This was a gambling den. In this world of Gu, there were all kinds of strange and innumerable Gu. Gu worms had their own specific food. Without food, Gu worms could only last for a period of time before dying. But nature was cruel and merciful to life. If there was a lack of food, Gu worms had a chance of survival. That was to fall into a deep sleep and seal themselves. For example, the moonlight Gu, without the moon orchid petals, might seal itself. It would shrink its strength as much as possible, like hibernation, falling into the deepest sleep. At this time, its body would not only dissipate the blue light, but it would also turn from a transparent crystal into a gray stone, covered in a stone shell. As time passed, the stone shell would become thicker and thicker, turning into a stubborn stone. Another example was the liquor worm. If it sealed itself, it would form a white silkworm cocoon. It would curl up its body and sleep in the cocoon. Of course, this kind of sealed dormancy did not happen to all Gu worms. The probability of it happening was very small. Under normal circumstances, Gu worms would not fall asleep but starve to death. Only a small number of Gu worms would seal themselves under certain circumstances. Some Gu masters accidentally obtained these sealed Gu worms on rocks or cocoons, awakening the Gu worms within. Some of them made a small fortune from this. Some of them had a meteoric rise, their lives ushering in a turning point. These situations happened frequently in the Gu master world. There were often rumors that were true or false, causing people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. This was the source of the stubborn stones in this gambling den. Of course, these stones were similar in appearance. He had to open it to determine if there really was a Gu worm hidden inside. For a small-scale gambling den like this, 9 out of 10 stones are solid, and there are no Gu worms inside. Even if there were Gu worms in the stones, they might not all be living worms. Most of them were dead Gu worms. But once they bet on a living Gu, under most circumstances, they would make a huge profit. If the goo worm is extremely rare, then they would either have a meteoric rise, or they would be killed and robbed. Fong Yuan's heart was clear, he was very clear about the workings of this place. In his previous life, he had joined a caravan and worked as a worker in a gambling den. After a period of time, he even managed a gambling den that was bigger than this one. It was a medium-sized gambling den. He had cheated many gamblers, but also made a few mistakes, losing valuable goo worms to others several times. Fong Yuan stood at the door for a while, his gaze sweeping around before he slowly walked to the counter on the left. Behind the counter, there was a shop assistant a few meters apart. There were both men and women. They had green belts on their waists, they were not mortals, they were all rank 1 goo masters. Most of them were initial stage, some were middle stage. Seeing Fong Yuan come to the counter, a female goo master closest to him walked over, a smile on her face as she said softly, "Young master, what goo do you need?" Every stone on this counter was sold for 10 primeval stones. If it's your first time and you want to gamble a little, you can go to the counter on the right, the rocks there are only selling for 5 yuan stone. If you want excitement, you can go to the higher level counter in front, the rocks there are selling for 20 yuan stone. This was an experienced female goo master, she had been working in the gambling den for a long time. When she saw Fong Yuan come in, from his appearance, age, height and other aspects, she guessed that he was a student. Those who came to gamble were all goo masters, not mortals. And students could only be considered as reserve goo masters, they had just started cultivating and were usually short on money due to feeding their goo worms, where would they have the spare money to gamble? Students like this often came in to take a look, to broaden their horizons, and to seek novelty. Most of them only looked and did not buy, a few with good family backgrounds might buy one to give it a try. But they usually only bought the cheapest fossils. Thus, the female goo master did not look forward to how many rocks Fong Yuan could buy. "Let me take a look first." Fong Yuan nodded at her expressionlessly, and then buried his head to look. In his memory, it should be this counter in this gambling den. But 500 years was really too long. Many things were very blurry, especially the 500 years of memory, it was a huge storage. Honestly speaking, Fong Yuan did not remember it very clearly. He only vaguely remembered that it was in this year, on the first night of the caravan's arrival, there was a lucky person who spent 10 yuan stone to buy a purple gold fossil. He opened the rock on the spot and obtained a mudskin toad. Then this goo toad was bought by someone, and he earned a lot of yuan stone. Fong Yuan looked for a while, his brows slightly furrowing. On this counter, there were over 20 fossils with purple gold luster. Which one was hiding the mudskin toad? Every rock here was sold for 10 yuan stone. Fong Yuan had 98 yuan stone on him now, and according to this estimation, he could buy at most 9. But in reality, it could not be calculated like this. Any risk and gamble had to be considered. Fong Yuan was no longer that kind of hothead, nor was he a gambler who thought highly of himself. Those who thought they were favored by fate usually fell under the hands of fate. I am alone, without the support of friends and family. I need to leave some yuan stone to support my life, and to buy food to feed the goo worm. He calculated slightly, with the basic guarantee, he could buy at most 7 fossils. This rock is decorated with purple gold, but it is flat like a cake, there is no mudskin toad inside. This purple gold is dazzling, but it is only the size of a fist. If there is really a mudskin toad inside, it should be at least 30% bigger. This purple gold fossil is big, but its surface is extremely smooth, while the mudskin toad's rock skin is full of holes. Obviously not. Fong Yuan continued to size it up, eliminating and filtering. After the goo worm was sealed and hibernated, the fossil formed was one, and blocked most of the world's detection methods. The remaining detection methods were forceful and brutal, and once used, they would kill the dying goo worm inside. Thus, when goo masters chose rocks, they could only rely on guessing, experience, luck, and the occasional flash of inspiration. If not for that, this place would not be called a casino. Of course, in this world, there were all sorts of strange things, and it was possible that there were some extremely gentle detection methods that could let the goo master know if there was a goo worm inside the rock. Fong Yuan had heard of some rumors in his previous life, but after verification, he found that they were all rumors. Fong Yuan secretly thought, if there really is such a method, it must be a secret inheritance, and would only be in the hands of an extremely small number of mysterious people. It would not affect the overall situation of the gambling industry. It was better around Qingmao Mountain, but the further east one went, the more popular the casinos became. In the Baitu Mountain region, every village had a casino. In some of the larger villages, there were also large casinos. In the three villages famous for their stone gambling foresight, Boulder Village, Ancient Tomb Village, and Grey Whale Village, there were even larger stone gambling dens. These three large stone gambling dens each had a history of over 1,000 years. Even now, their business was still booming, and there was an endless stream of gamblers. There had never been any incidents of them being swept clean. Right now, the tent that Fong Yuan was in could barely be considered a small-scale casino. But if any other 15-year-old came here, they would definitely be dazzled by all these fossils, and even if they chose a fossil, it would be purely a blind guess. But Fong Yuan was different. First of all, he already knew a portion of the answer, so the range of choices was suddenly narrowed to less than 30. Of course, from these 20 over fossils, it was not easy to choose the only one. But Fong Yuan had 500 years of experience as a foundation. Relying on this solid foundation, he observed for a while, and chose the 6 purple gold fossils that fit the criteria. He was 80% sure, the mudskin toad was sleeping in one of the purple gold fossils. Chapter 41. I want to buy some stones. After choosing his target, Fong Yuan said to the female goo master. Newbie. The female goo master immediately thought of this. No matter how bad a gambler is, if they want to buy it, they have to inspect it first. First observe it carefully, then rub the stone in their hands, feeling the texture and weight of the stone. After observing it for a while, if they feel something is wrong, the gamblers will give up. They will not immediately say they want to buy it. And people like Fong Yuan, who immediately say they want to buy, are undoubtedly newbies who are gambling for the first time. But although the female goo master thought so, her expression did not change, her smile was still like a flower as she softly asked Fong Yuan, then which one do you want to choose? Fong Yuan pointed, this one. The female goo master immediately took it out. Fong Yuan pointed again, this one. The female goo master was slightly surprised, she did not expect this young man to buy 2 at once. Looks like this young man's gambling habits are more intense. She evaluated in her heart. But immediately after, Fong Yuan pointed again, and this one, that one, I'll buy them both. The female goo master was stunned, feeling greatly surprised. She could not help but size up Fong Yuan again. Looks like this ordinary-looking young man, his family background should be very good. Otherwise, how can a normal goo master have so much spare money? Thinking of this, the female goo master's smile became gentler and friendlier. She did not expect the young man in front of her to be a customer. This was an unexpected surprise. But Fong Yuan surprised the female goo master again. He pointed to the furthest purple gold stone, right, and the 2 over there. The female goo master's heart couldn't help but be slightly shocked. Which Guyu village's rich young master is this? He seems to be the successor of a branch family. If I can get close to him, maybe I won't have to stay here and work so hard as a shop assistant. Thinking of this, the female goo master's smile became even gentler, even her gaze towards Fong Yuan had a hint of charm. 6 stones, placed in front of Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan took out 60 yuan stone and handed it to the female goo master without hesitation. His action of paying the bill immediately attracted the attention of other goo masters in the tent. Someone is starting to gamble on stones. We watched for more than an hour, but we didn't dare to make a move. Now that someone is testing the waters, it's good to see. He's just a student. To be able to take out 60 pieces of yuan stone in one go, he must be quite wealthy. Looks like he's a real hothead. Humph, is stone gambling that easy to gamble? I'm going to hit my head hard today. The Gu masters stood on the spot, discussing softly as they looked at Fong Yuan. Sir, do you want to open the stone on the spot? Our casino will open the stone for you for free. The female Gu master gently suggested, her eyes sending flirtatious glances. Fong Yuan glanced around with the corner of his eyes, and an inexplicable smile appeared on his lips. He waved his hand, rejecting the female Gu master. Purple gold is my lucky color. This is my first time gambling on rocks, it has great significance. I want to open the stone myself. The female Gu master's eyes shone brighter, thinking, such heroism, he is indeed a rich young master. She would never have thought that Fong Yuan could be said to have no relatives or friends in the Guyue village. He was like duckweed, without any backing, and had to rely on himself for everything. TSK, so what if you have money? I wonder which rascal is it, wasting his father's hard-earned money. This kid doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Who relies on lucky color to choose a stone? Sigh, this kind of behavior is simply throwing a yuan stone into the water, and then smashing it into the water for fun. The gazes of the Gu masters in the tent dimmed. After confirming that Fong Yuan was a prodigal, their originally low expectations were immediately reduced to nothing. Some Gu masters even retracted their gazes, turning their heads and observing the fossils on the counter again. The changes in the surroundings did not affect Fong Yuan's state of mind at all. He was expressionless, silently mobilizing the primeval essence in his primeval sea and putting it into the moonlight Gu. In the next moment, the crescent moon mark on his right palm emitted a water-like pale blue light. Fong Yuan used this right hand to grab a purple gold stone, holding it in his palm. Then he closed his fingers, slowly kneading and rubbing the surface of the fossil. The blue light flashed continuously, the light rippling like water. The purple gold stone became smaller and smaller, and large amounts of powdery stone chips fell from between Fong Yuan's fingers, falling onto the carpet in the tent. Good move, young master. The female Gu master seized the opportunity and immediately opened her mouth to praise. This young man, he isn't completely useless. He has real skills. Seeing this scene, the Gu master's eyes flashed with a trace of complex light. They had a whole new level of respect for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan used the blue light to grind the surface of the stone. This was a subtle use of the moonlight Gu. Usually, only Gu masters who had used the moonlight Gu for 2 to 3 years could reach this level. With Fong Yuan's age and status as a student, it was very rare to be able to do this. Look, he is using our Guyue clan's unique moonlight Gu. Some Gu masters discovered this and immediately felt proud, looking at Fong Yuan more pleasing to the eye. But this method is still too rough to use for cutting rocks. Some of the more experienced Gu masters shook their heads. The purple gold stone became smaller and smaller. At first, it could not be closed with one palm, but after a while, it shrunk to the size of a fist and was wrapped by Fong Yuan's fingers. The blue light became stronger, and the fossil became the size of a marble. In the end, only a pile of stone powder was left, falling onto the carpet and forming a small puddle. This was completely a solid rock, there were no Gu worms inside. As expected, unreliable. The Gu masters shook their heads. Young master, there are still 5 more purple gold stones. The female Gu master encouraged warmly. Fong Yuan's expression was calm, not the slightest bit affected. He grabbed the second purple gold stone and continued to grind it. But the result of this one was still a solid rock, there were no Gu worms inside. It was the same for the third one. One of the Gu masters said impatiently, "Stop looking, there is no need to gamble on a rock chosen based on color. If he can get a good Gu, I will eat all the stone powder on the floor." Someone laughed lightly. "Young master, don't be discouraged. Aren't there 3 more, you have only cut through half." The female Gu master exhaled, cheering for Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan grabbed the 4th piece, and when he grinded it to the size of a palm, he suddenly stopped. There is material. The stone material has changed, it is not purple gold stone, but a black ink color. Is he really going to catch a dead mouse with a blind cat? The surrounding Gu masters let out a soft gasp. Young master, please be careful when you cut the rock. Don't move too much, the sleeping Gu worms are extremely weak. If you use too much strength, you will accidentally kill the Gu worm inside. The female Gu master did not expect such a situation to occur. She was stunned for a moment before cautiously reminding him. Fong Yuan's movements were much slower, and as he rubbed his fingers, the stone fell off with a sizzling sound. It was intermittent, no longer as continuous as before. The black stone powder fell, the stone became smaller and smaller, and Fong Yuan's movements became even slower and gentler. The stone powder on the carpet piled up higher, and the black ink stone core in Fong Yuan's hands was finally used up. Sigh, what a pity, it is only a stone in a stone. What a waste of my emotions, I thought there was really a Gu worm. You guys are too gullible, is stone gambling such an easy thing? 10 out of 10 are empty, otherwise how can the shop make money? Young master, your luck is actually quite good. You got a stone in a stone on your first try, normal people can't do it. The female Gu master used another method to console Fong Yuan, and at the same time, to prepare his heart for the following outcome. It was common for people to end up empty-handed from stone gambling. From her point of view, Fong Yuan was just doing it casually, the possibility of him choosing a Gu stone was close to zero. Fong Yuan smiled, and did not reply, but took out the fifth piece. He carefully grinded it, and this time, in just 10 breaths of time, the purple gold stone surface was ground away, revealing a bumpy yellow mud ball. Chapter 42. Don't tell me it's a rock in a rock again. Seems like it. But it's weird, this yellow soil is wrapped in a hard purple gold rock, it should be smooth and round, why is the surface uneven? The surrounding Gu masters were puzzled. Looking at the yellow soil ball in his hand, Fong Yuan's expression did not change, but his heart moved slightly. He continued to grind, and the blue light was like water, turning the soil into powder. In the powdery soil, there were many lumps of soil, falling onto the pile of stone powder at his feet. Don't tell me there's really something inside? Some Gu masters saw this and stared with their eyes wide open. It's hard to say. Some people's tone was uncertain. I feel like there's something inside, it seems like there's something inside, someone said softly. The yellow soil ball gradually became smaller, and when it was about the size of a palm, someone suddenly barged into the tent. Lad, take it easy. I, Jia Jinsheng, will buy this soil ball. Fong Yuan's hands stopped, and at once, the Gu masters in the tent focused their attention on this person. This person looked young, about 20 to 25 years old. He wore a golden robe, with a silk belt around his waist, and in the middle of the belt was a square jade piece. The jade piece had a horizontal jade rune, forming the rarely seen one word. Obviously, this was a rank 1 Gu master. 20 years old, and still a rank 1 Gu master, it seems his aptitude was not that great. But this person's status was somewhat special. Seeing this person, the Gu masters in the tent bowed and said in unison, "Subordinate greets second young master." Second young master? He called himself Jia Jinsheng, could he be the half-brother of the caravan leader Jia Fu? That means, this gambling den should be opened by him. But now that he interfered, it seems like he is breaking the rules of the casino. The Gu masters discussed softly. That's right, I am the shopkeeper of this shop. Little brother, so young yet you are gambling on stones. Aren't you afraid of being scolded by your family? I will offer 40 yuan stone to buy the soil ball in your hand. What do you think? 40 pieces of yuan stone is quite a lot, and there might not be any Gu inside. It's just that I'm in a good mood today, and since it's your first time gambling, I don't want you to lose all your money. Take it as me giving you some back. Jia Jinsheng quickly walked in front of Fong Yuan and said, 40 yuan stone. Fong Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly, squinted at Jia Jinsheng, and sneered, "It seems that you want to forcefully buy the mud ball fossil in my hand?" Forcefully buying was against the rules of the casino. Moreover, on Qingmao Mountain, you want to bully me, a person with the surname Guyue, in public? Hearing Fang Yuan's final words, the other Gu masters present could not stand still. They could not help but feel a sense of common hatred towards the enemy as they rushed towards Fang Yuan's direction. The way he looked at Jia Jinsheng also became unfriendly. Jia Jinsheng had thought that a 15-year-old boy like Fang Yuan would be easy to deal with, and that he would be able to move his heart with just a few words. He did not expect Fang Yuan's methods to be so good. With just a few words, he had fallen into a disadvantageous situation. Seeing the posture of the Gu masters rushing over, Jia Jinsheng's expression immediately changed. He changed his tone and hurriedly waved his hands. "Little brother, you misunderstood. I am the shopkeeper of the gambling den. How can I destroy my own platform and break my own rules? Then how can I still do business in the future? He. I just saw that your mud ball was interesting, so I wanted to buy it. If you don't want to sell, then forget it. But if you don't have anything later, don't blame me for not warning you." Fang Yuan did not bother with him anymore, turning his head and concentrating on rubbing the mud ball in his hand. His movements were very slow, very meticulous. Often, after a while, wisps of dry mud powder would fall down. As he moved, a dormant Gu worm gradually appeared in front of everyone. Oh my God, there really is a Gu worm. He really opened a Gu. Are you kidding me? This kind of stone gambling can work? This young man's luck is off the charts. He actually used his luck to forcefully open a Gu worm. At once, the Gu masters exclaimed in shock. The female Gu master subconsciously covered her mouth, looking at this scene in disbelief. She had become a shop assistant, and had been to many villages, meeting all kinds of people and many customers, but she had never seen such a dramatic scene. There really is a Gu worm. Jia Jinsheng's eyes flashed with a cold light, his heart filled with hatred. He was narrow-minded and easily jealous. What he liked to do the most was to take advantage of others. What he hated the most was to be taken advantage of. He opened this gambling den, and arranged a tight network of spies inside. Once a customer seemed to be opening a Gu worm, he would get the news and appear, usually forcefully buying it. Right now, Fang Yuan was in his gambling den, opening a Gu worm right under his nose. Jia Jinsheng felt his heart bleed. What he opened was a toad Gu. It was yellow all over, its belly was pale yellow, its back was brown and bumpy, covered with warts that were unique to toads. At first glance, it was somewhat horrifying. It was not big, only the size of a palm. Holding it in his palm, it was like holding 2 or 3 eggs. Under all kinds of shocked, envious and jealous gazes, Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he carefully mobilized his primeval essence, injecting it into the toad's body. Immediately, this toad was refined by him. Gu worms obtained from unsealing fossils were extremely weak. Not only did they have little strength left, their wool was also muddled, without any ability to resist, and could be easily refined by the Gu master. The toad Gu was awakened from its slumber by Fang Yuan. It slowly opened its eyes, its belly slightly bulging as it softly called out. Croak. Although this sound was weak, it caused the expressions of the people present to become extremely interesting. The difference in value between a living Gu and a dead Gu was huge. It's a living Gu, he opened a living Gu. Someone rubbed his eyes, not daring to believe it. This is a mudskin toad, damn it, it really is a mudskin toad. Someone recognized the toad Gu's identity, shouting excitedly. This young lad is so lucky. Why don't I have such luck? Someone sighed, his emotions complicated, containing envy, jealousy and hatred. Young master, congratulations. This is the most precious Gu worm I've seen so far. The female Gu master was so excited that her words were somewhat incoherent, her eyes shining brightly. It's actually a mudskin toad. This is a rare rank 2 Gu worm, worth a whole 500 yuan stone. Damn it. Someone actually opened such a Gu worm in my shop. I've lost big. Jia Jinsheng's face was pale, staring at the toad. He had a strong urge to snatch it over. But he knew he couldn't. If he really did that, he would be seeking his own death. This was not his clan's village, but a foreign land, the territory of Gyue clan. Maybe I should offer a few dozen more yuan stone, maybe he will transfer it to me. That's right, he's just a student. If I offer 100 yuan stone, I'm not afraid he won't be moved. Why didn't I do that? Jia Jinsheng was filled with regret. No, maybe this lad doesn't know what's good for him. Although he opened this mudskin toad, I should be able to suppress the price and buy it. Jia Jinsheng had a glimmer of hope in his heart. But the next moment, this glimmer of hope was mercilessly shattered by Fang Yuan's words. Fang Yuan stared indifferently at the mudskin toad in his hands, not caring about the exclamations of shock and admiration from others. He used a calm tone and said to Jia Jinsheng, "Mudskin toad, rank 2 gu worm, eats a caddy of yellow mud every meal, the more fertile the mud, the better. It is rare, and is the main gu needed to refine the treasure brass toad. The market price is 500 yuan stone. Jia Jinsheng, do you want to buy it? You actually know so much." Jia Jinsheng's lips trembled, almost speechless after such a blow. Fang Yuan laughed lightly and continued, "If you're not willing, then forget it. I'll sell it to others, I believe there will be people who will buy it." Hold on. I'll buy it. But can you lower the price a little?" Jia Jinsheng's face showed a bitter smile. Fang Yuan turned around and left. Jia Jinsheng quickly chased after him, Don't go. I'll buy it. Fang Yuan did not have any plans to nurture this mudskin toad. It was a rank 2 gu worm, and Fang Yuan was only at rank 1 initial stage. Although it ate yellow mud, Qingmao Mountain was covered in green mud, and it was troublesome to get food. Moreover, if he did not sell this toad gu, Fang Yuan would have to feed 3 gu worms at the same time with his own strength. Yuan stone consumption would increase, and the yuan stone he had now was not enough to feed them. Thus, Fang Yuan's goal had always been to sell the mudskin toad and earn 500 yuan stone, earning a sum of money. 500 yuan stone, to a rank 1 initial stage gu master like Fang Yuan, was already a huge sum of money. The transaction was completed quickly, and Fang Yuan transferred the mudskin toad to Jia Jinsheng in front of everyone, and at the same time received 5 heavy money bags. Each money pouch contained 100 pieces of primeval stones. Fang Yuan's original wealth was 98 pieces, and after spending 60 in stone gambling, he was left with 38 pieces. This way, his wealth multiplied by several times, and he now had 538 yuan stone. Many gu masters saw this scene with their own eyes, and their eyes turned red. Fang Yuan kept the 5 money bags in his arms, and picked up the last purple gold fossil, walking out of the tent leisurely. "Young master, is this yuan stone not working?" The female gu master blinked, and looked at Fang Yuan's back, reminding him loudly. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, and left the gambling den without looking back, leaving behind a group of stunned gu masters, looking at each other in silence. Chapter 43. Waves rose and fell in the green copper primeval sea, rising and falling. Above the sea, the liquor worm curled up into a ball, emitting a faint white mist of wine. A gust of primeval essence rushed upwards, straight into the wine mist. By the time it landed, half of it was gone, and the color was deeper. From the initial stage emerald green, it turned into the middle stage pale green. The middle stage primeval essence fell into the primeval sea, but it did not mix with the initial stage primeval essence. It was as if it was heavier, sinking into the bottom. The upper half of the primeval sea was initial stage primeval water, and the lower half was middle stage primeval essence. As time passed, the wine mist lingered in the aperture. Under the refinement of the liquor worm, the initial stage primeval essence gradually decreased, and the middle stage primeval essence gradually increased. It could be clearly seen that the middle stage primeval essence in the lower half was getting higher and higher, while the initial stage primeval essence in the upper half was dropping and rising. Fang Yuan refined the primeval essence while absorbing the natural primeval essence from the yuan stone, quickly replenishing the aperture in his body. Finally, 45% of the primeval sea in the aperture was completely refined into middle-stage primeval essence. Thanks to the middle-stage primeval essence, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to cut the rock 5 times in a row in the gambling den. Sitting cross-legged on the bed in the dormitory, Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. It was already late at night. After he came out of the gambling den, he did not go to any other shops, but went straight back to the academy. Although it was near the Guyue village, as a rank 1 initial stage Gu master, having 538 yuan stones was still too much. This was not only because these yuan stones were heavy and inconvenient to carry around. It also attracted covetous eyes, and could endanger one's life. If a rank 1 upper stage, or even a rank 2 Gu master had evil intentions, with Fang Yuan's current ability, he would not be able to handle them. Money is just a worldly possession, and it is sad that people die because of money. It is laughable that many people in the world cannot see through this. The boat of profit carries many people, and also how many people sink. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, looking at the gray yuan stone in his hand. A complete yuan stone was the size of a duck egg. But the one in his hand, because half of the true essence had been absorbed, had already shrunk a whole circle. Fang Yuan did not feel heartache at all. Everything has its pros and cons. He only had C-grade aptitude, and he had to use the liquor worm to refine his Jin Yuan. Yuan stone consumption was several times that of his peers. However, it was also because of this that he was able to overcome his lack of aptitude. In terms of true cultivation progress, he could be ranked in the top 3. Fang Yuan put the yuan stone back into his coin pouch and took out the last piece of the purple gold fossil. He had bought a total of 6 pieces at the casino, opened 5 on the spot, and brought the last one back with him. His eyes shone brightly and he activated the moonlight goo again. His 5 fingers rubbed together as he dissected the rock. Under the blue light, the purple gold fossil rapidly shrunk, and in the end, it was ground into nothingness, leaving only a small pile of stone powder on the ground beside the bed. Fang Yuan was not surprised. When it came to stone gambling, 9 out of 10 gambles were lost. Even if he had 500 years of experience, he could only lose 8 out of 10 gambles. The remaining 20% chance of winning was divided into dead goo and live goo. The dead goo did not have much value. As for the live goo, it might not be that rare goo. If it was really a live goo with great value, it would instead attract a fatal disaster. Fang Yuan's current cultivation was very low, he was at the bottom of the goo master hierarchy. If the mudskin toad that he had just opened was not near the Guyue village, he might have been robbed by Jia Jinsheng. Gambling was never a way to get rich. Instead, many people went bankrupt because of it. This was not Fang Yuan's path of development. Although the last purple gold fossil did not have a goo worm, Fang Yuan was not disappointed. But Fang Yuan was not disappointed, instead looking at the pile of stone powder on the ground, he gradually smiled. That's right, his ultimate goal in entering the casino was this pile of stone powder. As for the mudskin toad, it was just something he did in passing. He dissected the rock in private and other than him, no one knew the true result. From now on, he could make an excuse and say that the liquor worm was awakened from this purple gold fossil. This was a great idea. First, no one could be sure what kind of goo was sealed in the fossil. Who would dare say that the liquor worm could not sleep in the purple gold fossil? This was completely possible. Secondly, he had a few eyewitnesses. Him opening the mudskin toad must have left a deep and distinct impression on the goo masters in the casino. Thirdly, even if someone did not give up, he could attribute it all to luck. Luck was the hardest thing to understand. Even if someone suspected that this was the flower wine monk's liquor worm, with the excuse of luck, there was nothing they could do. In the dark room, Fang Yuan's gaze was gloomy. Blindly hiding it was like trying to cover a fire with paper. One day, he would be exposed. To get rid of the liquor worm, he had to take the initiative. This was Fang Yuan's style. Moreover, he had thought about it carefully. In the following cultivation process, he needed to expose the liquor worm. A rank 1 gu like the liquor worm is very precious to a rank 1 gu master. But at rank 2, it is no longer useful. Thus, if it is exposed, it will at most attract some attention. It does not affect the big picture, so it is not important. It is not like the spring-autumn cicada. If the spring-autumn cicada is exposed, I might die without a burial place. With 500 years of life experience, Fang Yuan had long since seen through people's psychology, and understood it like the back of his hand. The flower wine monk's inheritance and the mudskin toad. In my memory, these were the only two things that could be taken advantage of, and now I have picked them up. From now on, I can only rely on myself to cultivate step by step. Fang Yuan sighed and stretched his body, feeling a kind of fatigue. A gu master's primeval sea cultivation could not replace sleep. Fang Yuan pulled up the bedding and laid on the bed, his eyes still half open. Although there were more than 500 pieces of yuan stone hidden at the head of the bed, and many jars of green bamboo wine stored under the bed, he still felt a faint sense of danger. These 500 pieces of yuan stone was already a limit. Extreme prosperity leads to decline. Fang Yuan was clear that his primeval stone expenditure would only increase in the future. And most of his income came from extorting his classmates. He could already feel that the classmates around him had obvious improvements. Especially in the recent extortions, Guyue Mabe, Qicheng and his brother Guyue Fangzheng, these three had great improvements in their fist and leg skills. In the past, they could be dealt with in 1 or 2 moves, but now they needed 5 or 6. After 3 or 4 more robberies, their fist and leg skills will be honed. They will challenge me one by one, and with my current stamina, I can't take that kind of continuous battle. 500 pieces of yuan stone may seem like a lot, but with my intense consumption of 4 pieces of yuan stone a day, it is actually not much. There are no more treasures on Qingmao Mountain, but the nearby Baigu Mountain has a secret inheritance left behind by a rank 4 righteous gu master. But to obtain this inheritance is very troublesome. There is an important checkpoint that requires 2 people to work together to pass. Sigh, the main thing is that the flower wine monk's inheritance is too little, and I only got a liquor worm. There is still that image wall. Maybe I can sell it to one of the merchants in the caravan. As Fang Yuan pondered, his eyelids became heavier and heavier until he fell asleep. Chapter 44. The next day at noon, Fang Yuan went to the merchant district outside the village while he was eating lunch. Because they had to work during the day, there were not many villagers in the tents and stalls. Fang Yuan followed his memory and walked to the place where the intimate grass was sold last night. But he saw an empty handcart, parked on the spot. Dragging the handcart was an ostrich. It stood proudly on the spot, its body was as big as an ostrich and its appearance was like a chicken, but its back was bulging, forming an arc. A pair of wide wings were folded at its side, its colorful feathers bright and dazzling. The chicken's head was raised high, its bright red comb like an agate crown. Under the illumination of the sun, it shone with a lustrous luster. It seems I was a step too late, the intimate grass has already been sold out. What a pity, if I had bought a few kilograms of intimate grass, I could have saved a lot of yuan stone. Fang Yuan's footsteps paused for a moment, before he left and continued walking inside. Come, let's taste the village's wine. There are over 100 types of fine wine here. There's the best lantern grass wine, the lingering 9 melody wine, the quiet and elegant gu longjing wine, the sweet and sour flower stone wine, the mouth-watering 100 springs old cellar, the rich and fragrant drunken 3 autumns. In front of a blue barrel-shaped tent, the waiter was shouting with all his might. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, his interest immediately piqued. He turned around and entered this wine shop. The wine shop's facilities were very unique. At the innermost part of the tent, there was a long counter. A gu master was guarding it, behind him were tens of wicker basket-sized crystal ladybugs, clinging to the tent's cloth. The tent's floor was not covered with carpet, but directly exposed the mountain rocks and soil. In the soil grew a group of colorful mushrooms. These mushrooms were colorful, round, somewhat cute. Some were as big as a table, some as small as a stool. Around a table-sized mushroom, there were a few stool-sized mushrooms. These are true mushrooms, intentionally grown by a goo master. They can absorb dust and turbid air, purifying the air, a type of grass goo. Fong Yuan immediately recognized these mushrooms. He chose a small mushroom and sat down. The surface of the mushroom immediately caved in slightly, giving Fong Yuan the illusion that he was sitting on a sofa on earth. "Young master, this is the wine list. What kind of wine would you like?" A waiter came over. Fong Yuan looked at the wine list and found that the wine here was more expensive than the green bamboo wine. "I'll have a glass of monkey wine," Fong Yuan said as he put down the wine menu. "A cup of monkey wine." The waiter turned his head and shouted. At the counter, the rank 1 goo master heard it and immediately bent down, taking out a bamboo wine cup from the counter. Then, glass in hand, he turned to face the tent behind him. On the blue canvas of the tent, there were dozens of large crystal ladybugs quietly clinging to the tent with their heads down and their tails up. It was like a decoration hanging on the wall of a tent. These crystal ladybugs were also a type of goo. Their stomachs were hollow and were often used by goo masters to store precious liquid. They were transparent, as if they were made of crystal. From the outside, one could see what kind of wine was stored in the round stomachs of the ladybug. The goo master quickly found the crystal ladybug with the monkey wine in it. He placed the bamboo wine cup under the mouth of the ladybug and used his other hand to gently stroke the ladybug's crystal carapace. An extremely small amount of primeval essence flowed into the crystal ladybug's body. Then, the ladybug opened its mouth and a stream of wine flowed down, pouring into the bamboo wine cup. The wine splashed for a while and suddenly stopped. The goo master placed the bamboo wine cup filled with monkey wine on the counter. The waiter outside the counter had been waiting for a long time. He carefully picked it up and walked a few steps, bringing it to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan only took a light sip. The monkey wine was a fruit wine. It was mellow and sweet, soft in the mouth. He did not drink again, but with a thought, he called out the liquor worm. The white and fat liquor worm turned into a white light, drawing a half arc in the air, and with a plop, it fell into the wine cup. The wine splashed everywhere, splashing on the mushroom table. The liquor worm happily rolled around in the wine cup, the monkey wine dropping at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a few breaths, the wine cup was empty, not a single drop left. "It's the liquor worm!" The goo master at the counter exclaimed, his eyes shining. He was a rank 1 goo master, with only D-grade talent. He followed the caravan and worked in this wine shop. He wanted to travel while looking for opportunities. The liquor worm could refine primeval essence and raise a small realm. To a rank 1 goo master, it could be said to be an extremely precious goo worm. Wasn't this the opportunity he was looking for? "Young master, I wonder if you can part with your liquor worm." He excitedly walked over, his face full of sincerity. Fong Yuan shook his head, firmly rejecting him, then got up and left. His purpose in coming here was to expose the liquor worm. He never thought of selling it. Young master, please wait. I am very sincere, maybe we can sit down and slowly discuss." The goo master reluctantly followed Fong Yuan to the entrance of the tent. But Fong Yuan did not respond. In the end, he could only stand still, looking at Fong Yuan's back with great regret as he turned the corner and disappeared from his sight. Unknowingly, the sun gradually set, the crescent moon flying up. In the night, the moonlight shone like water, but was evaporated by the lights of countless shops. Tonight, the shops were crowded, and business was still booming. Fong Yuan was pushed forward by the crowd, all kinds of discussions unavoidably entering his ears. Shops usually open for 3 days and 3 nights. Tonight is already the second night. By the morning of the day after tomorrow, the caravan will set off again. So if we want to buy something, we have to hurry. Yesterday I saw a golden bell goo, sigh, it's too expensive. After haggling with the shopkeeper for half a day, it didn't get much cheaper. I'll go take a look tonight. Did you guys hear, just last night? A young man actually opened a mudskin toad in the gambling den, earning a total of 500 yuan stone. Fong Yuan listened attentively, and could not help but feel disappointed. He did not hear any news about the liquor worm. The liquor worm is only a rank 1 gu. It is very important to rank 1 gu masters, but to rank 2 and rank 3 gu masters, it cannot refine their primeval essence. So it is normal that no one paid attention to it. But the matter of exposing the liquor worm, I can't be too hasty. If I do it too pretentiously, I will be exposed, Fong Yuan thought to himself as he walked. At this moment, the crowd in front of him surged. Immediately after, Fong Yuan heard someone shout, "Come and see, there is a black-hearted shop, selling fake goo to our clansmen." Immediately, there were people in the crowd who were filled with righteous indignation. Ha! Something like this actually happened. Quick, go and see which shop dares to deceive our clansmen. Fong Yuan followed the flow of people, following them. He saw a group of people surrounding the entrance of a large red tent, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Some were looking curiously, some crossed their arms and looked coldly, but most of their faces were shrouded in a thin layer of anger. 2 people stood at the entrance of the tent. One was a young rank 2 gu master. Looking at his attire, he was obviously a Guyue clansman. The other person was a familiar face. It was the owner of the gambling den, Jia Jinsheng. The young gu master held a black gu worm in his hand, raising it up high and shouting at the surrounding people, "Clansmen, this is the person in front of me. Yesterday he sold me a fake gu. He lied to me and said it was a black boar gu, selling me 250 yuan stone. But when I bought it and refined it, I found out that it was not a black boar gu, it was just the most common smelly fat worm." Jia Jinsheng laughed coldly, "Don't slander me. When did I say this gu was a black boar gu? What proof do you have?" The young gu master saw Jia Jinsheng's denial and was furious, grabbing Jia Jinsheng's arm. "You unscrupulous merchant, you dare to deny it. You dare to lie to your lord Guyue on Qingmao Mountain. Are you looking for death? Let go." Jia Jinsheng was also furious, swinging his sleeves and slapping the young gu master's hand away. "You want to cause trouble and extort money, but you don't know who you are dealing with. I'm not afraid of you. My brother is Jia Fu, a rank 4 gu master. What can you do to me? You!" The young gu master stared angrily, but did not dare to make another move. The title of a rank 4 gu master had already scared him. "Ah, pooey!" Jia Jinsheng spat on the ground, raising his head and looking at the young gu master, letting out a disdainful laugh. "You are the one who wanted to take advantage of me. Why don't you use your brain to think? The black boar gu can increase a gu master's strength from the root. It is such a rare rank 1 gu, its market price is even higher than the liquor worm, usually selling for 600 yuan stone. You think you can buy a black boar gu with 250? Dream on. Bastard!" The young gu master gritted his teeth, his face red and his body trembling in anger. His chest was filled with anger from the humiliation. The crowd was buzzing, restless and discussing. But no one dared to step forward. Jia Fu's title as a rank 4 gu master was like an invisible mountain, suppressing the crowd. This lad is too despicable. What an unscrupulous merchant. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant on Qingmao Mountain, so he is Jia Fu's younger brother. I heard they have the same father but different mothers. He himself is only a rank 1 gu master, but using this relationship to act like a tyrant in the caravan. What exactly is going on? Right at this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. "Jia Fu is here. The leader is here to settle the dispute. Everyone move aside." The discussion suddenly stopped, and the crowd quickly dispersed, forming a narrow passageway. A short and sturdy middle-aged gu master with a fat belly walked along the passageway and walked in. He wore a long-sleeve yellow robe. It was the leader of this caravan, Jia Fu. "Lord Jia Fu, greetings." Even though the young gu master was filled with anger, he did not dare to show it. He forcefully held it in and cupped his fists towards Jia Fu. Jia Jinsheng stood on the spot, as if he did not expect his brother to come. His face turned pale and his eyes flashed with anger. This slight change in expression made Fong Yuan, who had been observing from afar, fall into deep thought. Chapter 45. Hello, young Gu Master, do you have any questions? Jia Fu walked to the center of the crowd and asked in a friendly manner. The young Gu Master was overwhelmed by the favor, and bowed again. He glanced at the clansmen around him, then gathered his courage and told them everything that had happened. So that's what happened. Jia Fu listened and nodded. He then asked Jia Jinsheng, little brother, is there such a thing? Jia Jinsheng turned his head and snorted, not looking at him. Jia Fu muttered to himself. The surrounding people were quiet, not daring to disturb his thoughts, and were waiting for his judgment. Speaking of this matter, it was all Jia Jinsheng's business scam. But this young Gu Master was at fault. If not for his greed clouding his mind, how could he have fallen for it? If Jia Fu wanted to protect his brother, with his rank 4 cultivation, even the Guyue clan leader could not do anything to him. Jia Fu muttered to himself for a while, before finally speaking, I understand this matter, it is all my brother's fault, causing this brother to suffer losses and buy fake goods, I am really sorry. Saying so, he cupped his fists towards the young Gu Master. Lord Jia Fu. The young Gu Master was surprised, and quickly declined, you are a rank 4 Gu Master, I am only a rank 2. This cannot be done, this cannot be done. Jia Fu waved his hand, Hehe, this has nothing to do with the Gu Master's cultivation, I only deal with matters and not people. A mistake is a mistake, I represent the caravan to apologize to you. As for compensation, how about this, you lost 250 yuan stone, I represent the Jia family to compensate you double. He was a man of his words, and immediately a follower beside him took out 5 money bags, handing them to the young Gu Master in front of everyone. Every money pouch was bulging, each containing 100 primeval stones. The young Gu Master received the money bags, and was so excited that he could not say anything. But brother, I have something to advise you. Jia Fu continued, the black boar Gu is very rare, it can increase a Gu Master's strength from the root. Although it is only rank 1, it is hard to find in the market. As long as it appears in the market, it would be bought immediately. Their prices were all around 600 yuan stone. Trying to buy a black boar Gu with 200 yuan stone is not realistic. Junior has learned his lesson. The young Gu Master sincerely bowed to Jia Fu. Cheers came from the crowd. Lord Jia Fu is wise. Amazing, as expected of Lord Jia Fu. As a rank 4 Gu Master, he doesn't use his strength to bully the weak. Lord Jia Fu is truly a role model of the righteous path. No, no. Jia Fu smiled and cupped his fists towards everyone. He said humbly, our Jia family has always been doing business with integrity. Everyone, my younger brother is young and ignorant, and likes to tease others, but he is actually kind-hearted. I hope everyone can be magnanimous. The surrounding cheers became even louder. Humph. Jia Jinsheng's face was livid. He stomped his feet angrily and turned around to enter the tent. Then he passed through the tent and walked out from the back of the tent. Fang Yuan watched coldly from the side. Seeing this, his heart settled, looks like the image wall left behind by the flower wine monk can be sold now. The flower wine monk used the photo audio Gu to record the ugly state of the 4th generation Guyue clan leader. Before he died, he was filled with indignation and used this photo audio Gu, slapping it on the stone wall and forming an image wall. The images on the image wall cycled continuously, showing the truest scene of that time to the world. Following the principle of maximizing profits, Fang Yuan had wanted to sell this image wall for a long time. He was sure that the other 2 clans on Qingmao Mountain, the Bai clan and Xiong clan, would be very interested in this image wall. But for him to personally sell this image wall was not appropriate. His cultivation was still too weak. If he brought the image wall to the other clans, he would most likely be killed. Even if the transaction was successful and he returned safely. There is no such thing as an impenetrable wall. If the news leaked to the higher-ups of the Guyue clan, he would be chased out of the clan at the very least. According to Fang Yuan's plan, he still needed to make use of the Guyue clan. Thus, the safest method was to sell it to one of the merchants in the caravan. These merchants were outsiders, and not participating in the power struggles of Qing Mao Mountain was the most ideal choice. In another day, this caravan would set off, leaving the Guyue village towards the Xiong clan, and then the Bai clan. Selling it to them, Fang Yuan would be able to minimize the risks of the transaction. It was the safest and most reliable method. Another cup of wine. Wine, where's the wine? Quickly bring it over, are you afraid that I can't afford it? Jia Jinsheng slammed the mushroom table, roaring. Young Master Jia, your wine. The waiter quickly brought the wine over. Jia Jinsheng immediately grabbed the bamboo wine cup, raising his head and drinking it in one gulp. Good wine. He laughed loudly, his voice desolate and hoarse. With a bang, he slammed the wine cup on the table and shouted again, give me another cup, no, as much as you have. The waiter in the wine shop naturally did not dare to offend him, and could only do as he said. Fortunately, the tavern was already overcrowded. Not only were there people sitting around the mushroom table and stools. Even the surrounding aisles were crowded with people. Jia Jinsheng was in a drunken frenzy, shouting and yelling, but in this noisy tent, it did not stand out. Jia Jinsheng drank cup after cup, trying to drown his sorrows. His back was facing the crowd, and no one noticed that as he drank, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. Who could understand his pain, who could understand his sorrows? A pitiful place would definitely have a hateful person and vice versa. Everyone had their own backstory. Among the brothers, he was the youngest, the most handsome, and the most similar to his father, so he was doted on by his father. But the heavens played a trick on him, and he only had a mere D-grade talent. Ever since he was young, he had lived under the oppression of his brothers. He was not satisfied, he wanted to resist, but due to his lack of talent, he could not do it. His father felt that his time was up, and wanted to split the family property. He let his brothers lead a caravan in pairs. He promised to split the family property according to their results. Jia Jinsheng wanted to rely on his own methods to obtain the family property, as well as the acknowledgement of the clan. But he did not expect that he would once again become his brother Jia Fu's stepping stone. The moment Jia Fu appeared, he knew that he had fallen into a trap again. This whole thing was a conspiracy from the beginning to the end. But what could he do? Ever since he entered this caravan, he had always been firmly suppressed by Jia Fu. The huge difference between a rank 4 and a rank 1 made him even more powerless. Jia Fu. He squeezed out this name from between his teeth, his eyes burning with the flames of hatred. He was really not satisfied. You want to deal with your brother? I can help you. At this moment, a voice entered his ears. Jia Jinsheng was stunned, he turned his head to look, and found that there was someone sitting beside him. He shook his head a few times, blinking his eyes, and finally saw the person clearly. If it was not Fang Yuan, who else could it be? It's you. He stared at Fang Yuan, slightly angry. I remember you. Such a lucky lad, you actually got a mudskin toad from the gambling den you gave me. Are you trying to make a fool out of me? Fang Yuan looked at Jia Fu, his gaze as cold as water. I have a big business deal. If you want to get better results and get a bigger share of the family's assets, why don't you listen to me? Jia Jinsheng's face instantly revealed a shocked expression. He straightened his back and sat up straight. How do you know about the family's assets? This matter was kept secret, outsiders could not possibly know. But Fang Yuan pointed it out with one sentence. These trivial matters of the Jia clan are not secrets, why can't they be hidden from the people of this world? Fang Yuan laughed coldly, and could not help but think of the memories of his previous life. The Jia clan leader was a legendary figure. He had started from scratch, made his fortune with a caravan, and revitalized the Jia clan. He was old and sensed that his life was coming to an end, so he let his children lead a caravan in pairs, and split the huge family assets according to their results. The better the results, the more assets they would get. But his eldest son, Jia Fu, and his second son, Jia Gui, were both extremely outstanding. They competed for 6 to 7 years, and there was no clear winner until the Jia clan leader died of old age. After the Jia clan leader died, he left behind an extremely huge family assets. In order to fight for the family assets, Jia Fu and Jia Gui turned on each other, escalated their internal strife, and brought in external help. This triggered a large-scale Gu fighting conference, and finally, both sides perished together. The Jia clan was strong for a while, but soon fell, causing people to sigh. Jia Jinsheng squinted his eyes, and did not comment on Fang Yuan's explanation. He thought to himself, father announced the rules of splitting the family assets last year, and now it is already the second year. There are no walls in this world that have ears, and it is not strange for this matter to be leaked out. What he was really worried about was whether this was another trap set by Jia Fu. But no matter what, there is no harm in listening first. Fang Yuan did not speak immediately. He looked around, and this wine shop was the one he entered at noon. The wine shop's shopkeeper had a unique way of operating, and business was almost bursting at night. The tent was noisy and overcrowded. Talking here was actually safer than in a secluded place, and could avoid being eavesdropped by Gu insects. He crooked his finger at Jia Jinsheng, come closer. Jia Jinsheng snorted unhappily, but he still leaned over. After listening to Fang Yuan's narration, he frowned, and looked at Fang Yuan with a cold gaze. This business involves the 3 mountain strongholds of Qingmao Mountain, and it is taboo for us businessmen to get involved in the local power's internal strife. Humph, you were sent by Jia Fu to frame me, right? Fang Yuan had already expected him to have such suspicions, and did not explain at all. He stood up and left. Haha, if that is the case, then I will go talk to your brother. Jia Jinsheng squinted his eyes, and kept staring at Fang Yuan. Until Fang Yuan was about to walk out of the wine shop, he finally could not sit still anymore. He stood up and chased after Fang Yuan outside the tent. Don't go, we can talk again. Fang Yuan put his hands behind his back, and glanced at him, saying coldly, I know you have doubts about me, but now you are completely suppressed by your brother, and have almost lost everything. If you believe me, there is still a sliver of hope, if not, there is no hope. Let's see if you dare to take this gamble. Jia Jinsheng's expression changed, and he corrected, Jia Fu is just a little older, I have never promised him that he is my brother. But what you said is right, I will take this gamble. Fang Yuan said solemnly, 2,000 yuan stone, no bargaining. Jia Jinsheng smiled bitterly, this price is too high, this business is risky. The higher the risk, the higher the profit. Fang Yuan shook his head, and his attitude was firm, if you sell it to those 2 strongholds, I guarantee you will earn even more. Jia Jinsheng nodded, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face, I believe you on this point. These years, the Bai clan's power has been expanding rapidly, and they have produced another great genius called Bai Ningbing, who has great prospects. The power structure of Qingmao Mountain is already gradually changing. Your Gu's stronghold's position as the overlord has already been shaken. If I sell it to the Bai clan, I believe I can at least double the profit. Hearing that Jia Jinsheng had such a thorough understanding of Qingmao Mountain's situation, Fang Yuan could not help but reevaluate him, and thought to himself, this Jia Jinsheng, after all, has a background, and has been nurtured by his family, he is not a good-for-nothing playboy. Jia Jinsheng sighed, whether this is a trap or not, I have jumped into it. I promise you, 2,000 yuan stone, deal. But, I want to see the goods first. Of course, follow me. Fang Yuan laughed, and immediately turned to lead the way. Jia Jinsheng was already in the trap, and everything was in his control. Chapter 46. According to his memory, Fang Yuan brought Jia Jinsheng to the crack in the mountain wall again. The 2 entered the crack, the path became narrower, and their vision became dark. Jia Jinsheng became more bewildered as he walked, after all he was not familiar with this place. Finally, he could not hold it in anymore. I have a question. Jia Fu has always been honest, kind, and trustworthy. But I am a swindler, forcing people to buy and sell. Why did you choose me for this transaction, and not him? Fang Yuan's reply came from the crack, because his cultivation is too high. If he saw the image wall, he could choose to trade with me, or he could choose to give up and give the image wall to Gyue clan leader. I don't like to put the initiative in other people's hands. Moreover, I have never believed in honesty. The so-called reputation is bullshit, it's just that the benefits are small, and can't move my heart. The main reason was that Jia Jinxing's status was special, and his cultivation was weak, so it was easier to manipulate him. But Fong Yuan naturally would not say this out loud. Hee hee. Jia Jinxing laughed dryly, his suspicions were mostly dispelled. Your last sentence resonated deeply with me. The two finally squeezed into the secret cave in the mountain. Jia Jinxing saw the image wall at the first moment, and could not help but laugh heartily. Haha, I made the right bet, you didn't lie to me. Fong Yuan stood behind him, laughed lightly, and did not say anything. Jia Jinxing looked at the image wall. The images on the mountain wall kept changing, replaying the enmity between the flower wine monk and the fourth-generation clan leader. After looking at it once, he looked away, and turned to look at Fong Yuan, saying, looks like that fourth-generation ancestor of yours is not that great after all. Fong Yuan said, this is nothing. The Gyue clan needs a hero, so the fourth generation became a hero. Not long after, the Bai clan needs a despicable villain, and the fourth generation will become one. Hero, villain, these are just other people's opinions. That's wonderful. Jia Jinxing clapped his hands and laughed as he looked around the secret cave. His gaze paused on the skeleton of the flower wine monk, and said, it's a pity for a fifth-rank expert. Brother, you must have gotten a lot of benefits from him, right? The inheritance of a rank 5 Gu master was no small matter. When Jia Jinxing thought of this, he couldn't help but be tempted. He couldn't help but ask Fong Yuan about the situation. Fong Yuan shook his head. It has been so long, many of the Gu are dead, I only got a liquor worm. Jia Jinxing didn't believe him. Brother, don't lie to me. As long as this deal goes through, we'll all be in cahoots. I won't tell anyone. Tell me honestly, how much did you gain? Fong Yuan sneered, he could not be bothered to reply and did not explain further. Fong Yuan had already expected Jia Jinxing's reaction. This was the reason why he chose Jia Jinxing over Jia Fu. Jia Jinxing continued, minding his own business. Let's not talk about anything else. I know that the flower wine monk has a famous 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. This is a rank 5 Mount Gu. It has a huge body and is extremely good at burrowing into the ground. The flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator. He can move freely and easily because of this 1,000 miles earthwolf spider, allowing him to escape from the encirclement of the righteous cultivators. Oh, there's such a thing. Fong Yuan frowned slightly. He really hadn't heard much about the flower wine monk. Jia Jinxing said proudly, when I came to your village last year, I heard this legend and found it interesting, so I went home to ask around. The 1,000 miles earthwolf spider and the flower wine monk are inseparable. From what I can see, this secret cave in the mountain was created by the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider. Otherwise, how could Qing Mao Mountain's thick and sticky green soil form a secret cave naturally? Brother, don't try to hide it anymore. The flower wine monk died here, so his 1,000 miles earthwolf spider is definitely here. Fong Yuan's frown deepened. He faintly felt something was wrong. His gaze was gloomy as he said, that's right, there are no other exits here. The 1,000 miles earthwolf spider's body is huge. If we went through the crack we came in from, we wouldn't be able to squeeze out. But there's also the possibility that this 1,000 miles earthwolf spider was killed by the fourth generation. Look at the image wall, the flower wine monk did not summon the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider during the intense battle. Then this matter is even more fishy. This secret cave can't be formed naturally. It must have been created by the flower wine monk at the last minute. Without the 1,000 miles earthwolf spider, does he have other methods? Jia Jinxing looked suspiciously at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan's eyebrows were knitted into a knot. He felt that something was wrong. From the new information he had just received from Jia Jinxing, he vaguely felt that he had missed out on something. He couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Jia Jinxing was also thinking. the image wall could no longer satisfy his appetite. When he confirmed that this matter was true, he really wanted to dig out the flower wine monk's inheritance from Fang Yuan. Neither of them expected that at this moment, something strange would happen. Suddenly, the image on the screen wall, which had been in a cycle, flashed. A heavily injured and extremely pale bald Gu master replaced the original image and appeared on the image wall. He slumped weakly on the ground, his back leaning against the mountain wall. His chest and limbs were filled with deep wounds. But the strange thing was that although these wounds were skin and flesh exposed, they did not bleed. It was as if all the blood in his body had been sucked dry. "I am the flower wine monk." The bald Gu master snickered, his face sinister and terrifying. "Successor, no matter who you are, to be able to make my image wall replay for close to 100 days, it is enough to prove that you have no good feelings towards the Guyue clan. Very well, you are my successor. I will leave all my inheritance to you, but I have one condition. You must destroy the Guyue clan for me and slaughter the entire village, leaving no one alive." Jia Jinsheng stood rooted to the ground, his face full of shock. The rank 5 flower wine monk's inheritance. He was stunned, and for a moment his head buzzed, his thoughts tumbling. Oh my god! A rank 5 expert, what kind of concept is that? A rank 3 is a clan elder, and a rank 4 is the head of a village. And a rank 5 Gu master is a mountain lord, able to dominate a mountain and act like a tyrant. To think that in this small place, there would be a rank 5 Gu master's inheritance. Wait, the flower wine monk is a demonic cultivator. If I inherit his strength, isn't that a little inappropriate? No, strength has nothing to do with good or evil. The flower wine monk wants his successor to exterminate the Guyue clan. Do you think I will do it? He is already dead, I just need to inherit his inheritance and not care about it. This is a huge opportunity. Although I only have D-grade talent, if I inherit the flower wine monk's inheritance, I might be able to change my talent. Those rare Gu worms that can raise talent might even be in this inheritance. If I inherit this wealth and become a rank 4 or 5 Gu master, I will be able to fight against Jia Fu. Wait! I almost forgot, there is still an outsider. What should I do? Do I have to split the inheritance with him? No, kill him. Only by killing him will I be able to keep this secret. Right, calm him down first, and say that we will split the inheritance equally to deceive him, so that he will let down his guard. Then I will ambush him and kill him here. This place is so well hidden, even if I kill him, no one will know. Although he thought so much, it was only a short moment. Having made up his mind, Jia Jinsheng squinted his eyes and a fake smile appeared on his face. He slowly turned around and faced Fang Yuan. Just as he was about to speak, he saw 2 eerie blue moonblades shooting towards him. His pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. The distance was too short, he could not react in time. You! His voice stopped abruptly. The moonblades accurately hit his neck. In an instant, his head flew up into the sky, blood gushing out like a fountain. After a second or two, his body fell to the ground with a thud. Boiling hot blood sprayed on the mountain wall, dyeing the withered vines red. Killing is killing, why think so much? Fang Yuan looked at the corpse on the ground indifferently, before turning his gaze to the image wall. To think that there would be such a twist. Really interesting. He mumbled, his eyes shining with a faint light. Chapter 48. The rain continued to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the mountains in the distance merged into a lump of ink. The curtain of rain interweaved heaven and earth together. Crack! The sky suddenly brightened, and a bolt of lightning like a silver snake cut through the sky, then suddenly disappeared. It was almost summer, and this late spring rain seemed to bring a hint of summer's warmth. On Qingmao Mountain, large patches of green spear bamboos stood tall, resisting the wind and rain. The bamboo bodies were still straight like spears, the bamboo tips pointing towards the sky. In the Guyue village, countless tall buildings were lined up in rows, their heads buried as they endured the washing of the heavy rain. Outside the village, the caravan had already set off again. The rain is heavy, pay attention to the road. Don't fall behind, goo masters lead the goo worms, especially the fat beetles, don't get stuck on the mountain path. You mortal martial artists, keep your eyes open and take good care of the goods. If you lose even one, I'll settle the score with you. Shouts rose and fell from the caravan. After staying in the Guyua village for 3 days, the caravan left, following the Qing Mao mountain path towards their next destination. The rain washed the land, and the roads around the village were paved with cobblestones. But after 500 meters, there was a muddy and narrow mountain path. The proud ostrich hung its head down at this time. Its brightly colored feathers were soaked by the rain and stuck together into pieces. It was truly a drenched chicken. The fat beetle twisted its fat body, moving forward very slowly. The rain hit its black leather armor, forming streams of water that slid down to the ground on both sides. The furry mountain spiders were also drenched, their green-black fur sticking together. But those toad goo happily cried out, carrying the goods and goo masters, jumping up and down the mountain. There was also the winged serpent, already keeping its wings. The thick snake body moved happily in the muddy water. To protect the goods and prevent them from being drenched by the rain, the goo masters displayed their abilities. On the bodies of a few fat beetles, there were goo masters standing in the middle. Their hands were raised high, and an inch above their palms, each had a single chi golden light worm floating in the air. The green bronze true essence rose like water vapor and poured into the body of the golden light insect. The goo worm's whole body was shining like a golden bean, and with this circle as the center, it held up a huge pale golden air barrier. The hemispherical air shield covered a large area. Apart from covering a fat beetle completely, there was still more than enough space. When the raindrops hit the air shield, they bounced off as if they were hitting an umbrella. But this Ichi golden light worm expended primeval essence continuously, and after a long time, a rank 1 goo master would not be able to endure it. Sure enough, after a while, a goo master shouted, "I can't hold on any longer, my primeval essence is almost depleted. Who will replace me? I'll do it." Almost immediately, a goo master rushed over and took over his position. Some goo masters who were pulling carts or riding mountain spiders activated the green silk goo in their bodies. Under the green silk goo's power, the goo master's hair grew wildly. A normal person would have at least 100,000 strands of hair. 100,000 strands of hair would each grow to 5 to 6 meters long. They interweaved with each other, wrapping around the goo master's body and the goo mount under their buttocks, forming a temporary impenetrable black hair cloak. Green silk goo was a rank 1 goo worm, often used by goo masters to defend and attack. When used, it expended 30% of the green bronze primeval essence, unlike the Ichi golden light worm which required continuous primeval essence output. If this green silk goo was refined with the rank 1 black boar goo, it would advance to the rank 2 black mane goo. When the black mane goo was activated, not only the hair, but all the hair on the body would become black and thick. In a few breaths, the goo master's body would grow into a black mane armor. If the black mane goo continued to advance, it would become the famous rank 3 goo, the steel mane goo. Other than the Ichi golden light worm and green silk goo, many goo masters in the caravan chose the water spider goo. It could be seen that these goo masters were covered in a thin layer of light blue water cloak. On the surface of the water cloak, water flowed continuously. When the raindrops hit the water cloak, they immediately fused with the water cloak. The goo masters were continuously drenched, and the water cloak on their body became thicker. Every once in a while, the goo master would need to activate the water spider goo to drain the excess water from the water cloak. At this time, the thick water cloak would be reduced to a thin layer. As for those mortal martial artists, they were rushing back and forth on the muddy road, taking care of the goods. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats, but in the chaos, the straw raincoat's effect was limited, and they were all drenched by the rain. This damned weather! The martial artists cursed in their hearts. In the rain, the mountain roads were even harder to walk. In such weather, no matter how strong the martial artists were, they were still mortals. If they were drenched and overworked, it was extremely easy to catch a cold. A serious illness would be a light one, but there might even be repercussions. If the illness was serious, they might even be abandoned by the Gu Master on the road. If they met with a landslide on the mountain road, or if they were attacked by wild beasts or Gu worms, they might even lose their lives. The caravan was huge, and there were many Gu Masters. But every time they traveled, there would be a large number of casualties. Mortal martial artists died the most, and Gu Masters would also have casualties. If the caravan was unlucky enough to meet with a large migrating beast group, there was a possibility of the entire caravan being wiped out. In fact, other than these natural disasters, there were also man-made disasters. The villages along the way might not all welcome the caravan. Some of the mountain strongholds like to rob outsiders. Let's go, see you next year. Some Gu Masters sat on their Gu worms, turning their bodies and waving goodbye to the Gyue village. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered together, sending off the caravan with their gazes. You must come again next year. The children shouted reluctantly. The adults' gazes were much more complicated. The future is uncertain, the world is difficult. Next year, I wonder how many familiar faces will be left in the village. Whether it is a caravan or living in a village, it is not easy to make a living. The caravan moved further and further away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The lively atmosphere of the market also disappeared without a trace. The place where the tents and stalls were set up was left with a huge mess. The turf was trampled by the endless stream of people, revealing grass roots and soil. When the rain fell on it, it immediately turned into mud, and there were countless potholes and muddy puddles. Other than that, there was also a lot of household garbage left behind. Fong Yuan stood alone on a secluded hill, looking at the caravan from afar. The caravan was like a fat colorful python, under the gray rain, following the narrow mountain path, slowly entering the dense forest. The heavens are really on my side. Fong Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. He wore the most ordinary linen clothes, his body was thin, his skin was pale like a 15-year-old, and he had a head of clean black short hair. The ends of his hair trembled slightly under the umbrella. Others cursed the horrible weather, but he sighed at the timing of the rain. He killed Jia Jinsheng last night and cleaned up the scene. But it happened suddenly, and there was something wrong. Especially the smell of blood, because the secret cave was not ventilated, it was not easy to get rid of. This heavy rain washed the land and the air, and greatly weakened the detection methods that relied on smell. There would definitely be a small waterfall falling from the stone crevice, and after the fresh water vapor was diluted, it was almost impossible to be exposed in a short period of time. Of course, the longer the time, the higher the possibility of being exposed. In this world, there were all kinds of wonderful Gu worms, and a variety of detection methods. Even Fong Yuan only knew a part of them. The rain hit the surface of the butter paper umbrella, making dripping sounds. Then, along the ribs of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down, hitting the green stone under Fong Yuan's feet, splashing water. Seeing the caravan turn around the corner, and completely entering the dense forest, Fong Yuan did not show a trace of happiness, but instead had a serious look. Although Jia Jinsheng's cultivation is weak, and his talent is low, his status is special. Everyone in the caravan is busy, so no one noticed his disappearance in a short period of time. However, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed. At that time, Jia Fu will come back to investigate, and the real challenge will come. The Jia family had purposely arranged for Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu to lead the caravan together. In terms of cultivation, Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu are worlds apart. In terms of wisdom, Jia Jinsheng is even more inferior. This arrangement by the Jia family head is to let Jia Jinsheng suffer a blow, to let him see the reality, and live a peaceful life. At the same time, it is also to test Jia Fu's temperament. If the blow is too great, to the point where he can't even tolerate his own brother, how can he pass the position of Jia family head to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's good intentions. Although he has some intelligence, it is a pity that he is only a superficial person. What a pity! What a pity for such a good chess piece. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he had long seen through the surface, and perceived the deep nature of this matter. When he saw the complicated relationship between Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu in the dispute last night, he immediately had a vague plan in his mind. In his plan, Jia Jinsheng was a very suitable chess piece. His cultivation was weak, but his status was very high. Although he was clever, his experience was too shallow, and he could completely control him. Once this chess piece was controlled, it would be very useful. Firstly, he could establish a stable channel to dispose of stolen goods, and prepare to kill and rob in the future. Secondly, Fang Yuan would hide behind the scenes, and use him and the shadow wall to provoke the conflict between the three villages on Qingmao Mountain, causing a civil war, and benefit from it. Thirdly, he could rely on him to infiltrate the Jia family. In the future, the Jia family's property dispute would cause the venomous insect fighting conference, and it would be a major event. There were many benefits, and Fang Yuan could definitely get the most out of it. My current cultivation is too low, and my hands and feet are tied when I do things. If I have a chess piece that I can use, I can do things that I cannot do. Not only is it convenient, but the risk is also greatly reduced. If I am exposed in the future, I can just abandon this chess piece, and I will still be free. The people around me are all loyal to the family, and not easy to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinsheng can solve the problem easily. What a pity, I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind an inheritance of strength. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 Gu master, and his inheritance was naturally more valuable than a chess piece like Jia Jinsheng. Of course, if he could have both, that would be the best. But facing such a precious treasure, Jia Jinsheng could no longer be controlled, so he could only abandon it. Most things in this world do not go your way. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. The appearance of the flower wine monk's inheritance broke Fang Yuan's original plan. And after the shadow wall changed, the previous scene disappeared, and only a line of words appeared, telling Fang Yuan to break the shadow wall, and a hole would appear. Walk down the hole, and you will receive the inheritance of strength. The words only appeared for a few breaths, and then disappeared. The shadow wall also returned to the most ordinary mountain wall. Fang Yuan had been busy last night dealing with the murder scene, and had no time to break the shadow wall. Killing Jia Jinsheng in a hurry, there are many repercussions, just that it has not been revealed yet. Although I have successfully destroyed the corpse, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. This way, the method of exposing the liquor worm will have to be changed. Also, I can't go to the secret cave in the rock crevice for now. I have to hide in the village for the time being, and guard against the investigation. Fang Yuan turned around, holding the umbrella, and walked towards the village in the rain. But this is also good. Recently, I have been consuming large amounts of Yuan stone, and have refined middle-stage primeval essence. Using middle-stage primeval essence to nourish my aperture, I can break through to middle stage in the near future. Once I reach middle stage, my strength will double. At that time, I will have a higher chance of inheriting the flower wine monk's inheritance. The inheritance of the demonic path was not as gentle as that of the righteous path. There would usually be dangerous tests. If one could not pass the test, the price would often be their life. Life is hard to predict, but it is also because of this that it is interesting. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the heavy rain, the green mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with grayish-green, appearing oppressive and heavy. A gust of wind blew, and the raindrops slanted, hitting Fang Yuan's shoulder, and a chill assaulted him. He then thought of Jia Jinsheng. He sighed in his heart, Jia Jinsheng, actually. I didn't want to kill you. What a waste of a good chess piece. Chapter 49. This heavy rain lasted for 4 days before it stopped. The sun rose high into the sky, lifting the curtain of rain, as if it was opening the curtains for summer. The breath of summer was already faintly discernible. The weather became clearer, sweeping away the lingering breath of spring, and the temperature gradually rose. In the spring night, the active dragon pill crickets retreated, hiding deep in the ground to lay eggs. The unique green spear bamboo on Qing Mao Mountain began to grow crazily, growing taller almost every day. The leaves of the plants started to turn from emerald green to dark green. The green mountains stretched on, looking even more verdant. The sky was clear, blue like a crystal. Clap, clap, clap. In the arena of the academy, there was the sound of fists and legs clashing. After more than 10 moves, Guiyue Mabe was kicked in the stomach by Fang Yuan. He staggered back 5 to 6 steps, just out of the circle drawn on the ground. The martial arts instructor stood outside the arena, presiding over the match. Seeing this, he immediately announced, Guiyue Mabe has been knocked out of the arena. Guiyue Fang Yuan wins 33 rounds in a row. Humph, I lost to you again this time. Guiyue Mabe gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at Fang Yuan, but don't be arrogant. One day, I will defeat you. And I can already feel it, that day is getting closer and closer. Fang Yuan looked at him expressionlessly, then lowered his eyelids. That kick just now has caused you to bleed internally. You'd better heal your injuries first before we talk. What's this small injury? Guiyue Mabe had just retorted half a sentence when his expression suddenly changed. His throat could not help but roll, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. This was the first time he had suffered such an injury. He could not help but reveal a look of terror in his eyes. The martial arts instructor quickly walked over, comforting him, "Don't worry, this injury will be healed after a few days of rest. Just that you have to stop training for a few days, you can't do any intense activities." The moment he said that, 2 healing Gu masters outside rushed over and carefully supported Guiyue Mabe out. Guiyue Machen didn't dare to speak again. He looked deeply at Fang Yuan, his eyes filled with anger, resentment, regret, and unwillingness. Although Mabe's martial arts are very good, he still can't beat Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is too powerful. No one can beat him. The Mabe was actually beaten to the point of vomiting blood. How terrifying. I don't want to fight this guy. Sigh, but the instructor said that today is actual combat practice, fighting in the arena. Everyone has to go up and fight. The students stood outside the arena. Some looked at Fang Yuan in fear, some sighed, some looked pale, and some were on tenterhooks. Among them, there were even some who were injured. Some of them covered their bruised and swollen faces, while others pressed down on their arms and sucked in cold air. There were even some lying on the ground, massaging their thighs. Next! No one went up for a long time, and the instructor shouted. But no one answered. Usually, only Guiyue Mabe, Guiyue Cheng, and Guiyue Fangzheng had the courage to challenge Fang Yuan. But these 3 had already been beaten down. The students were silent, and some of them even took a few steps back. The instructor looked at the students' cowering expressions, and frowned. He couldn't help but think of the academy elder's words, "These days, Fang Yuan's limelight is too much, we need to suppress him." The other students are suppressed by him to the point they can't even lift their heads. If this goes on, their courage will be destroyed. Our academy is nurturing tigers and wolves that dare to fight against strong enemies, not lambs that are afraid to fight. What's wrong with all of you? No matter how strong Fang Yuan is, he is only 15 years old, he is the same age as all of you. He is the same age as all of you, he eats the same food and drinks the same water as all of you. He doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, he is not a monster. Gather your courage, let me see the pride of the Guiyue family buried in your hearts. The instructor roared, trying his best to motivate the students. But he is too strong, we can't beat him at all. The students that fought with him were all so pitiful. Mabe was even beaten until he vomited blood. Fang Yuan's attacks are getting heavier, instructor, we don't dare to fight with him. The students retorted in a small voice, cowardly. The instructor was so angry he almost stomped his feet. This bunch of ignorant kids. He could clearly see that Fang Yuan had fought 33 consecutive battles without any rest. Although Fang Yuan had been adjusting his breathing, he was almost out of energy. Fong Yuan's attacks were getting heavier. This meant that he was no longer as skilled as before. He was slowly losing control of the situation. If they put in a bit more effort, they could force him to show signs of fatigue. If they put in a few more people, they could defeat him on the spot. Once they defeated Fong Yuan, his power would drop drastically, the students' courage would be ignited, and the goal of suppressing Fong Yuan would be achieved. But now, the students were all intimidated by Fong Yuan's tiger skin. Sometimes, what defeated oneself was not the strong enemy, but one's own heart. The instructor was anxious and continued to encourage them. But he was not good with words. He had said the same thing before, igniting the students' blood and igniting a few challengers. But he had said the same thing too many times, the students were already numb to it. Fong Yuan crossed his arms, coldly watching everything. Although he was standing in the center of the field, he seemed like an outsider. The instructor had been encouraging for a long time, but the students were still looking at each other, no one moved. The instructor could not help but feel angry and helpless. He turned to face Fong Yuan, and unhappily scolded, "Fong Yuan, you are also at fault. Your attacks are getting more and more vicious. Sparring with fellow students should be more gentle and friendly. How can you be so heavy-handed? Next, you need to be more careful. Be careful when you attack. If you beat your fellow students until they vomit blood again, I will judge you as the loser and let you leave the field." "Instructor, you are wrong." Fong Yuan coldly snorted. His eyes did not show any signs of weakness. Facing the instructor, sparring, naturally we need to give it our all, otherwise how can we achieve the purpose of training? Don't tell me that when we fight in the future, can we also ask our enemies to be gentle and friendly? The instructor was enraged. "Humph, your attacks are vicious, you hurt your fellow students, and you still dare to twist words and force logic. Instructor, you are wrong again." Fong Yuan coldly sneered, "You are the one who arranged this sparring, and raised the prize to 20 yuan stone. Without your instigation, would these people be injured? Bastard!" The instructor was not good with words. Pointing at Fong Yuan, he roared, "Do you still want the prize or not? If you continue to quibble, even if you get the first place, I will still judge you as the loser. You are not united and friendly, and you dare to contradict your teacher. How can you be qualified to get 20 yuan stone?" Fong Yuan laughed, "It is only a win or lose, only 20 yuan stone, do you think I care?" As he spoke, he turned around and walked out of the center of the field, under the astonished gaze of the crowd. Although the screen wall was not sold, but Fong Yuan had more than 100 yuan stone in his hands. Moreover, this time, he was not here for the yuan stone. "You!" Seeing Fong Yuan really walk out of the field, the instructor could not help but be stunned, revealing a look of shock and confusion. Shouldn't a 15-year-old youth be full of vigor, eager to fight? Fong Yuan had such fighting talent, his temperament should be even more so. Why did he just leave the field? Moreover, this Fong Yuan did not have any funding, so the yuan stone should be very tight. Why couldn't he be attracted by these 20 primal stones? For a moment the instructor was stunned on the spot, not knowing what to do. Fong Yuan did not fall into the trap, directly walking out of the field. The instructor suddenly realized, there was really no way to deal with Fong Yuan. With his status, he could not blatantly find trouble and force Fong Yuan to go on stage, right? The surrounding students all retreated, keeping a distance from Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan stood outside the field, with no one beside him. With him as the center, 5 steps around him, there was a circular empty space. Unfortunately, if they stood beside Fong Yuan, they would hear Fong Yuan trying his best to suppress his breathing. "I don't have enough stamina." Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. On the surface, he looked energetic, but his body, which was covered by his clothes, was trembling slightly. His body was only that of a 15-year-old, and he did not have the help of a goo worm. 33 matches consecutively, he was close to his limit. Although he had rich fighting experience from his previous life, but in this period of time, the other youngsters' martial arts had improved greatly. From their bodies, Fong Yuan could already feel an increasingly strong pressure. This pressure was directly reflected in Fong Yuan's attacks. His attacks were getting heavier, and he could not hold back anymore. In the previous battles, the students were too weak, thus he could handle them easily, and the youngsters only suffered some injuries at most. But now, his control over the field was getting weaker, and he had to use heavy attacks to stabilize the situation. Experience is not omnipotent after all. The power of any thought needs a material foundation to have a medium. Fong Yuan squinted his eyes. Actually, he had already seen through the instructor's thoughts. He was not surprised, and had already expected that there would be pressure from the academy. Ever since he killed Gao Wan, there were fewer and fewer people who dared to challenge him. When he was extorting, many people were pressured by his pressure, and did not dare to resist, obediently handing over Yuan's stone. If this went on for a long time, Fong Yuan's undefeatable image would be established. It would leave a shadow in the hearts of the other youngsters, and cause them to lose confidence in their martial arts from the start. This was something the academy elder did not want to see. He needed Fong Yuan to promote the improvement of the students, but he did not want Fong Yuan to completely extinguish the students' fighting spirit. He wanted to see Fong Yuan fail. Once Fong Yuan fails, the undefeatable image he had built up in the early stages would be destroyed. At the same time, it would awaken the other students' fighting spirit. And after a setback, it would mold their unyielding fighting spirit. But to Fong Yuan, he needed this kind of deterrence, to make it easier to extort Yuan's stone. If he fails, the youngsters would realize his weakness and attack together. Although Fong Yuan had a lot of Yuan's stone, but extortion was his main source of Yuan's stone. If he lost this source, he would be like a water without a source. So Fong Yuan went on stage, and fought 33 consecutive matches. His real goal was not the 20 Yuan stone reward, but to maintain his deterrence. If he avoided battle from the start, it would only show his weakness. But if he continued to fight, he would be exposed. What are you all standing there for? Who hasn't gone on stage yet? Go on. The first place gets 20 Yuan stone reward, don't you want it? The martial arts instructor was stunned for a while, before shouting out loud. The remaining students immediately became enthusiastic. Fong Yuan had already left the stage, and it was as if an invisible boulder had been lifted from their hearts. I'll go. I'll go. The two youngsters fought to be the first, jumped onto the stage, and began exchanging blows. Sigh, if I had known, I would have waited, and not rushed to go on stage, and wouldn't have been chased off the stage by Fong Yuan. What a pity, I didn't expect Fong Yuan to go on stage. He really dares, look, even the instructor can't do anything to him. The instructor heard the whispers behind him, and immediately felt his prestige dropping. He was very annoyed, and really wanted to punish Fong Yuan. But Fong Yuan didn't do anything wrong, taking the initiative to leave the stage was allowed. The instructor was depressed and helpless. In the end, he looked at Fong Yuan, and glared at the latter. Fong Yuan's lips curled into an angle, and thought, such shallow methods, this instructor is quite cute. Chapter 50. A pair of deep eyes stared at the training field from afar. The academy elder stood by the window on the third floor, watching everything that happened in the training field. He frowned deeply. The moment Fong Yuan took the initiative to enter the stage, he could not help but feel astonished. He did not expect Fong Yuan to do so. This kid, he is quite slippery. He is well versed in the academy's rules, and has never made any mistakes. Although he often sleeps in class, but once he is asked, his answers are always comprehensive, and no one can pick out any mistakes. To catch his weakness and suppress his aura, it will be difficult. Unknowingly, the academy elder felt a slight sense of disgust towards Fong Yuan. As a teacher, he naturally liked obedient and smart students. He hated those who did not follow the rules, and were mischievous. But the academy elder had been in charge of the academy for many years, and was very experienced. He had seen countless students. Among them, there were those who were extremely obedient. There were also those who caused trouble all day long, and always broke the rules. He had already achieved a state of calm, and treated everyone equally. And at the same time, He carved the words, "As a teacher, teach without discrimination," on the right corner of his study table, as his motto. He had never felt such disgust towards a student. Feeling the disgust in his heart, the academy elder was a little surprised. In the previous years, even the most mischievous students, he was able to tolerate them. Why did he lose his composure when facing Fang Yuan? He thought about it carefully, and after a while, he finally found the reason. Fang Yuan, this kid, had a kind of arrogance in his bones. It was as if he did not care about the teachers at all. Not only did he not listen to the martial arts instructor's words, he even publicly refuted him. Actually, the phenomenon of students refuting their teachers in public was a common occurrence in the previous years. But those kids always had agitated emotions. If it was not rebellious, then it was anger, arrogance, etc. The academy elder was very clear: the more agitated the youths were, the more fearful they were. But Fang Yuan did not have any. He did not have the slightest bit of fear in his heart, as if he had seen through the academy's tricks. His face was cold, and even when he stepped down from the stage, there was no change in his expression. It was as if he had done something insignificant. Yes, he treated the matter of disobeying his teacher as a trivial matter. In short, he was not afraid. It was this point that caused the academy elder to feel displeased and disgusted. The academy elder could tolerate youngsters who were 10 times more troublesome and mischievous than Fang Yuan. That was because these students all knew fear, and they were all controlled by their agitated emotions. As long as they were afraid, as long as they were impulsive, they would be easily manipulated. But not Fang Yuan. He was calm and collected, not taking his teacher seriously. He did not revere it. If one did not revere the clan, even if he was raised, how could he be used by the clan? Once such a person appears, he must be suppressed. He must be suppressed. Otherwise, his existence would plant the seeds of resistance in the hearts of the other students. As time went on, it infected the others, and they no longer respected their teachers. As a school, how are we supposed to manage the students? The academy elder squinted his eyes and made up his mind. But soon, a worried expression appeared on his face again. How was he going to suppress Fang Yuan? Fang Yuan did not make any mistakes, and he could not find any weaknesses. Fang Yuan's slipperiness gave him a helpless feeling of not knowing where to start. He had never met a student who was so familiar with all the rules of the academy. As the academy elder, he had always been fair and just. He could not be like a hooligan, purposely finding fault with Fang Yuan. He had placed his hopes on the martial arts instructor, but he was deeply disappointed. Looks like to suppress Fang Yuan's limelight, I can only wait for the other students to advance to rank 1 middle stage. For a Gu master to advance, the biggest factor was their talent. With his rich experience, the academy elder had already calculated in his heart, the ones who had the chance to advance first were Guyue Fangjing, Qicheng and Mabe. One of them was a grade, the other 2 were B grade, and they had the support of their elders, so they did not lack Yuan stone. No matter which one it was, they had the possibility of becoming this year's first rank 1 middle stage. Guyue Fangjing, Qicheng and Mabe, these 3 are the true hope of this year. The academy elder looked at the training field and sighed. With his sharp eyes, he had already discovered, on the training field, the students seemed to be standing casually, but in reality, they had already formed into 3 circles. In one circle, Guyue Cheng was holding his shoulder, surrounded by a group of people of the same age. The second circle's center was Guyue Fangjing. The descendants of the clan leader were all subtly relying on this grade genius. The third circle was Guyue Mabe. His internal injuries had already been healed, and he stood in the middle of the training field, his face pale. The students beside him were asking about his well-being. This is the meaning of allowing them to fight. Looking at the 3 circles, the academy elder smiled, full of gratification. Letting the students fight was not only to nurture their battle instincts, but more importantly, it was to select leaders in advance. In the previous years, the small circles could only be separated in the second half of the year. But this year, because of Fang Yuan's sudden appearance and extortion, the fights were brought forward greatly. Facing Fang Yuan, only Fang Jing, Ma Bei, and Qiqing dared to challenge him head-on. After a long period of time, the other youths naturally took these three as their leaders after a subtle and imperceptible influence. As long as there were no accidents, these three circles would be the future leaders of the clan. But these circles are not stable yet, and there are still people moving between the circles. When the three of them advance to the middle stage, they will be given the positions of class monitor and vice class monitor, and with power, the circle will be stabilized. The academy elder thought. Of course, there were people who were not in these three circles. There was only one, and that was Fang Yuan. It was human nature to rely on the strong. In fact, even though Fang Yuan extorted the students and stood on the opposite side of everyone. But it was not that there were no youths who wanted to rely on him. But these people were all rejected by Fang Yuan. To him, only those who were useful were pawns, and these people of the same age had too little value. This was another reason why the academy elder hated Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was too eccentric, and did not fit in with the group. For such a person, the clan did not have as much control over him as they did over the other youths. The academy elder's gaze, once again landed on Fang Yuan in the middle of the field. Fang Yuan stood alone in a corner, his hands behind his back, his eyelids slightly closed. No matter how the youths in the field fought for the prize, his expression did not change at all. His surroundings were empty, and none of the youths were willing to stand with him. It was obvious that he did not want these people to stand with him. He stood alone, and loneliness enveloped him. He drifted away from the group. But there is no need to worry too much. This Fang Yuan is still young, he can be trained slowly. The academy elder's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. The next step is to set up a class monitor and vice class monitor. After a year, they will be divided into groups, with a leader and vice leader. Every year, there will be all sorts of glory and rewards, such as the Little Red Flower Award, Blue Scarf Award, 5 Merit Student Award. If he wants to cultivate, he will need resources, and he will have to compete for these positions and rewards. After a long time, he will be bound by family, friendship, and love. There is no need to worry that he will leave the clan's control. Over the years, the academy elder had gradually come to understand. Once a new member of the clan was born, the clan would brainwash them. First, they would be instilled with the clan's supreme values. Then, they would be taught morals, and they would realize the beauty and importance of family, friendship, and love. They would also be taught the concept of glory, and in the process of growing up, they would constantly use material rewards to attract them. Using the clan's established positions, they would select and recruit the most loyal clansmen. Don't think that the positions of class monitor and vice class monitor were small, but once they became one, they would be integrated into the clan's system. Under such a system, they would be influenced. On one side were the benefits and sweetness of power, and on the other side were the disadvantages of leaving the system. With a carrot in one hand and a stick in the other, who could escape? Even the most rebellious person, the most eccentric person, would be assimilated into the clan step by step. Even if there was no loyalty, loyalty would be cultivated. Even if there was no family, friendship, or love would be involved. That was the power of the system. That was the power of rules. That was the clan's way of survival. Chapter 51. Night fell. The moon was like a silver plate, appearing between the clouds. Sparse stars adorned the surroundings. Guyu Mabe stood in the yard, looking up at the moon, his eyes shining. "Little brother, I heard you got injured today." Guyue's Mo Yan's voice came from behind him. "Sister, are you worried that I'll be traumatized after being beaten up so badly?" The Mabe turned around and smiled. Mo Yan looked at her brother's smile and heaved a sigh of relief. Even though she was worried, she said, "Of course not. I know you the best. My good brother, you have an indomitable fighting spirit. You are the future leader of the Mo family. How could you be scared by such a small injury? He, I know you love me the most." The Mabe scratched his head and laughed. Do you know, sister? Under the bright moonlight, this 15-year-old youngster's eyes shone with a bright luster. Although I failed again this time, I heard that Fong Yuan guy's hurried breathing during the battle. In the past, I was beaten down by him in 2 or 3 moves, but he was always calm and composed. His panting already revealed his weakness. He is definitely not as strong as most people think. One day, I will defeat him fair and square. Good, you are indeed a good man of the Mo bloodline. Mo Yen laughed and patted her brother's head, showing concern on her face. But you have internal injuries, so don't practice for the next few days. Sister, don't touch my head like that, I'm already a grown-up. The Mabe shook his head and said in a slightly dissatisfied tone, I know what you are saying. I already have a plan. I will use these few days to nourish my aperture walls and complete my advancement from initial stage to intermediate stage. I will first get the class monitor position and suppress Fong Yuan's limelight. I will let him know that a Gu Master's cultivation focuses on talent. If you think that way, I can rest assured. I was only a vice class monitor in the past. If you become a monitor, it will make up for my regret. Sister, don't worry. I must take the position of class monitor. Almost at the same time, in the Qi family, in the secret room, there was only a torch inserted into the groove of the bluestone wall. The fire burned fiercely, illuminating the small secret room. Guo Yen, one of the 2 elders in power, was facing his grandson, Guo Cheng. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the cattail hassock. Their shadows were cast on the ground, swaying along with the dancing flames. Guo stretched out his hand and pressed his palm against Chicheng's lower abdomen. Strands of white-silver primeval essence followed the old man's thoughts and poured into Guo City's aperture. Guo Cheng's face was filled with nervousness. His mind was completely focused on his aperture, trying his best to suppress the fluctuation of his primordial sea. In this world, there are no 2 identical leaves. To different Gu Masters, there was no such thing as identical primeval essence. Once foreign primeval essence entered the aperture, it would cause the primeval essence in the aperture to resist. If Guo Cheng did not suppress it and allowed the primeval essence to resist, it would definitely cause a clash of primeval essence. The violent fluctuation caused by the clash would cause damage to the aperture. The primordial sea in the aperture was the foundation of a Gu Master's cultivation, it was of utmost importance. Once the aperture was injured, the cultivation would drop, and the aptitude would drop. Once the aperture was completely destroyed, the Gu Master would die immediately. After a while, Guo Yen slowly stopped the primeval essence injection and retracted his hand. Guo Cheng immediately heaved a long sigh of relief, his tense body relaxing. Thank you, grandfather, you have to pour primeval essence into me every 3 days to nourish the aperture. I've made you tired. Guo Yen's forehead was full of sweat. He sighed and said, there is no other way. Your aptitude is only C grade. If you rely on your strength to advance to middle stage, it would take a long time. This time is usually twice the time of B grade and 4 times the time of A grade. This way, you will be exposed. So although this method is dangerous, it has to be used. Grandson understands grandfather's good intentions. It's good that you understand. The old man sighed again, this method has a huge side effect. The aperture walls are being nourished by my white-silver primeval essence. Although the effect of the white-silver primeval essence is outstanding, to you, it is still a foreign primeval essence. From now on, even if the aperture walls change from a light film to a water film, it will still be mixed with my aura. The more foreign aura there is, the more the aperture will not exist. This is pulling up seedlings to help them grow, it will shrink your future development space. Guo Cheng tightly pursed his lips, grandfather, for the future of my Qi family, grandson is willing to sacrifice my own future. Guo Yen's heart was immediately at ease, he nodded and stroked his beard, you have such thoughts, very good, very good. But heaven's secrets always leave a way out, you are not without hope. If you can find the cleansing water goo in the future, you can cleanse your aperture walls and get rid of the foreign aura in the aperture primeval sea, eliminating this side effect. Also, Grandfather has already used my connections to get people to buy the liquor worm for you. This worm can help a goo master refine their primeval essence in the rank 1 realm, advancing by a small realm. The primeval essence refined this way is your own primeval essence, and not a foreign primeval essence. If you use it to nourish the aperture, there are no side effects or risks, and the nourishing effect is even better. Guo Lian was overjoyed, "Thank you, grandfather. But the liquor worm is hard to find. Among the rank 1 goo worms, the liquor worm, boar goo, bookworm and so on are the rarest goo. Once they appear on the market, they are bought almost immediately. Of course, there are some goo worms in this world that are rumored to be able to change a goo master's aptitude. But for most of my life, I have only vaguely heard about it, and have never seen it with my own eyes." The old man said leisurely. The night wind blew into the room from the window. Guo Fangzheng sat on the bed with his eyes closed, both hands holding a yuan stone. The green-bronze primeval sea surged without any wind, waves crashing against the white aperture walls. He had a great aptitude, and his primeval sea took up more than 80% of the aperture. His primeval essence recovery speed was 2 times that of Fang Yuan. This unique advantage allowed him to be close to rank 1 middle stage. Whoosh! After a long while, Guo Fangzheng breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, and slowly opened his eyes. Outside the window, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The green bamboo buildings were lined up, and it was quiet and peaceful. When cultivating, time always passes very quickly. In the blink of an eye, it's already late at night. Fangzheng's mouth moved, and he muttered softly. He slowly opened his hands, and immediately, 2 handfuls of gray stone powder fell from his hands onto the floor in front of the bed. Once the natural primeval essence in the yuan stone is completely absorbed, it will turn into a pile of stone powder. Seeing the stone powder fall, Fangzheng frowned slightly. He took out his money pouch, which had already dried up. Opening the pouch, he saw that there were only 3 yuan stone left. Every 7 days, Fangzheng would receive 3 yuan stone from the academy as an allowance, but Fang Yuan would snatch one away, so he only had 2 left. Uncle and aunt would also give him a living allowance, which was also 3 yuan stone every 7 days. How could these yuan stones be used? Fangzheng wanted to surpass his brother Fang Yuan, so he took the initiative to look for uncle and aunt many times to ask for some yuan stone. After a few times, aunt would talk to him, and tell him that their family was in dire straits, and that they had no spare money. Fangzheng was too embarrassed to ask for more. Father and mother have already done their best to nurture me for my cultivation. I can't make things difficult for them anymore, and ask for yuan stone from them. There are only 3 yuan stone left, so I have to use them sparingly. I will use 1 every day. This way, I can use it for 3 days. I have a feeling that after 3 or 4 days, I will definitely advance to the middle stage. I just don't know how Big Brother's progress is. Thinking of this, Fangzheng subconsciously looked out of the window, at the direction of the academy dormitory. I have a grade talent, and Big Brother is only C grade. His progress will definitely not be as fast as mine. Big Brother will definitely not be my opponent this time. Big Brother, I will let you know the power of a grade talent. Thinking of this, Fangzheng could not help but clench his fists. Academy dormitory. In the dark, he did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on his bed. In the darkness, he did not sleep. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the bed. In the dark, he did not sleep, but sat cross-legged on his bed. In the past, at this time, Fang Yuan would have already laid down and slept. But in today's cultivation, he felt that he was just a step away from entering the middle stage. I might as well not sleep tonight, and directly rush to the middle stage. His eyes flashed with determination. Then, he closed his eyes, and his mind entered his aperture. 44% of the green copper primeval sea had just been refined by the liquor worm into pale green middle stage primeval essence. Rise! Fang Yuan's mind moved, and the calm green copper primeval sea immediately began to ripple. The ripples became more and more numerous, becoming bigger and bigger, forming wave after wave. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the waves came one after another, crashing into the aperture walls all around. It was like crashing into a reef. Most of the primeval essence broke into emerald green waves, splashing high, and then merging into the sea. A small portion of the primeval essence was consumed, turning into traces of mysterious invisible energy, seeping into the white light membrane aperture walls. Rise again. Fong Yuan's mind stirred, and the scale of the pale green waves grew larger and larger. The previous waves were at most like dogs and rabbits running, but now they were like a herd of horses, crashing into the aperture's light membrane. Horses like dragons, waves flying into the sky. The primeval essence was consumed intensely, and the water level continued to drop. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The waves were endless, and finally the quantitative change triggered a qualitative change. That white light membrane suddenly trembled, and the originally gentle white light suddenly blossomed with an aggressive light. Seeing this, Fong Yuan was overjoyed. Knowing that it was a crucial moment, he quickly activated his primeval essence, and continued to wash it. The white light became brighter and brighter, and the light rays began to distort and intertwine, giving people a feeling that it was getting thicker and thicker. In a dozen breaths' time, streaks of light appeared on the light membrane. The streaks of light were like streams of water that flowed continuously, colliding with each other. In the process of collision, they continued to merge and strengthen, forming a white stream of light. Finally, the light streams merged into one, and completely covered the light membrane. The white light dimmed, and the original white light membrane around the aperture walls had disappeared, and was replaced by a spherical white water membrane. The surface of the light membrane was smooth, without any impurities. The water membrane was obviously thicker than the light membrane, and the light on it flowed, flickering. The primeval sea regained its calmness, and there was still 20% seawater left in the aperture. Advanced to middle stage. Fong Yuan laughed brightly, and opened his eyes. Bright sunlight passed through the cracks of the window, and entered. Unknowingly, a night had passed, and it was already morning. Chapter 52. Fong Yuan actually didn't come to class today. Look, his seat has always been empty. How can he be so daring? It's the Academy Elders class this morning, and he actually dares to not come. Not good, the Elder's face is ugly, looks like Fong Yuan is going to be unlucky. He. In the classroom, the youths discussed in low voices. Some gazes kept sweeping towards Fong Yuan's empty seat, and the Academy Elder's face was getting darker and darker. Ever since Fong Yuan started his robbery and extortion, he stood on the opposite side of everyone else. Seeing him in trouble was something all the students loved to see. Section 51, let's see how you explain the situation. The Academy Elder's face was ashen. As he explained the trick of nurturing the aperture, he secretly swept his eyes over Fong Yuan's seat. He laughed coldly in his heart. Fong Yuan, Fong Yuan. Yesterday I was still worried that I couldn't catch you. Today you came to me on your own accord. You are still a 15-year-old youth. I have overestimated you. The unsightly expression on his face was mostly an act. His goal was to take the opportunity to punish Fong Yuan, and get rid of his increasingly arrogant attitude. Undeniably, as time passed, Fong Yuan's aura grew stronger and stronger, pressuring the other students to the point where they could not breathe. The Academy Elder did not wish to see one school dominate. What he wished to see was a scene of 100 flowers blooming and 100 schools contending. Come. The Academy Elder bent his finger and lightly knocked on the desk. Sir, your subordinate is here. The two guards outside immediately pushed the door open and entered. The Academy Elder snorted coldly in front of everyone. This Fong Yuan is too outrageous, to actually be so lazy, openly skipping class in front of my eyes. Go to the dormitory and bring him here. Yes, sir. The guards turned and left. Seeing the guards disappear outside the door, the Academy erupted into noise. When Section 51, let's see how you explain it. Countless students whispered to each other. Fong Yuan is out of luck this time. Someone's eyes lit up. There's going to be a good show to watch later. Someone laughed gloatingly. Big brother, you're too arrogant. You are challenging the authority of the clan elder. No matter what punishment you receive, you asked for it. Gu Fangzheng looked at his seat and sighed in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. The academy elder's face was grave and stern. He slammed his hand on the desk 3 times. Everyone, be quiet. There is no noise in the academy. At this moment, his aura was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It was daunting. Suddenly, the classroom was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The students all shut their mouths in fear and sat up straight. It was just that on the surface, but in their hearts, their attention had long been drawn to this matter. The class continued, and the youths all seemed a little absent-minded. Some of the students who were seated near the windows would look out from time to time. Time passed, and after a while, footsteps suddenly came from the door. In a split second, the ears of many students twitched, and dozens of pairs of eyes suddenly lit up. He's here. The academy elder also heard the footsteps, and he could not help but squint his eyes. He had already thought of how to deal with Fang Yuan. He would punish him to stand outside the door for 6 hours. Although the punishment was not heavy, it was a loss of face. After class, the students would walk in and out of the door, and if they kept walking, they would see Fang Yuan who was punished to stand. This way, it would shatter Fang Yuan's terrifying image. When the students realized that Fang Yuan was only a so-so, the threat that Fang Yuan brought to them would be greatly reduced, and their hearts would be filled with courage, and their fighting spirit would be ignited. What was amazing was, the punishment for Fang Yuan came from the academy. Invisibly, there would be reverence. Only reverence would there be obedience. Therefore, although this method was simple, it actually had a deeper meaning behind it. The footsteps got closer and closer, and finally the person stopped outside the door. Dong, dong, dong. A series of knocks came from the door. Hee, I'll open the door. A student who was sitting near the door, volunteered to stand up, walked out of his seat, and opened the door. The academy involuntarily quietened down, and countless pairs of eyes stared at the door. Creak. The door was in the hands of the student, and was gently pulled open a gap. Sunlight shone in through the gap, and the body of the student who opened the door, at this moment, suddenly trembled. Ah! He was stunned for a moment, and suddenly exclaimed, and subconsciously took a big step back. His body collided with the desk, and instantly lost his balance, and even the desk and him fell to the ground. His face was completely white and filled with fear. His 4 limbs trembled, and he could not exert any strength. Falling to the ground, he clumsily tried to get up, and then fell back down again. What's going on? For a moment, everyone's heart was in their throat, and they frowned deeply. Countless pairs of curious and inquiring eyes shot towards the door. The door was slowly pushed open by the person outside. The academy elder also subconsciously stopped his lecture. The first thing that caught his eyes was a hand that was supporting the door. A young man's left hand. It was a bloody left hand. A bloody hand. Seeing this bloody hand, many of the female students covered their mouths, and let out an uncontrollable cry of shock. The door slowly was completely pushed open. The bright sunlight shone in, the light was blinding, and everyone could not help but squint their eyes. The incandescent sunlight became the background, and a pitch-black silhouette, outlined the outline of a skinny young man, appeared in everyone's vision. For some reason, in the academy elder's heart, there was suddenly a strong sense of unease. It's Fang Yuan. Someone let out a shout filled with shock. Everyone quickly adapted to the sunlight, and clearly saw the person who came. They saw Fang Yuan covered in blood, standing at the door with his head held high, as though he had just experienced an intense battle. His left hand that was pushing the door slowly retracted, and his right hand was pulling on his hair, dragging a person. This person's left arm was already broken, and he did not move, and had already fainted. He allowed the wound on his left shoulder to gurgle with blood. It's one of the guards that went to find Fang Yuan. Someone recognized the person's identity. What on earth is going on? Someone went crazy. He killed again, and this time he killed a guard. Someone pointed at Fang Yuan and screamed in fear. It was as though the louder they screamed, the more they could release the fear and panic in their hearts. For a moment, the academy was in an uproar. Many of the students forgot their discipline at this moment, and unconsciously stood up from their seats in shock. They stared at Fang Yuan at the door with eyes filled with shock and panic. In their imagination, Fang Yuan would be escorted here by 2 guards, one on the left and one on the right. But the reality in front of them was, Fang Yuan's body was covered in blood, and his expression was cold, as though a demon had arrived. Of the 2 guards, one had disappeared, and the other was not moving. Blood slowly flowed out from his body, and very quickly accumulated into a pool of fresh blood at the door. A thick stench of blood instantly filled the air in the hall. The academy elder was stunned. He had never expected such a scene to unfold. After the shock, there was a surge of anger. These 2 guards were martial artists with different surnames, and if they died, then so be it. The academy elder did not care. But the key was their identity. They were the academy's guards, and represented the academy's authority, and represented the academy elder's face. This Fang Yuan was simply too daring. It was bad enough that he killed Gao Wan, but now he even dared to kill the academy's guards. No, it was not just daring, it was a naked provocation, a provocation of the academy's authority. The academy elder's hair stood up in anger, and he pointed at Fang Yuan, and shouted, "Fang Yuan! What's the matter with you? You have to give me a clear explanation, and give me a reason to forgive you. Otherwise, just based on the fact that you killed the guards, you will be thrown into prison, and await the family's punishment." All the students kept quiet out of fear. The windows were shaking, and the academy elder's roar echoed throughout the academy. Only Fang Yuan's expression was calm, and his eyes were deep, as usual, without a trace of emotion. Looking around, Fang Yuan loosened his right hand, and with a plop, the guard's head fell into the pool of blood on the floor, and blood splattered, staining Fang Yuan's trousers. He cupped his hands towards the academy elder, and in the silent academy, his calm voice rang out, "Sir Academy Elder, this junior indeed has something to report. Speak." The academy elder clasped his hands behind his back, and raised his head to look at Fang Yuan, his gaze like ice. In his heart, he was laughing coldly. "Fang Yuan, you have made one mistake after another, and your mistakes are getting bigger and bigger. I want to see how you explain yourself." Chapter 53. The rain continued to fall. Dark clouds covered the sky, and the mountains in the distance merged into a lump of ink. The curtain of rain interweaved heaven and earth together. Crack! The sky suddenly brightened, and a bolt of lightning like a silver snake cut through the sky, then suddenly disappeared. It was almost summer, and this late spring rain seemed to bring a hint of summer's warmth. On Qingmao Mountain, large patches of green spear bamboos stood tall, fighting against the wind and rain. The bamboo bodies were still straight like spears, the bamboo tips pointing towards the sky. In the Guyu village, countless tall buildings were lined up in a row. They buried their heads and endured the washing of the heavy rain. Outside the village, the caravan had already set off. "The rain is heavy, pay attention to the road. Don't fall behind." Gu masters lead the Gu worms, especially the fat beetles. Section 47, Jia Jinsheng, I don't want to kill you, don't get stuck on the mountain path. You mortal martial artists, keep your eyes open and look after the goods. If you lose even one, I'll settle the score with you. Shouts rose and fell from the caravan. After staying in the Guyua village for 3 days, the caravan left, following Qingmao Mountain's mountain path towards their next destination. The heavy rain washed over the land, and the roads around the village were paved with cobblestones, which was still okay. But after 500 meters, there was a muddy and narrow mountain path. The proud ostriches hung their heads, their brightly colored feathers drenched by the rain, sticking together into pieces. They were truly drenched. The fat beetle twisted its fat body, moving forward very slowly. The rain hit its black leather armor, forming streams of water that slid down to the ground on both sides. The furry mountain spiders were also drenched, their green-black fur sticking together. But those toad goo happily cried out, carrying the goods and goo masters, jumping up and down the mountain. There was also the winged serpent, already keeping its wings. The thick snake body moved through the muddy water. In order to protect the goods from the rain, Section 47, Jia Jin Sheng, I don't want to kill you. The goo masters were also showing their abilities. On the bodies of the fat beetles, there were goo masters standing in the middle. They raised their hands up high, and a golden radiant chi insect hovered an inch above their palms. The green bronze true essence rose like water vapor and poured into the body of the golden light insect. The goo worm's whole body was shining like a golden bean, and with this circle as the center, it held up a huge pale golden air barrier. The hemispherical air shield covered a large area. Apart from covering a fat beetle completely, there was still more than enough space. When the raindrops hit the air shield, they bounced off as if they were hitting an umbrella. But this Ichi golden light worm expended primeval essence continuously, and after a long time, a rank 1 goo master would not be able to endure it. Sure enough, after a while, a goo master shouted, I can't take it anymore, my primeval essence is exhausted. Who will replace me? I'll do it. Almost immediately, a goo master rushed over and took over his position. Some goo masters who were pulling carts or riding mountain spiders activated the green silk goo in their bodies. Under the green silk goo's power, the goo master's hair grew wildly. A normal person would have at least 100,000 strands of hair. 100,000 strands of hair would each grow to 5 to 6 meters long. They intertwined with each other, wrapping around the goo master's body and the goo mount under their buttocks, forming a temporary impenetrable black hair cloak. Green silk goo was a rank 1 goo worm, often used by goo masters to defend and attack. When used, it expended 30% of the green bronze primeval essence, unlike the Ichi golden light worm which required continuous primeval essence output. If this green silk goo was refined with the rank 1 black boar goo, it would advance to the rank 2 black mane goo. When the black mane goo was activated, not only the hair, but all the hair on the body would become black and thick. In a few breaths, the goo master's body would grow into a black mane armor. If the black mane goo continued to advance, it would become the famous rank 3 goo, the steel mane goo. Other than the Ichi golden light worm and green silk goo, many goo masters in the caravan chose the water spider goo. It could be seen that these goo masters were covered in a thin layer of light blue water cloak. On the surface of the water cloak, water flowed continuously. When the raindrops hit the water cloak, they immediately fused with the water cloak. The goo masters were continuously drenched, and the water cloak on their body became thicker. Every once in a while, the goo master would need to activate the water spider goo to drain the excess water from the water cloak. At this time, the thick water cloak would be reduced to a thin layer. As for those mortal martial artists, they were rushing back and forth on the muddy road, taking care of the goods. Most of them were wearing straw raincoats, but in the chaos, the straw raincoat's effect was limited, and they were all drenched by the rain. This damned weather! The martial artists cursed in their hearts. In the rain, the mountain roads were even more difficult to walk. In such weather, no matter how strong the martial artists were, they were still mortals. If they were drenched and overworked, it was extremely easy to catch a cold. A serious illness was a light one, but there was a chance that they would contract some sequelae, and if the illness was serious, they might even be abandoned by the goo master on the road. If there was a landslide on the mountain road, or if they were attacked by wild beasts or goo worms, they might lose their lives. The caravan was huge, and there were many goo masters. But every time they traveled, there would be a large number of casualties. Many mortal martial artists died, and goo masters would also have casualties. If the caravan encountered a large migrating beast group, it was possible that they would be completely annihilated. In fact, other than these natural disasters, there were still others. The villages along the way might not all welcome the caravan. Some of the mountain strongholds liked to rob outsiders. Let's go, see you next year. Some goo masters sat on their goo worms, turning their bodies and waving goodbye to the Gyue village. At the entrance of the village, many people gathered together, sending off the caravan with their gazes. "You must come again next year." The children shouted reluctantly. The adults' gazes were much more complicated. "The future is uncertain, the ways of the world are difficult. Next year, I wonder how many familiar faces will remain in the village. Whether it is a caravan or living in the village, it is not easy to make a living." The caravan moved further and further away, and the crowd gradually dispersed. The lively atmosphere of the market also disappeared without a trace. The place where the tents and stalls were set up was left with a huge mess. The turf was trampled by the endless stream of people, revealing grass roots and soil. When the rain fell on it, it immediately turned into mud, and there were countless potholes and muddy puddles. Other than that, there was also a lot of household rubbish left behind. Fong Yuan stood alone on a secluded hill, looking at the caravan from afar. The caravan was like a fat colorful python, under the gray rain, following the narrow mountain path, slowly entering the dense forest. "The heavens are really on my side." Fong Yuan sighed lightly. He held a butter paper umbrella, standing quietly in the rain. He wore an ordinary linen shirt, his body was thin, his skin was pale like a 15-year-old, and he had a head of clean black short hair. The ends of his hair trembled under the umbrella with the wind. Others cursed the horrible weather, but he sighed at the timing of the rain. He killed Jia Jinsheng last night and cleaned up the scene. But it happened too suddenly, and there was something wrong. Especially the smell of blood, because the secret cave was not ventilated, it was not easy to get rid of. With this heavy rain, it washed the earth and the air, greatly weakening the detection methods that relied on smell. There was definitely a small waterfall coming from the stone crevice, and after the fresh water vapor was diluted, it was almost impossible to be exposed in a short time. Of course, the longer the time, the higher the possibility of being exposed. In this world, there were all kinds of amazing goo worms, and a variety of detection methods. Even Fong Yuan only knew a part of them. The rain hit the surface of the butter paper umbrella, making dripping sounds. Then, along the ribs of the umbrella, streams of water flowed down, hitting the green stone under Fong Yuan's feet, splashing water everywhere. Seeing the caravan turn around the corner, completely entering the dense forest, Fong Yuan did not show a trace of happiness, but instead had a serious expression. Although Jia Jinsheng's cultivation is weak and his talent is low, his status is special. Everyone in the caravan is busy, so no one noticed his disappearance in a short time. However, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed. At that time, Jia Fu will come back to investigate, and the real challenge will come. The Jia family had purposely arranged for Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu to lead the caravan together. In terms of cultivation, Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu are worlds apart. In terms of wisdom, Jia Jinsheng is far behind. The Jia family had arranged this to let Jia Jinsheng suffer a setback, to let him see the reality and live a peaceful life. At the same time, it is also to test Jia Fu's character. If the setback is too great, to the point that even his own brother can't be tolerated, how can the Jia family head position be given to him? Jia Jinsheng never truly understood his father's good intentions. Although he has some intelligence, it is a pity that he is only a superficial person. What a pity! What a pity for such a good chess piece! Fong Yuan sighed in his heart. With 500 years of experience, he had long seen through the surface, and perceived the deep nature of this matter. When he saw the complicated relationship between Jia Jinsheng and Jia Fu in the dispute last night, he immediately had a vague plan in his heart. In his plan, Jia Jinsheng was a very suitable chess piece. Jia Jinsheng's cultivation was weak, but his status was high. Although he was a little clever, his experience was too shallow, and he could completely control it. Once this chess piece was controlled, it would be very useful. Firstly, he could establish a stable channel to dispose of stolen goods, in preparation for killing and robbing in the future. Secondly, Fong Yuan would be hiding behind the scenes, using him and the Shadow Wall to incite conflict between the three villages on Qingmao Mountain, triggering a civil war, and reaping the benefits. Thirdly, he could rely on him to infiltrate the Jia family. In the future, the Jia family's property dispute would cause a Gu fighting tournament, and it would be a huge matter. There were many benefits, and Fang Yuan could definitely obtain great benefits from it. My current cultivation is too low, and my hands and feet are tied when I do things. If I have a chess piece that I can use, I can do things that I cannot do. Not only is it convenient, but the risk is also greatly reduced. If I am exposed in the future, I can just abandon this chess piece and still be free. The people around me are all loyal to the family, and not easy to manipulate. Only an outsider like Jia Jinsheng can easily break out of this situation. What a pity, I did not expect the flower wine monk to leave behind an inheritance of strength. The flower wine monk was a rank 5 Gu master, and his inheritance was naturally more precious than Jia Jinsheng. Of course, if he could have both, that would be great. But facing such a precious treasure, Jia Jinsheng could no longer be controlled, so he could only abandon it. 10 out of 10 things in this world do not go your way. Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed. The appearance of the flower wine monk's inheritance broke Fang Yuan's original plan. And after the shadow wall changed, the previous scene disappeared, and only a line of blood words appeared, reminding Fang Yuan to break the shadow wall, and a hole would appear. Walk down the hole, and you will receive the inheritance of strength. The blood words only appeared for a few breaths, and then disappeared. The shadow wall also reverted to a normal mountain wall. Fang Yuan had been busy last night dealing with the murder scene, and had no time to break the shadow wall. Killing Jia Jinsheng in a hurry, there will be many repercussions, just that it has not been revealed yet. Although I have successfully destroyed the corpse, there will definitely be a lot of trouble. This way, the method of exposing the liquor worm will have to be changed. Also, I can't go to the secret cave in the rock crack for the time being. I have to hide in the village for the time being, and guard against the investigation. Fang Yuan turned around, holding the umbrella, and walked towards the village in the rain. But this is also good. In this period of time, I have consumed large amounts of Yuan stone, and refined middle stage primeval essence. Using middle stage primeval essence to nourish my aperture, I will be able to break through to middle stage soon. Once I reach middle stage, my strength will double. At that time, I will have more confidence in inheriting the flower wine monk's inheritance. The inheritance of a demonic cultivator was not as gentle as that of a righteous cultivator. There would usually be dangerous tests. If the test was not passed, the price to pay would be his life. The affairs of the world are hard to predict, but because of this, it is very interesting. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile. Under the heavy rain, the green mountains stretched endlessly, suffused with grayish-green, appearing oppressive and heavy. A gust of wind blew, and the raindrops slanted, hitting Fang Yuan's shoulder. A wave of cold air assaulted him. He then thought of Jia Jinsheng. He sighed in his heart, Jia Jinsheng, actually. I did not want to kill you. What a waste of a good chess piece. Chapter 54. In the academy, everyone's gaze was focused on Fang Yuan. These gazes contained shock, fear, mockery, and coldness. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to these gazes. He looked at the academy elder, pointing at the unconscious guard on the ground, his expression solemn. Reporting to elder, these two guards had malicious intentions, they deserve to die. They forcefully broke in at the critical moment when I was about to break through to the middle stage. As everyone knows, a Gu master's cultivation cannot be disturbed. Especially when breaking through to a higher realm. If one is careless, not only will the breakthrough fail, the aperture will also be damaged. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to step into the middle stage the moment they barged in. But, without waiting for the others to react, Fang Yuan continued, these two still refused to admit the mistake they made earlier, actually boasting shamelessly about attacking me, and even insulting my clan's ancestor, falsely claiming that it was Lord Clan Elder's idea to disturb this junior's cultivation. The student did not believe it and resisted fiercely. These two were highly skilled, and I fought bravely, defeating them both. But seeing that these two are the academy's guards, I didn't kill them. Only one had his arm cut off, and the other had his leg cut off. Although they lost a lot of blood, they did not die. This matter is like this, please uphold justice for me, elder. Finishing, Fang Yuan cupped his fists towards the academy elder. His tone was hurried, saying a lot, and the others did not have the right to interrupt. After he finished, the surrounding people slowly reacted. What did Fang Yuan just say? I don't think I heard it clearly. I think he said he advanced to the middle stage. How can it be? He's just a C-grade talent trash. How could he be the first to advance to the middle stage? He must be lying. He's afraid of the academy's punishment, so he lied. The students all began to discuss loudly. Compared to Fang Yuan advancing to the middle stage, the life and death of the two guards were no longer important. They were not surnamed Guyue, who would care about their life and death? You said that you have already advanced to rank 1 middle stage? The academy elder's voice was cold, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Fang Yuan, you can't say such things carelessly. If you admit your mistake now, I can still deal with you leniently because it's your first offense. However, if you continue to make mistakes and try to cover up with lies, then this old man will tell you right now that lies are easy to see through. Fang Yuan did not try to defend himself. He only chuckled and said to the academy elder, Elder, please check. Without needing him to say anything, the academy elder had already walked over. He placed his hand on Fang Yuan's lower abdomen and diverted a bit of his attention into it. He immediately saw the scene of Fang Yuan's aperture. Inside the aperture, there was no goo. The spring-autumn cicada had already hidden itself. A rank 6 goo's level was far higher than a rank 3 academy elder's. If it wanted to hide, it would not be easily discovered. As for the liquor worm, Fang Yuan temporarily put it in the wine jar in the dormitory and did not carry it with him. The academy elder closed his eyes and saw a bronze primordial sea, calm and undisturbed. Every drop of primordial water was the pale green color of middle-stage primordial essence. Looking at the surrounding aperture walls, the white aperture walls were rippling with light, as if they were made up of water. Waves of water were flowing rapidly. Water membrane. He really advanced to middle stage. How is this possible? The academy elder shouted in his heart, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. But he tried his best to hide it, his face as solemn as water. After a moment, he digested this fact and slowly retracted his hand, saying in a low voice, it is indeed middle stage. The students had long held their breaths, quietly waiting for the result. Once the academy elder said this, the entire academy seemed to explode. The students were bewildered, each of their faces showing an expression of disbelief. Fang Yuan was only a C grade, but he was the first to advance to middle stage. This was something that defied common sense. When a Gu master cultivated and broke through realms, the most important thing was talent. Are you kidding me? Even a C grade could advance first? How could those A and B grade talents endure this? Guyue Fangzheng's face turned pale. He was still full of confidence last night, but now the truth was in front of him. He could not take the impact and sat down. Guyue Mabe clenched his fists. Guyue Fangzheng gritted his teeth. The academy elder could not be fooled, so how did Fang Yuan do it? At that moment, all the youths stared at Fang Yuan. They all had the same question in their hearts. With Fang Yuan's C-grade talent, how did he advance so quickly? The academy elder's heart was also filled with doubts. Under such a huge doubt, he threw the idea of suppressing Fang Yuan to the back of his mind, and asked directly, Fang Yuan, I hope you can explain, how did you advance to middle stage? Fang Yuan smiled silently, heaven rewards the diligent. As a student, I studied hard and trained hard, accumulating over time, so success came naturally. Liar. TCH, if heaven rewards the diligent, I would have been number 1 long ago. Studied hard and trained hard. Just a while ago, I saw him leisurely strolling around the shops. The students were obviously not satisfied with such an answer. Is that so? The academy elder did not deny it. His eyes were cold as he stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's face was calm, and he stared back at the elder without fear. He was bathed in blood, and his linen clothes were messy, as if he had just gone through an intense battle. His eyes were as deep as a lake, revealing a kind of calmness, a kind of indifference, and even a hint of mockery. Seeing such a pair of eyes, the academy elder's heart could not help but waver. This Fong Yuan is not afraid, not scared, not shocked. How could I force him to reveal it? With his C-grade talent, he was able to advance to middle stage first. There must be a secret. But since he does not want to reveal this secret, as the academy elder, I cannot force him to reveal it. Looks like I can only investigate in secret. Thinking of this, the academy elder could only retract his gaze, and his cold and stern face softened. But Fong Yuan did not let it go. This student is terrified. Sir Elder, how are you going to deal with these two guards? These two have lost too much blood, and if they are not treated, they will die. You are terrified? The academy elder could not help but snort coldly in his heart. His eyebrows furrowed deeply. Now that things had developed to this stage, as the person in charge of the academy, he had to step up and deal with it. But how should I deal with it? The academy elder could not help but feel that it was a little tricky. He could not help but ponder. Fong Yuan took in the academy elder's change of expression. He laughed in his heart. The academy elder must be in a difficult position right now. These two guards were just servants with a different surname, and their lives were as cheap as grass. If it was under normal circumstances, it would be fine if they died, no one would care. But the situation now was different. These two were personally sent out by the academy elder. If they really died, it would be a disgrace to the academy elder. So these two guards would not die, and the academy elder would treat them. What really troubled the academy elder was the way to deal with Fong Yuan. In his original plan, Fong Yuan played truant first, and then killed the guards, going against his teacher and being arrogant. According to the clan rules, he would be locked up in the clan's prison, to reflect and admit his mistakes. But these mistakes, when added to the fact that Fong Yuan had advanced to the middle stage, suddenly became different. Fong Yuan, because of his cultivation, had no choice but to play truant and kill the guards. This was pardonable. The key was that he had successfully advanced to the middle stage, becoming the first person in this batch. This was the right thing to do. What did Fong Yuan rely on to advance to the middle stage? This secret could be put aside. Winner takes all. Everyone cared about the results. No one would criticize such an outstanding junior. The academy elder could not punish him in any way. What did the academy do? It was to nurture outstanding Gu masters, to inject fresh blood into the clan. With such an outstanding youth appearing as the academy elder, it would be a dereliction of duty to suppress him. Just like when a student achieved good results, as the teacher, he had to praise and encourage him, not punish or criticize him. A teacher who criticized and punished a student because of their outstanding results would never be acknowledged. Maybe the other elders, because they were afraid of Fong Yuan's development prospects, or because of grudges, would suppress Fong Yuan in the dark. But only you, the academy elder, cannot. Because you are in charge of the academy, you have to be fair and just, at least on the surface. These are the rules. Are we just going to let him go like this? It was not easy to get a hold of his weakness. The academy elder felt very unresigned. He knew in his heart that all the youths in the academy were outsiders. Outsiders could only watch the show, unable to see the intricacies, unable to experience the excitement in the dark. In fact, this was the first time he, the academy elder, and the scholar, Fong Yuan, exchanged blows. First, he did not let go of the rules, wanting to punish Fong Yuan, and destroy his strong image in the hearts of the other youths. Then, Fong Yuan brazenly counterattacked. His move seemed rash, but it hit the nail on the head. Using the excuse of advancing to the intermediate level, he immediately regained his footing. As for the two unlucky guards, they were just pawns that were innocently implicated in the fight between the two, and were sacrificed. This Fong Yuan, he is too scheming. If he really killed the two guards, I could still use this reason to counterattack. Although his talent is not much, but his methods are so experienced and thorough, it is hard to imagine that this was done by a 15-year-old youth. But I can't even counterattack. No wonder in the early years, there were rumors of his early intelligence and poetry. The Academy elder suddenly realized that he had already lost. His failure was due to his identity. He was the Academy elder in charge of the Academy. This was his strength, but it was also his weakness. One point of strength was one point of weakness. Fong Yuan had long seen through this logic. The Academy elder felt helpless and annoyed. He had once asked Fong Yuan to explain, but Fong Yuan's explanation was actually full of loopholes, and could not stand up to scrutiny. These guards were all chosen by the Academy elder, and their temperaments could not be so rash, and would not be so stupid as to insult the ancestors of Guyue. Fong Yuan's words were said on purpose. It was undisguised slander, and was framing in front of an insider. The Academy elder was very clear on this point, but he was clear that he could not pursue this matter. This was a trap. Once he pursued this matter, and the truth was revealed, how would he deal with this matter? If he did not punish Fong Yuan, the two guards would be wronged, and he, as the Academy elder, would not be fair in handling matters. How would he be able to convince the masses in the future? If he punished Fong Yuan, he would be suppressing the good, and being jealous of the talented. For the sake of two foreign servants, suppressing the younger generation of the clan, if this matter were to spread, it would cause the dissatisfaction of the clan. So the best way to deal with this was to turn a blind eye, and treat these two guards as disposable. Then he would determine that these two had committed a grave mistake. At the same time, he would commend Fong Yuan. This way, the clansmen would be satisfied, and the guards, who had been deceived, would also think that this was fair. This way of dealing with it was undoubtedly in the best interest of the Academy elder. Logic told the Academy elder that this was the way to deal with it. But emotionally, the Academy elder could not overcome this hurdle. This Fong Yuan was too despicable. This time, not only did the Academy elder not suppress Fong Yuan's limelight, but he had become a stepping stone, stepped on by Fong Yuan, and lost face in front of everyone. Fong Yuan did not respect him in the slightest, and dared to target him in front of everyone. This made him, the Academy elder, feel a sense of shame and humiliation. The key was, in the future, if these two guards felt wronged, and wanted to expose the truth, in order to protect his image and identity, the Academy elder would have to be the first to jump out and suppress these two guards. But this was all caused by Fong Yuan. What kind of feeling was this? To make an analogy, it was as if Fong Yuan had pooped on the Academy elder's face, and the Academy elder had to praise Fong Yuan, and at the same time clean up his mess. If there was an outsider who wanted to point it out, and say that the Academy elder had pooped on his face, he would have to shut the outsider's mouth at the first possible moment. This kind of grievance and humiliation was almost unbearable for the Academy elder. There was a growing urge in his heart to directly slap Fong Yuan a few times. But in the end, the Academy elder only reached out his hand, and lightly patted Fong Yuan's shoulder. So small. The Academy elder's face was as dark as water, and he squeezed out these words from between his teeth. It's all thanks to the Academy's nurturing. Fong Yuan's tone was calm. Chapter 55. Everything was within Fong Yuan's expectations. After that, the Academy elder ordered a healing gu master to save the two guards. The guards' lives were saved, but they were heavily injured, and were chased out of the academy by the Academy elder. Fong Yuan did not receive any punishment, but was instead praised. Such an outcome caused the other youths to feel even more fear. But this matter was far from over. As time passed, the storm spread to the entire clan. Fong Yuan was the first to advance to middle stage with his C-grade aptitude, and this became the topic of discussion in the clan. After meals, many people were discussing this matter. After the initial shock, people started to speculate about the mystery of Fong Yuan's advancement. Actually, with C-grade talent, surpassing A and B grade, advancing to middle stage first, is not a strange thing. That's right, there are many ways to achieve this in this world. For example, the relic goo. Once this goo is used, it can refine the aperture walls and boost one's cultivation. Advancing a small realm is a piece of cake. At once, there were all sorts of opinions, and all sorts of possible answers were discussed. As for the liquor worm, variant primeval essence, and so on, many people naturally brought up the topic. If Fong Yuan had revealed the existence of the liquor worm at the first moment, there would not have been such an uproar. But by covering it up like this, he had unknowingly attracted everyone's curiosity. Guyue village looked calm on the surface, but there was already an undercurrent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the academy, waiting for the academy elder's explanation. As the academy elder, if he did not even know how his students advanced, that would be a dereliction of duty. So the academy elder had to give an explanation. Time passed day by day. The second youth to advance from initial stage to middle stage appeared. It was Guyue Mabe. Soon after, with just a difference of 3 hours, Guyue Fangjing also advanced successfully. He was dragged down by the lack of Yuan stone. Of course, there was also the fact that Fong Yuan's matter dealt a blow to him. The third was Guyue Cheng. Even though he had Guyue personally pouring his true essence into it, the efficiency of this method was not very high. It could only be used once every 3 days, and it was also very dangerous. However, being able to obtain third place with a C-grade aptitude was already a success. On the 5th day, the academy elder distributed the Yuan stone again. Guyue, Fong Yuan. Standing in front, he was the first to call out Fong Yuan's name. Fong Yuan stood up and walked forward with a calm expression. The gazes of the youths followed him, their gazes revealing jealousy, envy, suspicion, probing, hatred, and so on. Today, Lord Elder is not only distributing the allowance, but he is also arranging the positions of the class monitor and vice class monitor. As expected, the first person the family elder called was Fong Yuan. He's the first to be promoted. The position of class monitor is going to be his. It's hard to imagine this result. I thought it was Fangjing. It's too strange that he advanced to the intermediate level first. There must be a huge secret, but he's not telling us. Hee, if it were me, I wouldn't tell you either. Wouldn't it be better to get rich quietly? As the students whispered to each other, Fong Yuan walked in front of the academy elder. Guyue, Fong Yuan, you are the first rank 1 middle stage Gu master this year. This is your reward. Saying so, the academy elder passed him a blue and white coin pouch. Fong Yuan took the coin pouch and opened it in front of everyone, looking inside. Don't worry, there's a total of 30 Yuan stone inside. The academy won't shortchange you. The academy elder squeezed out a smile. To be honest, he did not expect that the first youth to advance to the intermediate level would be Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan did not hear the academy elder's words. He rarely trusted others, but he trusted himself the most. He checked carefully and found that there were indeed 30 Yuan stone, not a single one missing. Only then did he keep the coin pouch in his arms. Seeing Fong Yuan's behavior, the academy elder thought that he was short on money, and the smile on his face widened. That's right, he's only a C-grade talent. To advance to the intermediate level, he'll need more Yuan stone. He doesn't have anyone else to help him, so Yuan stone is definitely tight. As long as he has a need for Yuan stone, he won't be out of control. As long as he enters the family's system, the secret he's keeping, even if we can't find out, one day, he'll spill it. Regarding this, the academy elder was very confident. In fact, from that day onwards, he had sent people to investigate Fong Yuan in secret. Almost every day, there would be new developments in the investigation. But it was obvious that those people had not found out that Fong Yuan had hundreds of Yuan stone on hand, and was actually quite generous. The academy elder continued, Fong Yuan, you are the first to advance to rank 1 middle stage. According to the academy's rules, not only will you receive 30 Yuan stone as a reward, you will also have priority in choosing your second Gu worm. Now, I appoint you as the class monitor. In the end, Fong Yuan is finally appointed as the class monitor. Once this was said, some of the students sighed. Damn it. Guyu gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up. Humph. Guyu crossed his arms, watching coldly from the side. The one who suffered the greatest blow was still Fang Yuan's younger brother, Guyu Fangjing. His face was pale, his eyes flickering, and a dark cloud shrouded his heart. When normal students see the class monitor and vice class monitor, they have to bow and greet them. With my results, I'll definitely be able to get the position of vice class monitor. But in the future, when I meet my brother, I still have to bow. Wait. But just as Fang Yuan opened his mouth, he smiled at the academy elder, and said slowly, "Sir Elder, your student's talent is shallow, and it's hard for me to take on the position of class monitor. Such a position should be given to a talented person." What? You mean you don't want to be the class monitor? If you become a class monitor, you'll receive 10 yuan stone every time. Are you sure you want to reject? The academy elder's eyebrows immediately twisted into a knot. He had been teaching for decades, and had never seen anyone reject this position. Actually, he had thought about it. Letting Fang Yuan be the class monitor had its benefits. Once he became the class monitor, he would be included in the family's system. Fang Yuan would have to enjoy the benefits, and at the same time fulfill his duties. No matter what the specific duties of the class monitor were, he must at least stop extorting and robbing his classmates. This was definitely not something a class monitor could do. Just like previously, even if the academy elder was humiliated by Fang Yuan, he still had to praise Fang Yuan because of his cultivation results. Under the system, he couldn't handle things as he pleased, and many times he wouldn't have the freedom to do as he pleased. Of course, it wasn't that the academy elder disliked Fang Yuan for extorting so many yuan stones every time. He was thinking for the sake of all the students. Once Fang Yuan became the class monitor, he wouldn't be able to bully his classmates anymore. This would allow the other youths, under the heavy pressure of Fang Yuan, to breathe a sigh of relief. After that, he would then take advantage of the situation to create a scene where hundreds of schools of thought contend. As long as he could cultivate Fangjing, Mabe, Qiqing, these seeds of hope, what was sacrificing a small class monitor position? However, although the academy elder's plan was good, the reality was completely different from what he had expected. Fang Yuan rejected. He actually rejected. Although the position of class monitor was small, in the hearts of these youths, it represented the glory of being number one. Not only glory, but becoming a class monitor, the allowance was as much as 10 yuan stone every time. This kind of temptation, there had never been a youth who could resist it. But Fang Yuan actually rejected it. Fang Yuan saw the academy elder stunned, and asked him in reply, "Don't tell me the academy has a rule that only the first can be the class monitor? Can't one reject the position of class monitor?" The academy elder's face sank. Of course there isn't such an unreasonable rule. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, "Thank you for your understanding, elder." After saying that, he cupped his hands, walked down, and returned to his seat. The students who had witnessed this with their own eyes, were instantly in an uproar. For a moment the academy was boiling. Fang Yuan actually rejected it? Are you kidding me? Is there something wrong with his brain? I don't know what's wrong with his brain, he'll regret it in the future. Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor. Does that mean I'm the class monitor now? The surprise came too quickly. The second place Guyu Mabe couldn't react in time. Guyu Cheng's face was full of disbelief. He really couldn't understand. Someone actually gave up the position of class monitor. What a complete idiot. Brother. Guyu Fangjing's eyes widened, and he stared blankly at Fang Yuan as he walked back to his seat. According to Fangjing's results, he would definitely be the assistant class monitor. But when Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor, Fangjing suddenly felt that his position as the assistant class monitor was so dull and uninteresting. The academy elder's face was livid. He was really livid this time. Previously when Fang Yuan skipped class, his face was also very ugly, but that was just an act for others to see. He was in a terrible mood, even worse than the previous time. Fang Yuan gave up the position of class monitor, which meant that he refused to join the family system. The academy elder had been in charge of the academy for decades, but this was the first time he had seen such a student, who could actually refuse such a great temptation. He had wanted to invite him into the trap, but Fong Yuan refused, and the academy elder couldn't do anything about it. The subsidies were distributed. In the end, Guyu Mabe obtained the second place, which was unprecedented, outside of the class monitor. Fangzheng and Qicheng were each assistant class monitor. The allowance for the class monitor was 10 yuan stone. The allowance for the assistant class monitor was increased to 5 yuan stone. Chapter 56. A red sun slowly descended towards the mountains in the west. Its light was no longer glaring and dazzling. Instead, it was gentle and bright. The sky in the west was dyed red by it. The sunset was continuous, like a concubine receiving a reward, happily crowding around the emperor, wanting to sleep together. Everything in Qingmao Mountain was enveloped in a blurry rose color. The tall buildings were also draped with a layer of golden silk. The trees planted around the academy seemed to be smeared with a thin layer of oil. The wind blew gently. The students carried the yuan stone allowance they had just received, walked out of the classroom, each feeling refreshed. I really don't know what Fong Yuan was thinking, to actually give up the position of class monitor. His brain is broken, probably thinking about killing all day. Let's not pay attention to this kind of lunatic. Speaking of which, that day when he barged into the academy, I was really shocked. It was too scary. After returning that day, I had nightmares for the whole night. The students, in twos and threes, walked in groups. Hello, class monitor. Yes. Hello, class monitor. Yes, yes. Guyu Mo Bei swaggered around, and everywhere he went, the students bowed to him in greeting. His face was filled with uncontrollable excitement and intoxication. This was the charm of power. Even if it was a little different treatment, it would make people more sure of their own value. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. The setting sun was like blood. Ma Bei looked at it, his heart joyfully thinking, why didn't I notice this before? This red sunset is really cute. Just being a class monitor and you're so arrogant, what's so great about it? Guyu purposely walked at the back, not wanting to greet Guyu Mabe. I really don't know what Fong Yuan was thinking, to actually give up the position of class monitor. But it's also fortunate, or else how could I, who was ranked third, get the position of vice class monitor? Guyu Mabe was puzzled, but also glad. Hello, vice class monitor. At this time, an ordinary student walked past him, immediately bowed and greeted him. Nice to meet you too. Guyu Cheng nodded and smiled. As the student walked over, he naturally thought to himself, the feeling of being a vice chairman isn't bad. I think the feeling of being a chairman is even better. How great would it be if I wasn't the deputy chairman, but the chairman? Qicheng, who had just been rejoicing over this, was now yearning for the position of class president. Under the family's system, each level of power was like a big carrot, deeply tempting him. Although I only have C-grade aptitude, I believe that everything will get better and better. Guyu was hopeful for the future. However, at that moment, Guyu Fangzheng, who was also the deputy chairman, was in a terrible mood and had an ugly expression on his face. Big brother, you! He stared dumbfoundedly at the school's entrance, where a lonely figure was blocking the way. Old rules, 1 yuan stone per person. Fong Yuan stood with his arms crossed and said calmly. Fangzheng opened his mouth, and after a few tries, he finally said, Big brother, I'm the deputy chairman now. Indeed. Fong Yuan nodded expressionlessly, and glanced at Fangzheng. The subsidy for a deputy chairman is up to 5 yuan each time. Then you hand over 3 yuan stones. Fangzheng was dumbfounded, and for a moment, he couldn't say a word. A group of teenagers surrounded Guyu Mabe as they walked over. Seeing Fong Yuan blocking the school's entrance, Guyu Mabe was furious, and pointed at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan! How dare you try to stop us? I'm the chairman now, and you, an ordinary student, have to bow and greet me when you see me. What answered him was Fang Yuan's fist. Guyu was caught off guard, and was hit by the fist. He couldn't help but take a few steps back, and his face was full of disbelief. "You hit me, how dare you hit me? I'm the chairman." What answered him again was still Fang Yuan's fist. Bang bang bang. After a few exchanges of offense and defense, Guyu was knocked to the ground by Fang Yuan, and he fainted. The surrounding teenagers were all dumbfounded, and for a moment, they didn't know how to react. Everything was different from what they had imagined. The guards at the entrance watched everything unfold before their eyes, and couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Fang Yuan knocked down the new chairman, what should we do? Nothing. What do you mean? Just watch, and then call the others to clean up the place. But, what kind of person is Fang Yuan, and you want to provoke him? Think about what happened to Wang De and Wu Er. The guard who asked the question immediately shivered, and didn't say anything else. The two guards at the entrance both straightened their bodies. They allowed the robbery to happen around them, as if they were deaf and blind, unable to hear or see anything. Fang Yuan dealt with Guyu and then Fang Zheng and Qi Cheng. Only then did the other youths realize that nothing had changed. Fang Yuan was still the same Fang Yuan, and the robbery would still happen. 1 yuan stone per person, 3 for the vice chairman, 8 for the chairman. Fang Yuan announced the new rules. The teenagers sighed, and obediently took out their yuan stone. When they walked out of the hall, someone suddenly slapped his head, and shouted, "I got it, no wonder Fang Yuan doesn't want the chairman position, he wants to continue extorting us." That's right. Every time he extorts us, he gets 59 yuan stone, and now it has grown to 68. If he were the chairman, he would get 10 yuan stones at most. Many people came to a sudden realization. Too treacherous, too cunning, too vicious. Someone slapped his thigh, and said angrily, "Sai, if that's the case, the chairman and vice chairman are nothing. They are still being robbed, and there are still only 2 yuan stone left, exactly the same as us." It was unknown who said this, but when the teenagers heard it, they couldn't help but fall silent. Bang! The academy elder fiercely slapped the table, and flew into a rage. This Fang Yuan is too much, what is he trying to do? He even dares to robbing the chairman of 8 yuan stone, and the vice chairman of 3 yuan stone. If that's the case, what's the difference between the chairman and the other normal students? The academy elder tried his best to lower his voice, and his words were filled with anger. Fang Yuan rejecting the chairman position was equivalent to refusing to be part of the family system. To put it more seriously, it was a form of betrayal to the family. This had already made the academy elder very angry. Following that, Fang Yuan robbed his classmates. His hands were stretching further and further, and had already exceeded the academy elder's bottom line. After being extorted like this, the chairman and vice chairman's power and position would be completely weakened. Over time, the normal students would also lose their respect and interest towards these two positions. Fang Yuan's actions seemed small, but the significance was huge. This was already using his own strength to challenge the family system. This was a scene that the academy elder absolutely did not want to see. He was grooming the family's new hope, and not a traitor to the family. However, even though Fang Yuan's actions had challenged his bottom line, the academy elder knew that he could not personally deal with this matter. If he really did that, the first person who would not let him off would be the clan leader. The second and third people who would have opinions against him would be Guyu Lian and Guyu Mo Chen. The clan leader had placed his hopes on Guyu Fangzheng. Fangzheng was, after all, the only A-grade genius in the past 3 years. The clan leader needed a tenacious and independent genius, not a delicate flower that needed to be cared for. At the same time, Qi Lian and Mo Chen also hoped that their respective grandsons could grow up in this kind of setback. If the academy elder intervened and punished Fang Yuan on behalf of the students. If word got out, it would be, the future successor of the Mo and Qi family couldn't beat Fang Yuan, so he had to ask for help from his elders. How ugly would that sound? This would be a huge blow to the Mo and Chi family's reputation. The academy elder was obviously not afraid of a mere Fong Yuan, but he was worried that if he interfered, he would attract pressure from the clan leader, the Mo family, and the Chi family. This was practically the entire upper echelon of the Guyue family. How could he, a mere elder, withstand it? The root of this matter still lies in Fong Yuan's secret. What did he rely on to advance to the intermediate level so easily? The academy elder suppressed the anger in his heart and focused his gaze on the 3 investigation reports on the desk. On the first report, there was a detailed background of Fong Yuan's family. Fong Yuan came from a good background this time, his identity was not suspicious, and his background was also clean. Both his parents died, and he was taken in by his uncle and aunt. But they did not get along, and ever since he entered the academy, Fong Yuan had been living in the academy dormitory. On the second report, there was a record of Fong Yuan's life. He had early intelligence at a young age, and was looked upon favorably by the clan, thinking that he might have an A-grade talent. But after the awakening ceremony, he was tested to be AC grade, causing the clan to be greatly disappointed. On the third party's report, there was Fong Yuan's recent whereabouts. His daily life was very simple, almost 3 points and 1 line. During the day, he attended classes in the academy, and at night, he slept in the dormitory. He was very hardworking in his cultivation, and every night, he would undergo Gu Master cultivation to nourish his aperture. Sometimes, he would go out for a trip to the only inn in the village to improve his meals and buy wine to drink. He had a soft spot for wine, and liked to drink green bamboo wine. Under his bed in the dormitory, there were tens of jars of green bamboo wine. The academy elder looked at the 3 reports in detail, and in his heart, his impression of Fong Yuan deepened. Both parents died early, and he is not on good terms with his uncle and aunt. No wonder this kid Fong Yuan has no sense of belonging to the clan. He was personally crowned as a genius by the clan, and then personally plucked off the title, falling from the sky to the ground. No wonder he is so unruly, eccentric, and cold. His life is so simple, and he is hardworking in his cultivation, all because he is holding back his anger, unwilling to admit defeat, and wants to prove to the clan that he can do it. That's why when I suppressed him, he fought back so fiercely. As the academy elder thought of this, he could not help but sigh softly. The more he understood Fong Yuan, the more he understood Fong Yuan. Of course, understanding did not mean forgiveness. Fong Yuan contradicted him, offended his dignity, and refused to be the class monitor, and even robbed his classmates. This was something he could not tolerate. Shaking the information in his hands, the academy elder frowned again. Although this information is detailed, it has nothing to do with the secret of Fong Yuan's advancement. It's already been a few days, and this bunch of people are too outrageous. Dong dong dong. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in. The academy elder said. The door opened. It was the clan leader Guyuebo's personal guard. The clan leader has ordered for Sir Elder to go to the clan leader's pavilion. There is an important matter to discuss. Oh, what is it? The academy elder stood up from his seat. He could feel the importance of this matter from the personal guard's tone and expression. The rank 4 Gu Master Jia Fu has returned, and his brother Jia Jinsheng's whereabouts are unknown. The personal guard answered. Hiss. The academy elder immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. Chapter 57. A full moon was faintly discernible in the clouds. The academy elder hurried along the road. His face was shadowed by the flickering moonlight, and his expression was indistinct. It was hard to survive in this world, and Gu Masters going missing was a common occurrence. His rich life experience told the academy elder that under normal circumstances, this kind of mysterious disappearance usually meant death. But anyone could die, but he, Jia Jinsheng, could not. Especially not in the Guyue village. His identity was special. His father was the Jia clan leader, and his brother was Jia Fu, a rank 4 Gu master. Rank 4 Gu masters had yellow-gold primeval essence and great battle strength. In the entire Guyue clan, only the clan leader was a rank 4, and could match him. The other clan elders were only rank 3. The Jia clan leader's cultivation was rank 5, and under his leadership, the Jia clan prospered and became a large clan, occupying all the resources in the mountain and having many clansmen. Compared to them, the Guyue village was only a mid-sized clan. Once the two sides started fighting, the Guyue village would definitely be at a disadvantage. More importantly, if this matter were to spread, the reputation of the Guyue clan would also be tarnished. Many other caravans would also choose their routes carefully. If the Guyue village did not have trade with caravans, their surplus local resources could not be sold, and their need for external resources could not be purchased. As time passed, the village would definitely decline. This is no small matter. If it is not handled well, it will be a disaster. The academy elder was worried, rushing to the clan leader's pavilion. Once he stepped into the clan leader's pavilion discussion hall, the academy elder felt the heavy atmosphere. On the main seat sat the current generation Guyue clan leader, Guyue Bo. And the short and fat Jia Fu, with 5 to 6 followers, stood in the middle of the hall, looking like he was going to interrogate them. Under the illumination of the bright lights, many of the clan elders stood beside the chairs, their solemn expressions clearly visible. Jia Fu was a rank 4 Gu master, and even he did not sit. These clan elders were only rank 3, and naturally did not dare to sit. This was the deterrence of a rank 4 Gu master. It was also a form of reverence for power. Greetings. Just as the academy elder was about to bow, he was stopped by clan leader Guyue Bo. The gray-haired Guyue Bo was currently massaging his temples with his fingers, a distressed expression on his face. Let's not talk about this anymore. You've always been in charge of the family's academy. Let me ask you, where is Guyue Fang Yuan? The academy elder was shocked, thinking to himself, how did this matter get related to that lad Fang Yuan again? He respectfully replied, right now at this hour, he should be cultivating in the academy's dormitory. The clan leader sighed. Now, Brother Jia is very suspicious that the disappearance of his brother Jia Jinsheng is related to Guyue and Fang Yuan. I order you to go immediately and bring Fang Yuan here. The academy elder's heart trembled. Yes. He knew the severity of this matter, and hurriedly bowed before turning to leave. Brother Jia, that Fang Yuan will be here soon. Take a seat. Guyue Bo pointed to the seat beside him and said to Jia Fu. Jia Fu laughed bitterly and cupped his fists towards Guyue Bo. Apologies to Brother Guyue. I'm really anxious now. I haven't seen my brother for a few days already. I'm afraid he's in trouble. I really can't sit still. Some things can only be understood after losing them. Jia Fu only reacted recently. Why did his father arrange for Jia Jinsheng, a burden, to lead the caravan with him? It was to test his character, to see if he could pay attention to family while suppressing others, and at the same time take care of his brother Jia Jinsheng. If Jia Jinsheng were to die, how would his father view Jia Fu? When he realized this, he immediately investigated the caravan, and quickly locked onto the Guyue village. Almost without stopping, he rushed back. Now that he was standing in the middle of the hall and not sitting down, he wanted to create an aura of someone who was determined to get what he wanted. This was to put pressure on the Guyue clan, and also to answer to his father when he returned to the Jia clan. Reporting to clan leader, Fang Yuan has arrived. Soon, the academy elder brought Fang Yuan to the hall. Guyue Fang Yuan greets clan leader, Lord Jia Fu, and all the elders. Fang Yuan's face was indifferent, and he bowed. Is it him? Jia Fu sized up Fang Yuan coldly, and asked a female Gu master beside him. This female Gu master was the one Fang Yuan had bought purple gold from when he entered the gambling den. It's him. There's no mistake. The female Gu master looked at Fang Yuan with a burning gaze, and said with certainty. Jia Fu nodded, and in that instant, his gaze was like two blades, cutting at Fang Yuan. But he did not interrogate him directly. This was the Guyue village, and he had to give face to the Guyue clan leader. So he looked at the Guyue clan leader who was sitting down. The Guyue clan leader's face was solemn. He knew that Jia Fu purposely spoke loudly to the female Gu master, not only to confirm Fang Yuan's identity, but also to put pressure on him. The underlying meaning was to warn the Guyue clan leader, "Look, I have evidence in my hands, and I have a certain level of confidence, so you better not protect your own clansmen." This made the Guyue clan leader a little unhappy, and he thought, "You, Jia Fu, lost your younger brother, and that was your mistake. Now you come to our Guyue clan to interrogate us aggressively. Do you think our Guyue clan is easy to bully? Our Guyue clan knows right from wrong, and is reasonable, but don't mistake this for weakness." Thinking of this, he did not interrogate Fang Yuan directly, but said to the female Gu master sternly, "Look carefully. I'm not afraid to tell you, this Fang Yuan has a twin brother who looks like him. Are you sure it's him?" The female Gu master was only a rank 1 Gu master, and under Guyue Bo's imposing manner, she immediately showed a hesitant and nervous expression. Jia Fu frowned, and took a step forward, blocking Guyue Bo's vision for her. He cupped his fists. "Brother Guyue, I have always respected the Guyue clan. Especially the first and fourth generation clan leaders of the Guyue clan. These two sages are rank 5 experts. One started from scratch, and overcame all obstacles, establishing the Guyue village's 100 years of foundation. The other is a benevolent hero who sacrificed himself to protect his homeland, worthy of respect. Brother Guyue, as the clan leader, I trust that you will govern impartially. Brother Guyue, please interrogate this Fang Yuan." Seeing his tone soften, Guyue Bo nodded. Actually, he had already made up his mind. If this was Fang Yuan's doing, then he would hand him over. Anyway, he was just a C grade, there was no pain in handing him over. As long as he could resolve this conflict, it would be fine. If it was Fang Zheng, then it had to be this Fang Yuan. Fang Zheng was an A-grade genius, the only one in the last 3 years. The clan's higher-ups were still hoping to nurture him, to fight against that by clans by Ningbing. "Fang Yuan, don't be nervous." Clan leader Guyue showed a benevolent smile, using a gentle tone to speak to Fang Yuan. "Let me ask you, do you have any news on that Jia Jinsheng?" "Who is Jia Jinsheng?" Fang Yuan raised his eyelids, his voice calm. "He's lying." Fang Yuan had just finished speaking when the casino female Gu master screamed. Everyone in the assembly hall could not help but frown when they heard this shrill cry and looked at her in unison. The female Gu master pointed at Fang Yuan, her expression agitated. It's him, it's him. He gambled on rocks in our casino, bought 6 purple gold rocks, and got a mudskin toad from the 5th rock. Young Master Jia saw it and used 500 yuan stone to buy it from him. This incident left a deep impression on me, I won't forget it even after a year or 2. And it's not just me, all the other Gu masters in the casino saw it. Is that so? The smile on clan leader Guyue Bo's face disappeared, his expression was stern as he dragged his tone towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded, his face showing a trace of nervousness, but he acted like he understood. "So it's him. Alright, if he is Jia Jinsheng, then I do know him. But, ever since that time in the casino, I haven't seen him again. He's lying again." This time it was not the female Gu master, but a male Gu master, who shouted. Fang Yuan looked at him, as if he had just recognized him, his face showing a trace of surprise, but he tried to hide it. His change in expression was reflected in everyone's eyes. Everyone started to ponder. "Lords, I am working at the wine shop." The male Gu master cupped his fists and bowed to everyone, then suddenly pointed at Fang Yuan. "That night in the wine shop, I clearly saw him and young Master Jia Jinsheng sitting together, the two of them having a secret conversation for a long time." Once he said this, the hall started to have small discussions. The academy elder looked at Fang Yuan with a gaze as cold as ice. And clan leader Guyue Bo's body leaned backwards, slowly leaning on the wide chair. How can this be? Fang Yuan's face showed an obvious nervous expression, and he hurriedly said, "There were so many people in the wine shop, how could you only recognize me? You might have recognized the wrong person." I definitely wouldn't recognize the wrong person." The male Gu master raised his head and laughed, his gaze shining as he stared at Fang Yuan. At this moment, he felt extremely imposing. Let's not talk about young Master Jia Jinsheng coming to our wine shop, we have to take care of him at all times. Even if it wasn't young Master Jia Jinsheng, I would still recognize you. Because the impression you gave me is too deep. As he said this, he raised his eyebrows, his expression full of pride. Do you still remember that you came to our wine shop that morning? You asked for a cup of monkey wine, but only drank a mouthful. Then you released the liquor worm, and fed it the rest of the monkey wine. When I saw the liquor worm, I was very excited and wanted to buy it from you, but you didn't want to sell and left. Good, that's what I wanted to hear. Fong Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, but his face showed a shocked expression, and he could not help but take a step back. Liquor worm. The academy elder standing behind Fong Yuan's eyes lit up. But he quickly frowned again, and could not help but ask, Fong Yuan, where did you get this liquor worm? Fong Yuan clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, not replying. The surrounding clan elders were instantly enraged, shouting in a low voice. Fong Yuan, do you know you've gotten into big trouble? Speak, what is going on? Tell me everything you know. This liquor worm, is it Jia Jinsheng's? How could it be his? This liquor worm was obviously opened by me. Fong Yuan suddenly raised his head, his expression agitated, as if he could not stand such injustice, and shouted loudly with indignation. Chapter 58. Opened it? Guyue Bo frowned deeply. That's right, I won't hide it anymore. Fong Yuan seemed to be going all out, his tone hurried. I bought 6 purple gold rocks at the gambling den, but because I didn't have enough primeval essence, I only opened 5 on the spot. The remaining one, I brought it to the dormitory, and after opening it, I found out it was a liquor worm. I was overjoyed, because I had checked before, and knew that the liquor worm is a rare goo worm that can make up for my lack of talent. So I immediately refined it. Wait, you said you gambled and bought 6. One of them got a mudskin toad, and the other one got a liquor worm. One of the elders couldn't help but ask in an incredulous tone. So what? Fong Yuan asked in a matter-of-fact tone, then pointed at the female goo master, saying loudly, she can testify for me. Everyone was stunned, and looked at the female goo master. The female goo master felt the pressure from the gaze, and did not dare to lie, so she told the truth. It was indeed so, Fong Yuan bought 6, and the 5th one got a mudskin toad. He also took the 6th one away, but I don't know what it got. He bought 6 purple gold rocks, and consecutively got 2 goo worms. Isn't his luck too good? Many of the elders muttered. What's so hard to understand? It's luck, no one can say for sure. Back then when I gambled. Wait, goo worms are hard to refine, why does it sound like Fong Yuan refined it so quickly? An elder asked curiously. You're old and confused. Don't you know that once a goo worm is opened, it's extremely weak, on the verge of death? It's even possible for him to refine a goo of a higher rank. What's so strange about him refining the liquor worm? Someone beside him immediately answered. Fong Yuan continued, I refined the liquor worm, and went to the shop the next day. Indeed, I went to a wine shop in the afternoon, and bought a cup of monkey wine. At night, I went again, and happened to see a fraud dispute. Jia Jinsheng passed off the smelly fat worm as a black boar goo, and sold it to a goo master from my clan. Later on, Lord Jia Fu appeared and resolved this dispute. I went to the wine shop again, but I didn't expect to run into Jia Jinsheng there drinking to drown his sorrows. I had just obtained the liquor worm and was overjoyed. I wanted to ask how much yuan stone this liquor worm could sell for. Who would have thought that when Jia Jinsheng found out that I had the liquor worm, he wanted to force me to buy it. Of course I didn't want to. I didn't want to sell the liquor worm. I just wanted to clarify the value of the liquor worm. Even if I wanted to sell it, I would have to wait until I had completed my second job transition, so I left on the spot. Fong Yuan's words revealed the conflict between Jia Fu and Jia Jinsheng. This caused the elders to look at Jia Fu with a meaningful gaze. Under the pressure of these gazes, Jia Fu coughed. His eyes flickered as he asked Fang Yuan, "Did my younger brother, Jia Jinsheng, chase after you?" Fang Yuan nodded and said half-truthfully, "Not only did he chase after us, he also added 50 yuan stone. But I didn't want to sell it at all. He was furious and said that Guyue's clan was nothing, and that I should be more careful in the future. After saying those harsh words, he left. I haven't seen him since." Jia Fu nodded. With his understanding of Jia Jinsheng's character, he would definitely chase after him. Saying harsh words was also Jia Jinsheng's style. If Fang Yuan said that Jia Jinsheng didn't chase after him, he would have guessed that it was a lie. But since Fang Yuan said so, Jia Fu was put in a difficult position. The results of his investigation stopped here. Did Jia Jinsheng really not look for Fang Yuan again? Maybe Jia Jinsheng found Fang Yuan again, but both sides couldn't come to an agreement. In the end, he was killed by Fang Yuan. This was entirely possible. "Speak, did you kill Jia Jinsheng?" Thinking of this, Jia Fu interrogated with a stern expression, attempting to pressure Fang Yuan with his imposing manner. Fang Yuan denied flatly, insisting that he never saw Jia Jinsheng again. Jia Fu didn't have any other evidence. One side interrogated, the other side denied. At this point, the matter reached a stalemate. As Guyuebo listened, his face became unhappy. This Jia Jinsheng actually dared to threaten the Guyue clan in Qingmao Mountain. This was obviously not putting the Guyu clan in their eyes. Now, Jia Fu interrogated the Guyue clan in front of the Guyue clan's higher-ups. If there was concrete evidence, it would be fine. But now, there was obviously no crucial evidence. If this matter were to spread, where would he hide his face? "Brother Jia, it's not that I'm being nosy." The clan leader interrupted Jia Fu's interrogation. "Jia Jinsheng has been missing for so many days. I'm afraid he's already dead. The murderer caused this massacre, so there will definitely be some clues. I wonder if you found anything else, brother?" Jia Fu glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. He raised his head and sighed. "How would I not know what you're saying? If there were any clues, I wouldn't have come here to confront you, old brother. The murderer is obviously a repeat offender. His methods are ruthless and meticulous. To tell you the truth, all the clues are broken. On the day we left, it was raining heavily. Even if there was any bloody smell, it would have been washed away." Guyuebo smiled. "Brother Jia, I heard that the Jia clan has a tracking goo, the Hell Path butterfly. It can emit a soul fragrance and plant it on the goo worm. This fragrance is colorless and odorless. The goo worms of the Jia clan all have a trace of the soul fragrance on them. As long as you use the Hell Path butterfly and follow the soul fragrance, you will be able to find the goo worm and your clan members." Jia Fu's face darkened. "I've already used the Hell Path butterfly, but it didn't work. I'm sure Brother Guyue has heard that once the goo worm dies, the soul fragrance will dissipate. Obviously, the murderer has already killed all the goo worms on my brother's body." Guyuebo suddenly changed the topic. "That's strange. The murderer harmed your brother. Firstly, he didn't want his goo worms. Secondly, he didn't hand over the ransom money to extort Yuan Stone. Then why did the murderer kill a mere rank 1 goo master? That's right, what was the motive? Regardless of whether Jia Jinsheng was dead or not, the murderer had to have a motive. If it wasn't for the goo worm or Yuan Stone, could it be a crime of passion? But if it was a crime of passion, there had to be a process of accumulation. He, Jia Fu, shouldn't have come here. The people in the caravan and Jia Jinsheng were the more suspicious ones." For a moment, the discussion hall fell into silence. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across the crowd, and suddenly said to Jia Fu, "Maybe Jia Jinsheng was killed by you. I heard that the Jia clan wanted to split the family assets. With a dead brother, wouldn't you get more assets?" "Shut up. There's no proof. Don't casually accuse Sir Jia Fu." Immediately, an elder shouted in a low voice. Fang Yuan immediately shut his mouth. His gaze flashed. Actually, he had already achieved his goal. What he had just said was like a pebble thrown into the lake of the clan elders' thoughts, creating circles of ripples. The elders followed the ripples and started to think, Jia Fu couldn't have killed Jia Jinsheng. To him, the loss is greater than the gain. Wait, even if he didn't do it, it doesn't mean others won't do it. Jia clan's internal strife. One of the elders had a flash of inspiration and said softly. His voice wasn't loud, but it was very clear in the silent hall. At once, many of the elders' gazes lit up. They finally thought of this. Fang Yuan curled his lips. His eyelids drooped, concealing the cold glint in his eyes. The Jia clan leader wanted to split the family assets and pass down the clan leader position. Thus, his sons and daughters started an intense competition. Especially Jia Fu and Jia Gui, they were both ranked 4 Gu masters and had a group of supporters around them. All these years, the Jia clan's information was known to many clans. Jia Jinsheng's death was too fishy. At the moment, there was no direct evidence to prove that Fang Yuan was the murderer. Just killing for the liquor worm was not enough. At the same time, the murderer's methods would not be so secretive. But if Jia Gui did it secretly, then it could be explained. Almost everyone present was a high-ranking person, and those who held a high position definitely had something special about them. At least they had a keen sense and insight towards political conspiracies. The Jia clan's internal strife, these 3 words, gave everyone a pair of imaginative wings. The Jia clan leader arranged for Jia Jinsheng to join the caravan. One of the reasons was to test Jia Fu's character, whether he was benevolent and kind, only suppressing but not bullying his brothers. If Jia Jinsheng got into trouble, Jia Fu would also be implicated. Who was the real beneficiary? It was obviously Jia Fu's biggest competitor, Jia Gui. Adding on the fact that the murderer was so experienced that all the clues were cut off, it showed how experienced the murderer was. How could it be Fang Yuan, a 15-year-old youth, who did this? Therefore, all the answers were on the verge of being revealed. The meeting hall was still shrouded in silence, but the elders present exchanged meaningful glances. To make someone believe in a possibility from the bottom of their heart, it's not through persuasion, but guidance. Fang Yuan sharply noticed these glances. He sneered in his heart, but his face still showed a stubborn expression of unwillingness to endure the injustice. Jia Fu's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. The moment the words, Jia clan's internal strife, came out, he immediately thought of Jia Gui. At that moment, his entire soul began to tremble. Who else was more likely to make a move than Jia Gui? None. I understand now. Everything is clear. The academy elder stood behind Fang Yuan and looked at Fang Yuan. His eyes flashed. Fang Yuan is both lucky and unlucky to meet Jia Jinsheng at the last moment. Based on the fact that he had just started school, how could he have destroyed all the clues? If he had such a deep and meticulous mind, how could he have behaved so stubbornly? He denied it just now because he wanted to hide the existence of the liquor worm. In an instant, everyone's suspicions towards Fang Yuan were gone. Getting rid of the suspicion is only the second step. What comes next is the crucial moment. Fang Yuan had a plan in mind. The development of the situation was within his expectations. He sighed in his heart and looked at Jia Fu. Jia Fu also looked at him. The unfriendliness in his eyes was becoming more and more obvious. Chapter 59. Jia Fu was in a dilemma. He had already eliminated Fang Yuan as a suspect and was almost certain that Jia Gui was the mastermind. But what can I do even if I know the truth? Jia Fu's heart was filled with grief and indignation. I don't have any evidence. If I were to testify against Jia Gui in front of my father would probably think that I'm trying to frame him. Jia Fu was very astute. He looked at Fang Yuan with a sharp glint in his eyes. Jia Jinsheng had followed him everywhere. Now that Jia Jinsheng was missing, Jia Fu would naturally be held responsible for not taking good care of him. Since he couldn't testify against Jia Gui, he had to give his father an explanation. And this explanation was right in front of him. That's right. If I use this Fang Yuan as a scapegoat, I can barely explain myself. As long as I get past this hurdle, I might be able to get back twice the amount. Jia Fu's heart was filled with evil thoughts. He suddenly raised his voice and interrogated Fang Yuan, how can you prove that you didn't harm Jia Jinsheng? The elders couldn't help but be stunned. This matter was obviously an internal strife within the Jia family. Why are you still holding on to my clansmen? Only family head Guyue's face darkened and his gaze turned sharp as he stared at Jia Fu. Fang Yuan, do you have any witnesses to prove that you weren't there and didn't have time to harm Jia Jinsheng? If you don't have any, then you're the murderer. Jia Fu pointed at Fang Yuan and glared at him. This Jia Fu is trying to push my clan's Fang Yuan out as a scapegoat. This is preposterous. At this moment, all the elders came to their senses, and their expressions became unfriendly. They had been scheming against each other for a long time. With just a little thought, they understood Jia Fu's position and intentions. Witnesses? Of course I do. I've already arranged it. Fang Yuan sneered inwardly, but on the surface, he showed an expression of being unable to explain himself, opening his mouth but unable to say anything. You don't need to say anything else. Just tell me if you have any witnesses or not. Jia Fu raised his voice again and suppressed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan put on an indignant expression and finally squeezed out 2 words through his teeth, no. Then you are. Jia Fu was about to announce the verdict loudly. Wait. The academy elder took a step forward and stood in front of Fang Yuan, his face solemn. Of course he has a witness. I am his witness. You? Jia Fu was surprised. That's right, it's me. The academy elder's tone was a little weak in front of the rank for Jia Fu. However, when he saw clan leader Guyue Bo's encouraging gaze, he felt more confident and raised his head. These days, Fang Yuan has unexpectedly advanced to the intermediate level. I've sent people to investigate in secret. His daily whereabouts are all recorded. There is no time for him to harm Jia Jinsheng. Yes, that's right. Fang Yuan was hidden behind the academy elder, and no one could see the faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Jia Fu's face was ashen. He didn't expect the academy elder to suddenly stand out and protect Fang Yuan. More importantly, the Guyue clan leader did not object to it. This meant that the Guyue clan wanted to protect this Fang Yuan. I understand now. I wholeheartedly wanted to make Fang Yuan a scapegoat, but I did it from my own point of view and did not consider their feelings. That's right, if Fang Yuan were to be the scapegoat, the Guyue clan would have to bear the infamy of harming the Jia clan. They would have to face the Jia clan's revenge in the future, and their reputation would be tarnished. In the future, the merchant caravans wouldn't dare to come and trade. That would be a huge loss. Thinking of this, Jia Fu wanted to slap his own head in frustration. This was what the Guyue clan's higher-ups were thinking. Fang Yuan was only a C grade. If he really harmed Jia Jinsheng, handing him over was not a big deal. But the point was, now that his suspicions had been cleared, if they still handed him over, wouldn't the Guyue clan suffer a huge, unnecessary loss? Knowing that this conflict was irreconcilable, Jia Fu gritted his teeth and decided to persist to the end. He said, if that's the case, why don't I use the footprint goo? Once this goo is used, it will show the footprints of the last 30,000 steps. The academy elder immediately snorted in displeasure. Jia Fu's words showed that he didn't believe him. But he had no reason to stop him, so he moved to the side. Come and test it. Fang Yuan looked at Jia Fu and laughed coldly, walking in front of him with his head held high. He was full of confidence, because he had already predicted this factor. Thus, he had been hiding in the village these few days, not even stepping into the rock crevice or the secret cave. Under the watchful eyes of the Guyue clan's higher-ups, Jia Fu did not play any tricks. The footprint Gu's shape was very special, like a human foot. Its material was like a translucent frozen milk, giving off a smooth and tender feeling. The surface even had a layer of yellowish-green fluorescence. The size was not big, only the size of a palm. Jia Fu held it in his hand, his primeval essence gushing out and pouring into the footprint Gu. The footprint Gu became brighter and brighter, and suddenly with a bang, it exploded into a large amount of yellowish-green fluorescent powder. With a whoosh, Ying Fan enveloped Fang Yuan and spun around him once before flying out of the discussion hall's door. As the fluorescent powder flew, a series of footprints appeared on the ground. These footprints were all emitting a yellowish-green fluorescent light, and were exactly the same size as Fang Yuan's 2 feet. These were the footprints he had just entered the hall. The footprints extended from the clan leader's pavilion to the academy dormitory, and then circled around the academy. Other than that, it reached the village's inn. The yellowish-green fluorescent powder flew less and less, finally disappearing at the 30,000th footprint. When the results came out, everyone checked and found out that Fang Yuan was innocent, there was no doubt about it. Jia Fu sighed deeply, and took out a small jade box from his pocket. He opened the jade box, and there was only a jade piece in it. The jade piece was a translucent emerald green color, and a goo worm was sealed inside. It was a stick insect. Its body was slender, and it was the color of jade. Its entire body was like a round bamboo tube. A stick worm's body was usually longer than a palm, but this one was not, and was only the length of a fingernail. On its surface, there was a faint white light. Green jade body, white light covering the body, this is the bamboo gentleman. Immediately, an elder recognized this goo worm and exclaimed. Even clan leader Gyue Bo was moved, and could not help but advise, Brother Jia, this bamboo gentleman is a rank 4 goo worm, it is not easy to refine. Why waste it here? Jia Fu shook his head, looking at Fang Yuan, this bamboo gentleman was obtained by chance when I was young, when I cut open a rock. The rock was only cut halfway, and did not continue. As everyone knows, this goo worm feeds on sincerity, and is born with the ability to detect lies. Only a gentleman who has never lied since he was young can refine and feed this goo. Fang Yuan, you only need to cut open the rock, and put the weak bamboo gentleman into your aperture. Whatever I ask you, you'll answer. Then take out the goo, and let us see if it changes color. If it changes color, it means you are lying. No problem. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, and immediately cut open the jade piece, and did as Jia Fu said. Once the bamboo gentleman appeared in the aperture, it immediately let out a faint green light, illuminating the entire primeval sea. Fang Yuan immediately felt that if he told a lie, the bamboo gentleman would be able to sense it, and its body would change from green to other colors. However, the reason why he agreed to it was because he had the confidence. Spring-autumn cicada. With a thought, the sleeping spring-autumn cicada woke up, and let out a trace of aura. This aura was extremely grand, and immediately suppressed the bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman let out a green light, and immediately shrunk back into its body. Its entire body curled up, trembling in fear. How could it have the energy to detect lies? Jia Fu started to ask, and his first sentence was straight to the point. Fang Yuan, did you harm my brother Jia Jinsheng? No. Fang Yuan answered resolutely. Jia Fu asked again, do you know anything else about him? Fang Yuan shook his head, I don't. Jia Fu asked again, was there any falsehood in what you said to us earlier? Fang Yuan shook his head again, no. Alright, you can take out the bamboo gentleman now. After 3 questions, Jia Fu said. Fang Yuan took out the bamboo gentleman, and everyone looked over, only to see that the bamboo gentleman's surface was still dark green, without any change. The clan elders let out a sigh of relief. Jia Fu's expression also calmed down. He kept the bamboo gentleman, and cupped his fists towards Gyue Bo. I have offended you this time, brother Gyue. No matter, to let the truth be known is what we want to see. Gyue Bo waved his hand, and then sighed, but it is a pity for this bamboo gentleman. The bamboo gentleman had the ability to detect lies, and was a rank 4 Gu master, so it was very valuable. But feeding and refining it was not easy. It could only be refined by a sincere gentleman. As long as other Gu masters told a lie, refining the bamboo gentleman would definitely fail, and the bamboo gentleman would die on the spot. Its food was sincerity. As for living in the aperture of a sincere gentleman, it could only survive by eating the gentleman's sincerity. Now that the bamboo gentleman was released, it was extremely weak, but it had no food to recover its energy. After Fang Yuan used it just now, death was already a foregone conclusion. Jia Fu shook his head, looking at the dying bamboo gentleman in his hands, as if it was not a pity. He said in a deep voice, "I have already tried my best to investigate this matter, but it was beyond my abilities. When I return to the clan, I will hire God of Arrest Tai Xueleng with a large sum of money, and I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Goodbye." Finishing, he cupped his fists towards Gyue Bo, and turned to leave. Neat and tidy, but it also had some elegance. Looking at the backs of Jia Fu and the rest leaving, Gyue Bo let out a long sigh of relief. "You guys can leave too." He waved his hand towards the clan elders, and as if thinking of something, said, "Academy Elder, stay." Without losing a single hair, Fang Yuan walked out of the clan leader pavilion and scathed. Chapter 60. Tribe Leader, what matter do you have with me? The Academy Elder stood respectfully at the side. "Nothing much, sit, I have a story to tell you." Gyue Bo squinted his eyes, speaking leisurely. "I am all ears." The Academy Elder chose the seat closest to the tribe leader and sat down. Tribe leader Gyue Bo then told him Renzu's story. Speaking of which, ever since Renzu said the correct names, he subdued the rules and regulations Gu. His first order was for them to capture a lifespan Gu for him. Rules and regulations Gu were a square and a circle Gu. When they worked together, they could capture tens of thousands of Gu in the world. A lifespan Gu was not a problem. Renzu used the lifespan Gu and immediately regained his youth, returning to his 20 years old age. But at this moment, the rules Gu said to him, "O human, although you subdued us, every time you order us, you have to add a rule." Rules Gu added, "We captured lifespan Gu for you, this is our first order. Our new rule is, we will not capture Gu worms for you again." That is to say, if Renzu wanted to capture lifespan Gu in the future, the rules Gu would not help. Renzu nodded, he could only agree. He opened his mouth and gave his second order. Then, other than lifespan Gu, please capture all the Gu in the world for me. Rules and regulations Gu received this order, and immediately, rules Gu turned into an infinitely large circle, including space and time. Rules Gu turned into an infinitely large square, covering the entire world. A square and a circle formed a huge net that enveloped the entire world. When they shrunk and returned to Renzu's palm, all the Gu in the world, other than lifespan Gu, were captured by them. Renzu was overjoyed. This way, all the Gu in the world belonged to him. From now on, he was the master of the world. But when he opened the net, with a swoosh, a huge stream of Gu flowed out. The Gu worms that rules and regulations Gu had painstakingly captured all flew away. When Renzu hurriedly closed the net, there were only 5 Gu worms left. Why is this? Renzu was shocked. Rules and regulations Gu answered him, "O human, there are thousands of Gu worms in the world, they come in all shapes and sizes, you have neither strength nor intelligence, how can you subdue them? We can only capture Gu worms for you. You have to subdue them yourself to make them work for you." Then they said, "This is your second order, we will also add a second rule, from now on, we can only catch 1 Gu for you at a time." Renzu could only nod. He carefully lifted the net, only revealing a small gap. Of the remaining 5 Gu worms, there was strength Gu and wisdom Gu. Seeing this, Renzu was very happy. He said to the strength Gu, "O strength Gu, do you regret leaving me back then? If you submit to me now, I can give you back your freedom." Strength Gu said, "O human, you are wrong. The reason I didn't fly away wasn't because I didn't have the chance, but because I wanted to stay. It's impossible for you to subdue me. I'll only submit to existences stronger than me, but you can't. However, we can make another deal. Give me your young man, and I will listen to your orders for the time being. Renzu heard this and was slightly reluctant. He had just obtained his youth, was he going to lose it now? But he thirsted for strength, he knew that with strength, he would become stronger, and life would become easier. Moreover, with strength, he could subdue even more goo worms. Thus, Renzu agreed to the strength goo, and made a second deal with it. Renzu became middle-aged in an instant. The strength goo flew out of the net of rules, and landed on Renzu's shoulder. With strength, Renzu's confidence was boosted. He said to the wisdom goo, "Oh wisdom goo, do you regret leaving me back then? If you submit to me now, I can give you back your freedom." Wisdom goo said, "Oh human, you are wrong. I didn't fly away not because I didn't have the chance, but because I wanted to stay. It's impossible for you to subdue me. I only submit to existences with greater wisdom than me, but you can't. However, we can make another deal. Give me your middle-aged man, and I will listen to your orders for the time being." Renzu heard this and did not want to make another deal. He treasured his life more than before, and he knew that once he sold his middle-aged man, he would only be left with old age. Not long later, the strength goo and wisdom goo would leave him, just like last time. Renzu did not want to make a deal, but he did not want to give up the wisdom goo either. Wisdom goo was anxious, and could only take a step back. "All right, human, you win. I lost to you this time. As long as you tell me how you captured me, I will admit defeat and not take anything from you. From now on, you can use me." Renzu heard this and was overjoyed. Before the rules goo could stop him, he blurted out, "I used the rules goo to capture you." Wisdom goo laughed heartily. "I've remembered, so these two goo are called rules and regulations. Haha, now that I know your names, you can't capture me anymore." Saying so, it turned into a ray of light and flew out, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Rules and regulations goo grumbled, "Oh human, we have told you long ago. You better keep our names to yourself, don't let other existences know. Otherwise, we will be used by other existences." "Great, the wisdom goo already knows our names, this is troublesome." Renzu realized that he had been tricked by the wisdom goo, and was extremely regretful. He knew that he had lost the only chance to capture wisdom using rules. At this point, Gyuebo's story came to an end. He looked at the Academy Elder, his gaze containing deep meaning. The Academy Elder could not help but stand up from his seat. He had heard of Renzu's Goo Master long ago, but now that Gyuebo was talking about it, it naturally had deeper meaning. His gaze flashed, and he understood something in his heart, and immediately bowed towards Gyuebo, saying respectfully, "Lord Clan Leader, this story of yours, is it a metaphor? You compared Feng Yuan to the Wisdom Goo, and the clan to Renzu. Although Renzu used rules to capture the Wisdom Goo and trapped it in a net, it still escaped in the end." At this point, the Academy Elder paused, thinking for a while, and looked at Gyuebo. "Could it be that Lord Clan Leader, you want me to let Feng Yuan go, and not suppress him anymore? But he is getting more and more overboard." Gyuebo stopped the Academy Elder's words, and gestured for him to sit down and speak. The Academy Elder sat down again, and heard Gyuebo sigh, "Oh you are still so perceptive, a smart person able to understand with just a hint. But your breadth of mind is still too small, and you only care about your own little territory. Let me tell you now, the Academy is small, the clan is big. I know what you are worried about, you are afraid that the other students will be suppressed by Feng Yuan, and eventually lose their morale." He. Gyuebo shook his head, and pointed at the Academy Elder. "You worry too much. What do you think the clan is for? To rely on your academy to nurture new people? No, behind every student, there is still their parents, their elders, their good friends. As long as these people are supporting us, encouraging us, and looking forward to us, our Gyu clan's younger generation will have confidence and motivation. Feng Yuan has indeed exceeded my expectations time and time again, and has a hint of a sudden appearance. I have been paying attention to Feng Zheng in secret, and I have long known about Feng Yuan's extortion and robbery. Let him continue robbing, and use him to train Fangzheng, Ma Bei, and Qicheng, these unpolished gems. This is very good, at least this batch of students has the most solid fist and leg skills I have seen. The academy elder's face showed worry, but Lord Clan Leader, too many setbacks is not good, it will grind the unpolished gems into pieces. Especially now that Fang Yuan has the liquor worm, this worm is of great help to a rank 1 Gu master. I am worried that during this job transition period, under Fang Yuan's pressure, the other students will not be able to turn things around. Then let them not be able to turn things around. Guo snorted coldly, showing a trace of the magnanimity and coldness of a leader. What is this little setback? Is it scarier than death? With the support of the elders in the clan, if they still can't hold on, it means they are not unpolished gems, and have no value in nurturing them. The clan has new students entering the academy every year, and if this batch doesn't succeed, there is always the next batch. As for Guo Fangzheng, from tomorrow night onwards, I will personally guide him in secret. To have the clan leader's personal guidance, that is Guo Fangzheng's luck. The academy elder sucked up at the right time. Guo's expression softened a little, and he looked at the academy elder, reminding him, "Do you know why you are still an academy elder even though you have been an academy elder for tens of years? Be more magnanimous. I know that Fang Yuan has offended your authority and made you lose face, but why do you have to be so calculative with a junior? I also know that this Fang Yuan has some intelligence at an early age, but he is still a young man, young and impulsive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have injured the guards and made things difficult for you in front of everyone. He has been suppressing his anger, and that is understandable. Falling from a genius to a mere mortal, it is normal for him to be hostile towards the clan. He is actually still very childish. Just look at how he tried to hide the liquor worm. How could the liquor worm be hidden? He is not mature, and still has naive thoughts. Don't think of him as a scary person. By comparing him to the wisdom Gu, I have overestimated him. At most, he is a little clever, but he doesn't have any great wisdom. If he had hidden his mid-level cultivation without batting an eyelid, or accepted the position of class monitor indifferently, then he would really be scheming. Clan leader, what do you mean? The academy elder raised his eyebrows. What I mean is, if Fang Yuan is unhappy with the clan, then let him vent his frustrations. If an ant spits at an elephant, will the elephant care? Emotions should be released, and not blocked. After he has vented, he will naturally integrate into the clan. Our Guo clan, since the first generation, has been around for almost 1,000 years. There are many people who are unhappy with the clan, but in the end, did they overturn the clan? The clan does not only have rules, there is also blood ties. Renzu wanted to use rules to catch wisdom, but not only did he fail, the rules were also known by wisdom. The meaning behind this is profound: rules are dead, people are alive, and ties are deep. If you blindly use rules to catch people, it will instead increase hatred, and cause Fang Yuan to be further away from the clan. Fang Yuan is only AC grade. If he is lucky, he will only be a low-level clan elder in a few decades. But he is still Guo Fangzheng's twin brother, do you understand? I understand. Hearing Guo's last sentence, the academy elder suddenly understood. If the clan only has rules, then it is a pile of stiff dead objects. But if it increases the blood ties, then it is alive. Guo nodded slowly. There is one more thing I want to give you, I hope you will remember it. Clan leader, please enlighten me. Guo's gaze was distant, looking at the moonlight outside the window. The sea can hold all rivers, and the sea is big, remember it, then leave. Yes, clan leader, I will leave now. The academy elder retreated. Chapter 61. Tonight's moon was especially round. The moonlight was like a gauze, shining on Qing Mao Mountain. Every time the treasure brass toad leapt, it would cover a distance of 100 meters. Because it was leaping forward, the steep and narrow mountain path could not restrict or obstruct it. Jia Fu and the rest sat on the treasure brass toad, leaving the Guo village and rushing back to the caravan. The wind whistled in their ears, and their vision shook along with the treasure brass toad's leaps. The moonlight shone on everyone's faces, and everyone was silent. Jia Fu's expression was as cold as ice. After a while, one of Jia Fu's confidants couldn't help but ask, "Master, what should we do? Jia Jinsheng is dead. How will Master explain this to Master when he returns? Should we find a scapegoat first?" Jia Fu shook his head, but ignored him. "Do you know the story of Renzu?" The aide was stunned, not expecting Jia Fu to reply like this. He did not know how to reply at this moment. Jia Fu continued, "Renzu had the rules and rules gu, and captured all the gu in the world. He gained strength, but lost wisdom. Right now, there were 3 gu left in his net. He opened it and saw that these 3 gu were attitude gu, belief gu, and suspicion gu. Renzu was not willing to let them go, so these 3 gu could only make a bet with Renzu. As long as Renzu opened the net, they would split into 3 directions and escape. Whoever was caught by Renzu would be subdued. Tell me, what did Renzu catch in the end?" The aide seemed to understand, and replied, "It was the attitude gu." "Do you know why?" Jia Fu asked again. The aide shook his head. Jia Fu chuckled. "That's because your attitude says it all. Whether father believes or suspects, I have already expressed my attitude. When Jia Jinsheng went missing, I immediately started investigating in the caravan, and once I found any clues, I rushed back to the Guyue village without stopping. In the village, I risked being attacked by the Guyue tribe to confront them. I did not even sit down, and to verify Fang Yuan's words, I even used the rank 4 bamboo gentleman. After returning to the clan, I will hire the god of arrest and invite Tai Shueleng to investigate this matter. Regardless of whether Jia Jinsheng is dead or alive, as his brother, I have already done what I should do. My attitude has already been made clear. I've already thought it through. I don't need a scapegoat. I'll just go back honestly because I really didn't do it. If he found a scapegoat, he might fall into Jia Gui's trap. If I can find someone to take the blame, he can naturally find someone to reverse the verdict." The confidant was secretly surprised. "Master, do you really suspect young Master Jia Gui?" "Humph, who else could have done so well if not him?" Speaking up to this point, Jia Fu's face twisted, and his eyes were about to spit out flames of anger. "Previously, I didn't do that to him because of our brotherhood. I didn't expect him to be so treacherous. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust." What he didn't know was that there was a pair of eyes watching him from afar. Fang Yuan stood on the hillside and watched quietly. The moon tonight was beautiful and bright. The golden full moon hung high in the night sky, illuminating the mountains and earth. Nearby, the green mountains were lush and the grass was lush. The entire mountain was filled with pine, cypress, and fir trees, as well as the Qingmao Mountain's unique Qingmao bamboo. Large patches of dark green water poured down from the top of the mountain and flowed to the foot of the mountain. The mountains in the distance were continuous, blurring into a dark shadow under the moonlight. The winding mountain road meandered down like a sheep's intestines. Sometimes it was blocked by the forest, but it continued to stretch out. Jia Fu and the others rode on the treasure brass toad and advanced along the mountain path. After continuously leaping, his figure was finally covered by the forest. Although the mountainous terrain did not restrict the treasure brass toad's speed, it was still able to reach the treasure brass toad. But Jia Fu did not dare to recklessly pass through Qingmao Mountain. If he barged into the beast nest, even with his rank 4 cultivation, he would still be in a difficult situation. Therefore, following the mountain path was the most appropriate choice. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had been watching the caravan leave with an umbrella on this hillside. Now, he was standing here again, watching Jia Fu leave. The trouble of killing Jia Jinsheng has finally been solved. His eyes were deep, and his heart was calm and tranquil. Ever since he killed Jia Jinsheng that night, he had been thinking about how to deal with the aftermath. He was very clear that he had no foundation. If the truth was revealed, Guyue's tribe would definitely sacrifice him. But if he kept hiding it, the paper would not cover the fire. A brilliant lie was a mixture of truth and falsehood. There was truth in the falsehood, and falsehood in the truth. He had to divert the trouble. This situation was like a chessboard with two opposing sides. On one side was Jia Fu's caravan, and on the other side was Guyue's tribe's village. In this game, whether it was Guyue Bo, the academy elder, or Jia Fu, they were all chess pieces. Even he, Fang Yuan, was one of the chess pieces. To protect this chess piece that represented himself, he could only make use of the opposing sides and find an opportunity in the gap. A few days ago, Fang Yuan had started to plan. He first used the two guards to put on a good show on the stage set up by the academy elder. He then hid the existence of the liquor worm to arouse the tribe's curiosity and attract the attention of the higher-ups. At the same time, he asked the academy elder to investigate in secret. Next, he robbed his classmate to show his impulsiveness, unruliness, and dissatisfaction with the tribe, showing weakness to the higher-ups of Guyue. Then, he calculated the days and waited for Jia Fu. During the confrontation, he showed his childishness and panic, which invisibly led everyone's thoughts. He let them discover the truth themselves. Finally, he made use of the conflict of interest between Guyue's tribe and Jia Fu to make the academy elder, who had been investigating him, testify for him. The bamboo gentleman was a small accident, but he was still a rank 4. Under the suppression of the spring-autumn cicada, the bamboo gentleman ironically became the best proof for Fang Yuan. In the end, not only did Fang Yuan explain the origin of the liquor worm perfectly, he also pushed the blame to the innocent Jia Gui, while he escaped unscathed. The academy elder was left behind. It seems that Guyue Bo wants to interfere with the academy's affairs and cancel the suppression on me. With his style, he does have the magnanimity to do so. But his true goal isn't me, his main motive should be Guyu Fangzheng. One of the reasons why I made a big fuss was to cause a commotion and attract the attention of the higher-ups. Even if Guyue Bo does not show up, Guyue Mo Chen and Guyue Lian will make a move to protect their reputation. As for Jia Fu, he should have already determined that Jia Gui is the culprit. The fire of revenge is already burning in his chest. I am really looking forward to it. After my interference, the fight between these two brothers will immediately escalate. I wonder if the Gu fighting tournament will be brought forward? Right, there is also that divine investigator Tai Xueleng. Tai Xueleng, Fang Yuan muttered these two words in his mouth. After a while, he smiled lightly. In the righteous path, this person is quite a character. It is a pity that he is very busy with work. It will not be easy to invite him just because of this matter. If Jia Fu wants to make his stance clear, he will definitely invite him. However, it is hard to say when. It will be at least 2 to 3 years later. In 2 to 3 years, he would be at rank 2 or even rank 3. At that time, his life would be a whole new world. The night wind blew, and the fresh mountain air was fragrant. Fang Yuan breathed in, feeling refreshed. Looking into the distance, his field of vision was wide. The mountains were like a painting, and it was peaceful under the moonlight. The bright moon shines on the pines, the clear spring flows over the rocks. Fang Yuan recited, and could not help but think of a fable from Earth. A group of monkeys chased after the moon. When they saw the moon in the well, they wanted to fish for it. The monkeys at the back would grab the tails of the monkeys in front, and the monkeys in front would grab the tails of the monkeys in front. Just like that, the monkey at the front would finally touch the water in the well. When it stretched out its hand, the water would shake and the moon would scatter. The people of this world were often like this. When they saw the shadow of the moon, they would think that it was the real moon. Little did they know that it was only the moon in the well, the moon in their eyes, and the moon in their hearts. In this life, I wish to become the real moon, to leave the heavenly mountains, to play with the clouds and seas, to reflect the past and present, to walk above the dark heavens. Fang Yuan's eyes were clear, and his pupils reflected the beautiful green mountains. On the hillside, a skinny youth stood silently. A golden moon, like a disk, hung high in the night sky. It had existed since ancient times, traversing through the night sky, and faintly imprinted the youth's tiny shadow on the bluestone. Chapter 62. The night sky in early summer was beautiful. There were no clouds in the sky, and the sparkling stars shone with a moving light. The sandalwood crickets took the place of the dragonpill crickets. They sang lyrical songs in the grass, by the mountain streams, and on the branches. The Guyua village was lit up with lights, as if reflecting the starry sky. Green bamboo buildings stood tall in the night wind, and under the starry sky, there was a peaceful and quiet atmosphere. Fong Yuan was not in the village, but had snuck into the secret cave in the rock crack. He half knelt on the ground, his right hand on the screen wall, his palm emitting a ball of blue moonlight. On the screen wall, the original image had disappeared, and it was no different from the surrounding stone walls. If not for Fong Yuan clearly remembering the location, who would know that the flower wine monk's inheritance was hidden under the screen wall? On the night of a month ago, the screen wall changed, and the flower wine monk's secret treasure suddenly appeared. The screen wall first showed the flower wine monk's blood-soaked body, threatening to leave behind an inheritance. Then there was a line of words in blood, reminding people that if they broke the screen wall, the cave would appear. After that, the words disappeared, and the power of the photo-audio goo on the screen wall was completely dissipated. The screen wall also returned to being a normal mountain wall. Although he knew about the flower wine monk's inheritance, Fong Yuan did not have the time to explore it. Because of this accident, he killed Jia Jinxing on the spot, and that night he was busy cleaning up the scene. Then, to deal with the upcoming interrogation, he carefully set up a trap, and his activities were limited to the village. Until Jia Fu left, the academy elder stopped the secret investigation. After more than 10 days, the rumors died down, and Fong Yuan secretly snuck back here. The bronze sea in his aperture slowly descended, and Fong Yuan mobilized waves of primeval essence, pouring it into the moonlight goo in his right palm. The moonlight goo emitted a ball of gentle moonlight, and the moonlight flickered continuously. Under its effect, the stone wall was continuously shaved off, and large amounts of stone powder fell. This was Fong Yuan's exquisite control of the moonlight goo. When he first opened the stone, he used this method. Compared to stone opening, this method was rather crude. However, this method was a little too gentle when it came to breaking through this thick stone wall. This was the 6th consecutive day that Fong Yuan had used the moonlight goo to grind the stone wall. There was already a thick pile of dark red stone powder on the ground. Logically speaking, the soil of Qingmao Mountain was all green mud. However, the soil here was strangely crimson and emitted a dark light. Fortunately, with this source of light, Fong Yuan did not need to prepare a torch. To avoid arousing suspicion, Fong Yuan did not use any tools. Iron hammers and pickaxes were undoubtedly more convenient for him to break through the stone walls, but this way, the sound of the wall breaking would echo in the summer night. Regardless of whether it sounded weak or loud from the outside, Fong Yuan had to put an end to these suspicions. Details often determine success or failure. For Fong Yuan, being cautious was more of a habit than a virtue. In his previous life, he had been careless, but he soon learned a painful lesson. It is often said that the older a person is, the more timid he becomes. Actually, it wasn't that he was timid, but he was cautious and patient. After 500 years, the word cautious had been engraved into his bones. Huff. Breathing heavily, Fong Yuan slowly stopped the infusion of primeval essence. He sat down on the ground, he was really tired. The entire image wall that was half a person's height had already been grinded away by him by 3 inches. He wiped the sweat off his forehead, moving his shoulders and stretching his legs. Because he had been squatting for a long time, waves of numbness could be felt from his legs. Dong dong dong. Fong Yuan clasped his fingers and knocked on the stone wall. Hearing this sound, he was slightly happy, knowing that the stone wall was getting thinner. He then closed his eyes to calm down, feeling the situation in his aperture. There was less than 20% of the green copper primeval sea left. Continue to work hard. Fong Yuan gritted his teeth and stretched out his right hand again, touching the stone wall. The aqua-blue moonlight continued to shine for a quarter of an hour, and Fang Yuan's movements suddenly stopped. He moved his right hand away and happily found that there was a small hole in the stone wall. He immediately stood up and kicked with his foot. With a swoosh, the hole immediately expanded to the size of a bamboo basket. Fang Yuan cautiously took a few steps back. He felt a stifling air gradually spreading out from the entrance of the cave, before spreading into this secret cave. The ventilation of the secret cave was not good, so Fang Yuan thought for a while and chose to drill out of the crack, returning to the outside world. After a long while, he finally turned around. The stifling air in the secret cave was much better than before. Fang Yuan continued to widen the hole, sometimes using the moonlight goo, sometimes using his hands to pull, and sometimes using his feet to kick. After a while, he finally widened the hole to a size where he could easily enter. Looking from the hole, there was a straight tunnel that slanted downwards. The tunnel was not wide at the start, but it got wider the further down it went. When a person entered the tunnel, they had to bend their waist and lower their head, but when they reached the latter half of the tunnel, they could straighten their bodies and walk with large strides. The four walls of the tunnel were also made of strange red soil, emitting a layer of dim red light. This allowed the scene in the tunnel to be clearly seen. But the tunnel was very long, extending beyond his field of vision. Because of the angle, Fang Yuan could not see what was at the end of the tunnel. He stood at the entrance of the tunnel and did not immediately step in, but squinted his eyes and stood on the spot. Strength inheritance was different from inheritance. Inheritance referred to the things left behind by a Gu master after he died. The person who found the inheritance would usually obtain all the things on the corpse at once. Strength inheritance referred to the Gu master who was on the verge of death, did not want his own path to be extinct, or to benefit his descendants, or to leave a final mark in the world, and so on, and so on. Taking the flower wine monk as an example, the reason why he set up this inheritance was very clear: it was to nurture an avenger, to help him take revenge on the Guyue clan. If the person in the future could pass these tests, they could obtain all sorts of benefits. The person who passed the final test would mean that he or she had obtained the complete strength inheritance. According to the division of the strength inheritors, strength inheritances were naturally divided into righteous and demonic inheritances. Righteous inheritances were usually designed to test the person's character and character. Those who failed midway would not have to worry about their lives. Demonic inheritances were complicated. Demonic cultivators were often crazy and stubborn, or cold and emotionless, or they killed people like flies, and could not be judged by common sense. Some demonic inheritances were designed to test one's mind. There were many riddles, and many people would be stuck in it for their entire lives, thinking hard but to no avail. Some demonic inheritances were extremely simple, just a secret room with goo worms and yuan stone placed inside. Some demonic inheritances were extremely cruel, and failure midway often meant death. What's more, some demonic lords' inheritances were simply lies, and were a huge trap in itself. They followed the principle of harming others without benefiting themselves, and even before they died, they would try their best to set up a trap for others. This inheritance of the flower wine monk, what kind would it be? Fang Yuan pondered. He had his previous life's memories, and he was very clear about many famous demonic inheritances in the future. But this inheritance was not discovered by anyone in his previous life, and he knew nothing about it. Logically speaking, the possibility of it being a trap is not high. Otherwise, the flower wine monk would not have designed this image wall. But would there be a trap? Fang Yuan picked up a piece of rock and threw it into the cave. The rock bumped against each other in the tunnel, and quickly rolled out of Fang Yuan's sight. He could only hear a series of sounds echoing in the tunnel. Fang Yuan was deep in thought. The result of throwing the rock to test the road seemed to be safe. But he still did not enter the tunnel, and instead took out some stone powder, and evenly scattered it near the entrance of the tunnel that he had just opened. At the same time, he sprinkled a thin layer at the entrance of the secret cave's stone crack. Then he drilled through the narrow stone crack at the entrance, and left this place. In an extremely hidden bush a few hundred meters away from the riverbank, He found the green bamboo wine that he had brought with him this time. He opened the wine jar, and fiercely drank a mouthful, and then purposely spilled some of the wine, wetting his clothes and making him smell of alcohol. Carrying the wine jar, he returned to the village. When he reached the dormitory, it was exactly midnight. If he often did not return for a night, it would arouse suspicion. This was very good, going out in the first half of the night, and returning in the second half of the night. When he was looking for the liquor worm, Fang Yuan had already done this. With a previous record, this kind of behavior was not out of the ordinary. The stars disappeared, and the sun rose. The night was silent. Chapter 63. The dazzling morning sun lit up Qing Mao Mountain. In the academy, the elder was explaining the main points in detail. Tomorrow, we will choose the second gu worm to refine. Everyone has the experience of refining gu worms, so this time we can consolidate our experience. As for the choice of the second gu worm, everyone needs to think carefully. Combining these few days of cultivation experience, as well as your understanding of yourself, make a comprehensive consideration. Normally speaking, it is best to pair it with the vital gu. A gu master's first gu worm was called the vital gu. Once chosen, it was no doubt the cornerstone of development. After that, the second gu worm, the third gu worm and so on were all based on this cornerstone to determine the specific direction of the gu master's cultivation. Hearing the academy elder's words, the youths could not help but ponder. Only Fang Yuan was snoring on the table. He had worked hard for half the night yesterday, and after returning to the dormitory, he continued his gu master cultivation, nurturing his aperture. The sky had just brightened, and he only started to sleep. The academy elder glanced at Fang Yuan, frowning slightly, but did not say anything. Ever since the clan leader Guyue Bo had said those words to him, he had adopted a laissez-faire attitude towards Fang Yuan. What gu worm should I choose? Many students could not help but look at Fang Yuan as they pondered. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan already has a second gu worm. Yes, that is the liquor worm. To be able to get a liquor worm after cutting open rocks, his luck is too good. If I had the liquor worm, I would also be able to advance to middle stage first, right? The thoughts in the minds of the students rose one after another. There were those who were envious and those who were jealous. Ever since that day, after the interrogation, Fang Yuan's liquor worm was also successfully exposed. The origins of the liquor worm did not raise any suspicions. While the clansmen were relieved, they were also deeply moved by Fang Yuan's luck. Why don't I have such good luck, sigh? Guyue Cheng, who was also a C-grade talent, sighed in his heart. A long time ago, his grandfather had gone around asking people to purchase the liquor worm for him. Unexpectedly, even though he was the successor of a branch bloodline, Guyue and Fang Yuan got it first. Compared to Qicheng's lament and jealousy, Fang Zheng, who was also the vice-chairman, was in high spirits. Big brother, I will definitely surpass you. He glanced at Fang Yuan and said in his heart before looking away. These days, his eyes are shining, filled with a surging passion for life. His cheeks were rosy, his forehead glowed, and even his steps were brisk. The academy elder saw all this and immediately understood that clan leader Guyue had already begun to secretly teach Fang Zheng. Of course, this kind of preferential treatment couldn't be said out loud. The academy elder turned a blind eye to this. It was night time again. Fang Yuan squeezed into the secret cave again. Ring ring ring, a hare was struggling violently in his hand, and a bell was tied around its neck. This was a hare that Fang Yuan had caught on the mountain, and the bell was naturally tied by him. After a day, the stuffy air in the secret cave had completely dissipated, and the air was fresh. The tunnel entrance was wide open, and it was silent inside. Fang Yuan half squatted on the ground, and first carefully examined the ground. He had scattered stone powder on both areas last night, and this thin layer of stone powder was not eye-catching. The stone powder at the entrance of the tunnel is still in its original state. It seems that during the time I was away, no unclean things crawled out of the tunnel. There is a footprint at the entrance of the secret cave, but I stepped on it just now. It seems that no outsiders have been here. Fong Yuan observed for a while, and relaxed. He stood up, and used his strength to pull off the dead vines on the wall. Then he sat on the ground, using his legs to suppress the hair, and used his free hands to rub the vines. Normal Gu masters wouldn't know how to do this, but Fong Yuan had too much life experience. In his previous life, there were many times when he was poor, and couldn't even afford to feed his Gu worms, and they all starved to death. For a period of time, he only had primeval essence, but no Gu worms. He was like a mortal, and even living was difficult. Out of desperation, he learned to rub straw rope, weave straw shoes, straw hats, and other things to sell, in exchange for some yuan stone fragments to barely survive. Now that he was rubbing straw rope, Fong Yuan's memories surfaced again. The bitterness and suffering of that time turned into the silent smile on his face. The rabbit under his legs struggled from time to time, and the bell rang. A pair of lovers lingered for a long time, and thousands of twists and turns. Slowly, over the years gathered together. There were twists and turns, and entanglements. Rub straw rope, isn't it experiencing life? In the secret cave, the red light was dim, and youth and vicissitudes intertwined on Fong Yuan's face. Time also seemed to stop here, quietly admiring the young man rub straw rope. Ring ring ring, an hour later, the wild rabbit quickly scuttled into the tunnel, and the bell on its neck rang. In a few breaths, it was out of Fong Yuan's sight. The straw rope in Fong Yuan's hands was tied to the wild rabbit's hind leg, and now it was being dragged by the wild rabbit as it rapidly swam outwards. After a while, the straw rope stopped moving. But this did not mean that the wild rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel. It could have been killed by the trap, or it could have stopped halfway. Fong Yuan began to pull the rope back, and as the rope gradually tightened, he tugged hard. A force immediately came from the other end of the straw rope. Next, the straw rope continued to swim outwards. Evidently, the wild rabbit on the other side was suddenly pulled by the force, and in a panic, it started to scurry inwards again. This repeated several times, and the wild rabbit seemed to have finally reached the end of the tunnel. No matter how Fong Yuan tugged at the straw rope only tightened and loosened. Maybe the wild rabbit had reached the end of the tunnel, or maybe it had fallen into some trap and was trapped. It was very simple to verify the answer. Fong Yuan began to pull the rope, but how could the wild rabbit resist his strength? Eventually, he used the straw rope to forcefully pull the wild rabbit out. The wild rabbit continued to struggle on the other end of the straw rope, but the straw rope was made from the wine sack flour goo and rice sack grass goo, and although it had withered for many years, it was still very tough, and could not be compared to ordinary straw. The wild rabbit once again jumped back into Fong Yuan's hands. Fong Yuan carefully inspected the wild rabbit, and seeing that there were no wounds on its body, he let out a breath of turbid air. Currently, it seems that this tunnel should be safe. With this result, the wild rabbit lost its use, and Fong Yuan crushed it to death, casually throwing the corpse on the ground. He could not let this wild rabbit go. Animals also had memories. If it came back here again, and attracted outsiders like the liquor worm, it would be terrible. He took a deep breath, and after a few tests, he carefully stepped into the tunnel. Although there was a wild rabbit to scout, there were many traps that were specifically targeted at humans. A small animal like the wild rabbit could not be triggered. Thus, Fong Yuan had to be on guard. The tunnel was a straight line, extending diagonally into the ground. And the deeper he went, the wider the tunnel became. When Fong Yuan first entered the tunnel, he had to bend his back and lower his head, but after 50 steps, he could hold his head high and chest out. After another 100 steps, he could swing his arms left and right. The tunnel was actually not long, only about 300 meters, but Fong Yuan spent a whole hour before he reached the end of the tunnel. Along the way, he was very careful, exploring with each step. When he reached the end, he was already sweating profusely. There is no detection goo worm, this is troublesome. Fong Yuan wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, and after confirming it was safe, he calmed down and carefully looked at the end of the tunnel. With this observation, he was stunned. At the end of the tunnel, there was a huge rock blocking him. The surface of the rock was smooth, and it protruded towards Fang Yuan's direction, like Jia Fu's round belly. It was this huge rock that blocked Fang Yuan's path forward. Other than this huge rock, there was nothing beside Fang Yuan. Could it be that because of an accident, the middle section of the tunnel caved in, causing a blockage? Fang Yuan's gaze focused. This was a very likely possibility. Before the flower wine monk died, he urgently created this inheritance. He used the thousandly earthwolf spider to hastily create a tunnel in the mountain. The tunnel led deep into the mountain, guiding the inheritor forward. However, hundreds of years had passed, and this tunnel could not withstand the corrosion of time. At some point, a section of the tunnel had fallen into disrepair and collapsed. In life, all sorts of accidents would happen. If this is really the case, then wouldn't I have to stop here? He walked forward and touched the rock. This huge rock that blocked his path, just the exposed surface area was as big as a door. One could imagine the thickness of its entire body. Fang Yuan could use the moonlight goo to grind away the rock wall, but to grind away such a huge rock, he would need at least a year or two of hard work. Looks like I need to use tools, like pickaxes and shovels, to break open the huge rock. But if I do this, I will inevitably expose many traces. Some knocking sounds will also be heard. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was considering the risks and benefits. If the risks were too high, he would rather give up on this inheritance. After all, if others found out about this secret, not only would his previous arrangements and hard work be wasted, his life might even be in danger. You're tuning into the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.